Chapter 90. The Destructive God Who is Forever Superior to You. Lord Beerus. I have, as you wished, harnessed the power of the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong, having received his elder brother's command, first reverted his golden hair to black, then transformed it into a crimson hue, with an aura radiating a divine essence. Enveloping him in a vivid red.it was only at this moment that a hint of seriousness flickered across Beerus's feline visage. Beep beep, Sun Wukong. Battle power 300 trillion transformed into Super Saiyan God. Beerus, battle power 500 trillion. Beerus's battle power is not as it was before. Each transformation is not tenfold greater than Wukong's. This time, his strength exceeds that of the Super Saiyan God by merely 40%. Jiang Wei, observing through the battle power detector, discerned the nuances of Beerus's transformation. That is to say, when facing a still mortal opponent, Beerus not only remains immune to the damage of their battle power, but his own strength will always surpass theirs by a factor of 10. However, against the Super Saiyan God, Beerus cannot evade damage. His power exceeds that of the Super Saiyan God by only 40%. Thus, Beerus cannot dismiss the dream of the Super Saiyan God lightly in the narrative. Beerus himself acknowledges that the Super Saiyan God possesses 60% of his power. So that is the case. No wonder in the storyline, regardless of how much effort Sun Wukong or Vegeta put into their training, even achieving the Super Saiyan Blue form, they could never surpass Beerus. His battle power forever remains 40% above theirs. To compete is indeed a futile endeavor. At this moment, Jiang Wei heard Beerus proudly proclaiming to Sun Wukong, "In this universe, there exists no being capable of defeating the God of Destruction." Jiang Wei rolled his eyes. "Dear feline, you only maintain a 40% advantage over the Super Saiyan God. In the narrative, it is true that Sun Wukong and Vegeta cannot overcome you. Yet here, the Super Saiyan God is not solely represented by Wukong, but encompasses a multitude that if a legion of Super Saiyan gods were to unite against you, how would you respond?" In the sky, in defiance of Beerus's declaration, Sun Wukong charged forth, his form a blur, delivering a powerful punch towards Beerus's feline countenance, akin to a cannonball strike. His fist, imbued with red energy and divine essence, enabled this blow to pierce through Beerus's immunity to mortal damage, inflicting harm upon him. Thus, Beerus could not disregard this act of camaraderie yet. His stoic feline face betrayed no emotion, as he seemingly brushed aside Wukong's punch with ease. Boom! The collision of their fists unleashed a torrent of turbulent energy, rippling outward in waves. Had their battlefield not been on the Super Earth, but rather on a mundane planet, the mere aftermath of their clash would have obliterated countless mountains and lakes, reshaping the very landscape. Sun Wukong grunted his strength was merely 60% of Beerus's, and thus, in a direct confrontation, he indeed faced some disadvantage. However, his fighting spirit soared even higher. He only retreated a few steps before soaring back into the fray, his fists and feet raining down upon Beerus like a tempest. Beerus, appearing relaxed and unperturbed, skillfully countered Wukong's onslaught. After several exchanges, he landed a kick squarely in Wukong's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry from him as he clutched his midsection and spat out bile. Seizing the moment, Beerus delivered another punch, sending Wukong crashing to the ground like a shooting star. Boom! Dust billowed. The arena, which was the size of a city, bore a vast and deep crater created by Wukong's impact, the cracks in the ground extending for thousands of meters. Even the Super Earth trembled slightly. This caused a moment of panic among the new human civilization above. Only Jiang Wei's timely intervention calmed the new human civilization, restoring tranquility. Beerus, hands clasped behind his back, floated above the arena, gazing at the massive crater shrouded in dust. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? Nevertheless, never mind. Beerus contemplated dismissing it as insignificant, but upon reflection, he realized that on this Super Earth, the Super Saiyan God was not limited to Sun Wukong alone, but rather encompassed a multitude. He could not afford to speak recklessly on another's territory. Should he provoke a collective assault from the Super Saiyan gods, he would become a source of amusement for Whis. Suddenly, from the dust-laden ground, a colossal blue Kamehameha surged forth. It was the Kamehameha wave. Beerus sidestepped to evade the ascending Kamehameha, and at that moment, Sun Wukong materialized before him, albeit in a disheveled state, having transitioned from the Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan 3 in a sudden onslaught. He launched a full-scale attack against Beerus. Jiang Wei would commend Wukong's dazzling performance, yet shake his head, as such a sudden surge in power might catch any adversary off guard, except for the God of Destruction, who would remain impervious. Beep beep, Sun Wukong. Battle power 12 trillion transforming into Super Saiyan God, then Super Saiyan 3. Beerus, battle power 20 trillion. Your battle power will forever be only 60% of the God of Destructions. Don't think that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 or even Super Saiyan Blue will change that. Jiang Wei remarked, shaking his head. He could not conceive any method for the Super Saiyan God to defeat Beerus aside from a collective assault. Thus, after Sun Wukong was once again sent flying by Beerus, Jiang Wei conveyed the secret of the God of Destruction to Wukong mentally. What? He will always possess 40% greater strength than the Super Saiyan God? No wonder, regardless of how I enhance my power, I cannot surpass Lord Beerus. So that is how it is. Understanding dawned upon Sun Wukong. He recognized his impossibility of victory against Beerus and gracefully conceded. After triumphing over Wukong, Beerus's feline face contorted momentarily before he sincerely stated, Super Saiyan God, you all possess the potential to be my worthy adversaries. However, I have no desire to be your enemy, and I hope you do not view me as one. Oh dear. Lord Beerus would utter such words. Is this still the Beerus I know? Whis, cheeks stuffed with Earth's delicacies, chuckled through his mouthful. Beerus shot a glare at his attendant, bellowing, Whis, you said something that puts me in a tight spot. Then he began to bicker with Whis over the earthly cuisine, akin to a famished spirit reborn. In truth, Beerus was also captivated by the culinary delights of Earth, which, under Jiang Wei's domain, included a multitude of Super Saiyan gods at his command. To indulge in Earth's cuisine regularly, Beerus had no choice but to set aside his status as a god of destruction and foster a good relationship with Jiang Wei's faction. Mr. Beerus, we warmly welcome you and Mr. Whis to be our allies rather than adversaries. The Super Earth shall always welcome you as guests, Jiang Wei declared with grandiosity. Bulma, assuming the role of hostess, summoned the new human servants and continuously brought forth an array of earthly delicacies. The assembly, all hybrid Saiyans, and equally enthusiastic foodies, commenced a jovial feast. Jiang Wei smiled, redirecting his gaze from one direction. Beerus, you startled me. I thought he had discovered us. Outside the Super Earth, in the cosmos, a spaceship lay hidden nearby. It was none other than the wicked sorcerer Babidi and his entourage. Sun Wukong's transformation into the Super Saiyan God and his battle with Beerus had unwittingly provided Babidi with a significant influx of energy. At long last, sufficient energy has been amassed to liberate the much-cherished Majin Buu from his seal. Once I release my Majin Buu, I shall no longer need to operate in secrecy. Babidi, like the East Kaioshin, naively believes that Majin Buu represents an unparalleled force, having never truly encountered the breadth of the universe's might. He is under the delusion that possessing Majin Buu will grant him the power to confront the likes of Son Goku, the Super Saiyan God, and the God of Destruction, Beerus. Babidi-sama, we should hasten our departure from this planet teeming with formidable warriors and proceed to Earth to release Majin Buu, urged Dabra, the king of the demon realm, with a hint of trepidation. The residual energy from Son Goku's battle with Beerus alone sent chills down Dabra's spine. You are right, we must attend to the matter at hand without delay. Babidi promptly agreed, commanding the spaceship's pilot to swiftly navigate towards Earth. Babidi has arrived. Upon reaching Jiang Wei's level perception, it is hardly surprising that he notices the furtive activities of Babidi and his entourage beyond the Super Earth. Not only Jiang Wei, but nearly everyone else has become aware of their presence. As for Whis, the angel, and Beerus, the god of destruction, they're certainly not oblivious to the insignificant ants scurrying about. They simply choose to ignore them to avoid disrupting their dining experience. Chapter 91, Majin Buu and Little Kalami. While Jiang Wei and his companions chose to ignore Babidi and his entourage, Babidi had already arrived on Earth and swiftly located the sealed Majin Buu, encased within an enormous, oddly shaped egg exuding waves of malevolence. As soon as this egg appeared on Earth, it was detected by East Kaioshin Xian, who initially displayed a face of terror, but soon regained his composure. The Super Earth was now a gathering place for formidable warriors, including the God of Destruction Beerus, as mentioned by the old Kaioshin, who was also present there. With Super Earth adjacent to Earth, Xian felt no need to fear the likes of Majin Buu. Thus, both Xian and his attendant, Jebet, remained indifferent to the impending unsealing of Majin Buu. My Majin Buu is finally going to break free, Babidi exclaimed with exuberance. Carefully infusing the minuscule remnants of energy derived from Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan God during his battle with Beerus into the egg that sealed Majin Buu. Dabra, visibly tense, scanned the surroundings, fearing that at this critical moment, the Kaioshin and his attendant might appear and thwart Babidi's plans. As Babidi chanted an obscure incantation and infused energy into the egg, a peculiar red light began to emanate from the colossal egg. Before long, it resembled a boiling kettle, releasing clouds of steam. Babidi and Dabra, with unwavering focus, stared intently at the steaming egg. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the massive egg ceased to emit steam and split open. Babidi craned his neck to look inside, only to find it empty. Panic set in. Majin Buu, my Majin Buu. Where is he? Dubra speculated. Perhaps the seal on Majin Buu has endured for too long, and he has perished. Babidi roared. Dubra, silence. My Majin Buu would never succumb to the passage of time. I apologize, Lord Babidi, I misspoke. Dubra quickly retracted his statement. Where has my Majin Buu gone? Babidi fretted like an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the steam that had erupted from the egg transformed into a pink hue, forming a cloud of pink in the air. It was only when Babidi inadvertently looked up at the sky that he noticed the unusual pink cloud, and a glimmer of realization sparked within him. Dubra also sensed that with the formation of the pink cloud, a powerful, oppressive aura was emerging. As the pink cloud condensed, the overwhelming energy intensified. So my Majin Buu is there. Majin Buu is a terrifying creature capable of easily vanquishing even a Kaishin. I knew he could not be so easily extinguished. Babidi beamed with delight as he beheld the humanoid figure materializing from the pink cloud. The figure manifested as a rotund, pink-skinned giant with a childlike grin, who, upon landing, completely disregarded Babidi and Dubra, engaging in childish antics. Is this really Majin Buu? Dubra was taken aback, for this was not at all what he had envisioned. Majin Buu, with his corpulent form, appeared far from intimidating. He looked rather simple-minded, with small eyes and a childlike demeanor. Is this truly the universe's strongest monster, Majin Buu? Dubra questioned, bewildered. He is indeed Majin Buu. I am not mistaken. Babidi declared with fervent conviction, gazing at the playful Majin Buu, who resembled the description recorded in his father's notes. Majin Buu, I am your master, the one who has liberated you from your seal. You must obey my commands. Come here. Babidi beckoned the frolicking Majin Buu. I want tea come. Majin Buu replied with a playful grimace, returning to his antics. Seeing Majin Buu's disobedience, a displeased expression crossed Babidi's face as he threatened. You are my servant and must obey me. Otherwise, I shall reseal you within that egg. A fleeting glimmer of menace flashed in Majin Buu's small eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a conciliatory smile. No, I will come right away. That is more like it. If Babidi had a tail, it would have been waving in delight. Majin Buu obediently stood behind Babidi like a loyal attendant. With Majin Buu now released, one might expect that, following the narrative, Babidi, true to his villainous nature, would not hesitate to wreak havoc on Earth or harm humanity. However, the current Earth lay beneath the watchful eyes of numerous powerful beings. And Babidi, despite having Majin Buu, dared not behave as recklessly as in the storyline. He merely sought to leave with Majin Buu and roam freely across the cosmos. Yet, Babidi found himself under the scrutiny of none other than Dr. Gero, having endured 2 assaults from the Saiyans and a direct confrontation with the Cosmic King on Earth. Dr. Gero contemplated creating his own extraterrestrial specimens. However, upon observing the data displayed on his combat power detector, he gasped. With only Android 19 at his disposal and Android 16 generally unresponsive, he realized he was outmatched. He quickly contacted Jiang Wei, requesting his intervention to handle Babidi and his crew. Upon witnessing Babidi release Majin Buu, Jiang Wei sensed the impending escape and prepared to confront Babidi. Now that we are here, there is no reason to let them go, he stated to the others. Who among you is willing to deal with that sneaky group we spotted outside Super Earth? Son Goku and the others showed little interest, perceiving them as weaklings. Beerus and Whis were merely there as guests and had no desire to complicate matters. Only Jiang Wei's mechanical army, comprising the 4 fully formed cell, were eager to step forward and overpower the weaker foes. Bring Android 20 with you. As ordered, Android 20 trembled beside the 4 fully formed cell, resembling a mere little Kalami. Bring Babidi and Majin Buu back to me. The rest is up to you. Understood, Lord Jiang Wei. The 4 fully formed cell felt no shame, serving their master. Even if it meant bullying children, brought them joy. With Android 20 in tow, a swift teleportation brought the cell before Babidi and his entourage, who were preparing to flee aboard their spaceship. Beep beep. The combat power readings displayed. Cell, 1 trillion, fully formed. Shilu, 1, 2 trillion, fully formed. Silu, 1, 5 trillion, fully formed. Seru, 1, 4 trillion, fully formed. Android 20, 8 billion, energy absorption. Babidi, 5, Dubra, 80 billion. Majin Buu, 32 billion. Observing the data on the detector, Dr. Gero felt both pride and embarrassment. He took pride in having created the 4 terrifyingly powerful fully formed cell, 2 of which were also products of his parallel universe. Yet, he felt embarrassed that these creations harbored a desire to eliminate their creator. Only Jiang Wei could confidently employ these powerful androids without fearing their rebellion. Chapter 92. The God of Destruction and Angels have also been copied. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Shalu, Babidi was rendered utterly speechless. He could distinctly sense that even a single fully formed Shalu could easily crush him and Fat Buu with just 1 finger. Even the seemingly childish Fat Buu displayed a visage of sheer terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. My goodness, I am Majin Buu. How can there exist beings in this world that are so vastly superior to me? My esteemed lords, I am Babidi, and my companion and I are merely passing through Earth. We harbor no ill intentions. We shall take our leave. Babidi immediately succumbed to fear. Under the orders of the formidable Jiang Wei, Babidi and Fat Buu were compelled to accompany us. With grim expressions, Babidi and Fat Buu submitted without resistance. Defiance? Faced with the overwhelming combat prowess of 4 fully formed Shalu, neither Babidi nor Fat Buu had any inclination to court death. My lords, you seek Lord Babidi and Majin Buu. Does that not absolve me of any involvement? The overlooked Depura exhaled in relief, cautiously inquiring. The Shalu paid him no heed, instead instructing the obedient Android 20. Go eliminate the insignificant Karami that Lord Jiang Wei has no use for. The Shalu were not foolish. Jiang Wei had brought along Android 20 for the purpose of testing him. Understood. With a crack like thunder, Android 20 lunged at the startled Depura, delivering lethal blows with each strike. Meanwhile, the Shalu escorted Babidi and Fat Buu back to Super Earth to report to Jiang Wei. Faced with the onslaught from Android 20, Depura's shock was palpable. Yet, being the king of the demon realm, he reacted swiftly, evading the blows just in time. When he could not dodge, he blocked the powerful punches of Android 20. Upon seeing Depura deflect his attack, Android 20 revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly extended his hand, seizing Depura's arm. Depura suddenly felt as though his very essence was being siphoned away, an unrelenting flow of energy being drawn from him. Android 20 displayed a look of satisfaction. As a semi-cybernetic being, Android 20 possessed a formidable power that set him apart from purely mechanical constructs. He had the potential for growth. Although his growth was not comparable to that of Saiyan or Frieza, if he could absorb ample energy, he could enhance his strength. Let go of me. Unable to break free, Depura resorted to a desperate maneuver, spitting at Android 20, which forced him to retreat. However, he had already lost a significant amount of energy. Depura's energy was no match for Jiang Wei's, and he could not overwhelm Android 20, resulting in his energy being consumed. Noticing Depura's spittle petrify a nearby tree, Android 20 felt a chill run down his spine. He was unaware of the true malice behind Depura's saliva. He merely found it repulsive and wished to avoid being splattered. That was close. After less than 10 minutes of battle, Depura met his demise, his entire energy drained by Android 20. Having dispatched Depura, Android 20 aimed his palm at the spaceship belonging to Babidi's entourage, unleashing a key blast that obliterated the vessel before returning to Super Earth to report to Jiang Wei. Mission to eliminate Karami accomplished. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Gero dispatched Android 19 to recover Depura's corpse, taking it back as a specimen for research. Thus, the crisis brought about by Majin Buu, which had threatened to obliterate Earth, was resolved. This food is delightful. Beerus and Whis lingered on Super Earth for several more days, reveling in the culinary delights that nearly rendered them oblivious to their surroundings. While Jiang Wei entertained them, he discreetly fulfilled their wishes. Ding. Acquired the divine technique. Destruction. Ding. Acquired light beam. Ding. Acquired God of Destruction authority. Inactive. Ding. Acquired time reversal. Ding. Acquired divine technique. Ultra instinct. Ding. Acquired angel authority. Inactive. With his mouth full, Whis gazed at the transformed Jiang Wei, his eyes reflecting a moment of profound depth. While Beerus slumbered, Whis occupied himself by observing Jiang Wei, leading him to formulate his own hypotheses about Jiang Wei's unique abilities. Nevertheless, Whis was originally aligned with the protagonists. He held a deep respect for Jiang Wei's noble character. Despite possessing immense strength and commanding a loyal cadre of equally formidable allies, Jiang Wei chose to reside on a planet of his own creation rather than exploit his power for tyranny. In Whis's view, such integrity was unattainable for those devoid of noble character. Did he not witness Frieza and Babidi, with their paltry power, eagerly seeking dominion over the universe? Thus, Whis did not stifle the growth of Jiang Wei and his brothers. Rather, he was willing to assist their development, akin to how he aided Goku and Vegeta in the storyline. Additionally, Jiang Wei's generous provision of Earth's culinary wonders significantly influenced Whis's disposition. As for Babidi and Fat Buu, captured by the Shalu, Jiang Wei did not underestimate them, opting to replicate them through wish fulfillment. Babidi's wish was to be spared, which Jiang Wei granted. Upon releasing Babidi, he promptly informed East Kaishin, seek vengeance if you desire. Whether East Kaishin would spare Babidi was beyond Jiang Wei's concern. Fat Buu, much like Beerus and Whis, was also quite the gourmand. However, he had a particular fondness for snacks and sweets. By indulging Fat Buu with treats, Jiang Wei successfully replicated him. Ding. Acquired dark magic. Ding. Acquired transformational beam. Ding. Acquired restoration beam. Ding. Acquired Majin Buu bloodline. Inactive. To Fat Buu, who had spent several days with him, Jiang Wei said, call me big brother, and I shall provide you with carrots the likes of which you have never tasted. Chapter 93. Thin Buu, perished. Fat Buu, with an unwilling expression, replied, Big brother, I do not eat carrots. Jiang Wei wagged a finger, Bu, let me impart a lesson. You must first abstain from beef before you can forego carrots. Upon hearing this, Fat Bu's chubby face displayed a look of partial comprehension. Jiang Wei then retrieved a water blue carrot from the system space, the same one that had become famous through the minion of Bojack. Upon seeing the water blue carrot, Fat Bu sensed its uniqueness, promptly snatching it from Jiang Wei's hand and devouring it in a few bites. Baidu perished. This carrot is not particularly tasty, but it offers some nourishment. After consuming the Baidu brand carrot, Fat Bu smacked his lips and remarked to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei replied, Bu, you must also be aware that there is something amiss with your body. Fat Bu squinted his eyes in surprise. Big brother, you can actually discern that something is wrong with my body. Indeed, I have always felt that a portion of my power teeters on the brink of losing control. Big brother, please resolve this hidden danger for me. Leave it to me. Jiang Wei was well aware that the part of Fat Bu's body he referred to was the evil entity within him, Fin Bu, who had not survived a single episode in the storyline. At the core, Majin Bu was a being of pure malevolence, capable of annihilating Earth at the slightest provocation. Conversely, it was Fat Bu who represented the aberration within Majin Bu's being. At present, the entity known as Majin Bu is predominantly controlled by the inherently benevolent Fat Bu. Upon receiving consent, Jiang Wei swiftly grasped Fat Bu and with deft hands, molded him into a myriad of rosy shapes, occasionally rolling him into spheres or flattening him. At times, he even manipulated Fat Bu as if he were dough, stretching him into long strands. As Jiang Wei continued his artistry, the hollowed Fat Bu began to emit steam, reminiscent of being squeezed by Jiang Wei. Once Jiang Wei sensed that the uncontrollable portion of Slim Bu had been expelled from Fat Bu's body, he released his hold. The once pliable mass of rosy dough bounced and transformed back into Fat Bu. Fat Bu gazed at the coalescing form of Slim Bu in the sky, expressing his concern. Brother, I can feel that the uncontrollable part of my body has been expelled, yet my strength has dwindled to merely 40% of its original capacity. Jiang Wei affectionately patted Fat Bu's bouncy head, reassuring him, do not worry, you shall regain your full power. Before long, the ominous steam coalesced into a human form, revealing a gaunt, non-pink Bu. The moment Slim Bu emerged, he immediately unleashed a beam of transformation energy toward Jiang Wei, attempting to turn him into a snack. Meanwhile, Slim Bu turned to flee, seeking to escape as far as possible. Without Jiang Wei, Slim Bu would never relent against Fat Bu. However, upon spotting Jiang Wei, Slim Bu was overwhelmed by a singular sensation, imminent doom. Jiang Wei, with a playful gesture, neutralized the transformation beam aimed at him. In the next moment, Slim Bu found himself bewilderingly before Jiang Wei, questioning, what just happened? I thought I had escaped hundreds of kilometers away. Slim Bu's thoughts abruptly halted as Jiang Wei touched him, and in a puff of white smoke, Slim Bu transformed into a thin carrot, achieving the title of Chapter 15. Jiang Wei caught the slender carrot and handed it to Fat Bu, urging him to consume it. Fat Bu joyfully accepted the carrot and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. After savoring the exquisite carrot, Fat Bu realized a significant distinction. Unlike his snacks, this carrot could truly be ingested, digested, and its energy absorbed, rather than merely imprisoning the powerful life form within him. By eating the carrot, not only would Fat Bu restore his strength, but Slim Bu would also cease to exist. With a satisfying crunch, Fat Bu devoured the slender carrot, regaining his full power. Slim Bu was no more. Thank you, brother. Feeling liberated from the previously uncontrollable power within him, Fat Bu expressed heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Wei, recognizing him as a genuinely benevolent brother. Thus, Fat Bu sincerely joined Jiang Wei's collective. Jiang Wei extracted some cellular samples from Fat Bu and shared the knowledge of black magic obtained from Babidi with Dr. Gero, encouraging him to combine black magic with android technology to develop a new android that harnessed the strengths of both. Dr. Gero, thrilled by the opportunity, unfortunately struggled with the magical aspects, wasting several months in futile attempts to create Bu Suru, repeatedly facing failure and confusion. Observing Dr. Gero's setbacks, Jiang Wei, who had initially hoped to rely on him, took matters into his own hands, establishing a research facility on Super Earth to develop Bu Saru as a personal endeavor. Meanwhile, Zanjia, feeling increasingly disheartened by her slow progress compared to those of Saiyan lineage, implored Jiang Wei for a transformation. Thus, in addition to Bu Saru, Jiang Wei embarked on a project to create Android 21. While engrossed in these pursuits, one fine day on Super Earth, a colossal spacecraft resembling a donut arrived for a visit. Ho ho ho! After a year of training, I have finally attained success. I shall avenge myself upon that little bald-headed one who sent me to the afterlife. Frieza, in his Tuan Yuan 2 form, declared as he opened his arms to Bulma and the others. Ignoring his father King Cold's advice, Frieza, emboldened by his newfound strength, arrived on Super Earth with a cadre of subordinates to seek revenge. In Jiang Wei's eyes, Frieza's presence held little weight, and he couldn't be bothered to expend any unnecessary energy on him, instead delegating the task of welcoming the visitor to Bulma, embodying the spirit of hospitality. Upon learning of Frieza's intent for vengeance, Bulma and her companions were not angered but regarded him with an expression of bemusement, as if observing a fool. "Oh, it's Frieza. You have time for revenge, but have you completed the task I assigned you?" Beerus, who was preparing a barbecue with Whis nearby, interjected. "Oh, I see Lord Beerus is here too." Frieza's sinister smile faltered as he noticed Beerus, who was enjoying grilling meat under the guidance of a top chef on Super Earth, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Frieza approached Beerus, addressing him with deference. "I have never neglected the tasks assigned by Lord Beerus." Beerus nodded. "Frieza, attend to your own affairs." Frieza respectfully withdrew, his head bowed, a fleeting expression of humiliation crossing his face. He overheard Beerus remark to Whis, "At least Frieza managed to complete the tasks I assigned him. That way, if he perishes later, I can enjoy some peace for a while." Frieza felt displeased, perceiving Beerus's lack of faith in his capability as a cosmic ruler in this endeavor for vengeance. It was merely a battle against Jiang Wei's subordinate, a diminutive figure of little consequence. Why did Beerus regard him with such skepticism? Frieza was filled with confidence, proclaiming, "I am now super brave." Chapter 94, The Vengeful Frieza. "Ms. Bulma, where's that little one who killed me? I have returned to dismember him." Frieza spoke cruelly in an elegant tone. "Mr. Frieza, please hold on a moment. Dumpling is currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber. I will summon him to face your wrath." Bulma instructed a new human attendant to fetch Dumpling to confront Frieza, who had come seeking vengeance. Upon receiving the message, Dumpling, who was training with Tianjin Han, exchanged perplexed expressions, wondering why someone would seek revenge. Together, they departed the hyperbolic time chamber to meet Frieza. Meanwhile, during the wait for Dumpling's arrival, Frieza, perhaps eager to assert his dominance or for other motives, sent his subordinate, the Jinyu Force, ahead as an appetizer before commencing his revenge. "Jinyu, Riku, Jeez, Berta, Guldo, the Jinyu Force has arrived." The blonde-haired Ranchi exhibited a look of disgust at the sight of the 5 aliens, feeling an urge to draw her weapon against them. Bulma also wore a disdainful expression, casting a sympathetic glance at the now flustered Frieza. She had heard from her husband about the Jinyu Force, a team under the rule of the Cosmic Emperor. How unfortunate it was to be forced to endure these 5 grotesque beings. No wonder Frieza, despite his petite stature, could ascend to the rank of Cosmic Emperor. Bulma couldn't help but feel a tinge of inferiority. How dare that wretched woman malign our artistry in front of Lord Frieza? Jinyu, still serving as the leader of the Jinyu Force, was infuriated by Ranchi's comment. "Ms. Bulma, you must not underestimate Captain Jinyu and his team." Originally possessing the title of the second strongest in the universe, Captain Jinyu and his team have made remarkable progress after training with me for a year. Underestimating them would be to your detriment. Ha ha ha. Frieza felt quite uneasy under Bulma's sympathetic gaze and chuckled awkwardly. Bulma shook her head, remarking that a frog at the bottom of a well remains a frog at the bottom of a well. She raised her hand and pressed the power detector. Beep beep. Frieza, power level 120 billion, final form. Jinyu, power level 2 billion. Raikum, power level 1 billion. Jisoo, power level 700 million. Berta, power level 400 million. Gudu, power level 90 million. Bulma, power level 20 billion. Blanlanchi, power level 40 billion. Sheru, power level 10 trillion, complete form. Shalu, power level 12 trillion, complete form. Silu, power level 15 trillion, complete form. Seru, power level 14 trillion, complete form. Android 20, power level 400 billion, energy absorption. Bulma, allow me to engage. I must take down that impertinent alien. Blanlanchi said, looking displeased at Captain Jinyu. Bulma shrugged, as the opponents were merely weaklings. It wouldn't hurt to let Blanlanchi deal with the minor nuisance, Kalami. Currently, Blanlanchi serves as the head maid at home, and cleaning up after Kalami is part of her duties. Woman, your opponent is me, Captain Jinyu. I shall demonstrate to you the consequences of vilifying our artistry in the presence of King Frieza. Captain Jinyu declared with arrogance. Though he was once the second strongest in the universe with merely 120,000 power level, he believed himself unmatched except by Frieza. After a year of training with Frieza, he had forced his power to 2 billion, a feat he had never dared to dream of, swelling with pride and eager to impress his esteemed King Frieza. May I proceed? Blanlanchi stepped forward, signaling Bulma. As soon as Bulma nodded, Blanlanchi vanished in a flash and obliterated the 5 members of the Jinyu Force. Literally obliterated. Gazing at the spot where the Jinyu Force once stood, a pool of blood lay scattered around. Frieza's gaze merely flickered slightly, surprised by Blanlanchi's displayed strength. Although the current power level of the Jinyu Force appeared insignificant before him as the Emperor of the Universe, just a year prior, they would have been absolute powerhouses capable of overpowering Frieza. Yet before that blonde woman, they could not withstand a single blow. It seemed that Jiang Wei not only possessed great strength, but also commanded exceptional talent among his subordinates. This blonde woman must undoubtedly be a crucial officer within Jiang Wei's ranks, her status rivaling that of Captain Jinyu in Frieza's army. Blanlanchi remarked. I am merely a maid responsible for household chores in Jiang Wei's residence. You are quite formidable, capable of dispatching Captain Jinyu and his team in such a short time. Frieza, while instructing others to clean the floor, regarded blonde Lan Shi with admiration. If it were not for the concern over Jiang Wei, Frieza would have sought to recruit this important officer from Jiang Wei's forces for his own purposes. Am I truly strong? Heh. Blonde Lan Shi chuckled self-deprecatingly, aware that her strength was among the lowest under Jiang Wei. Having dispatched the Jinyu force in a single blow filled her with delight, and she returned to Bulma's side, ready to heed her mistress's commands. At this moment, Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan arrived at the colossal arena on this super Earth. Upon seeing Jiaozi, resembling a small zombie, Frieza felt a surge of animosity. Beep beep. Tianjin Fan, power level 800 billion. Jiaozi, power level 500 billion. Jiaozi, swiftly eliminate that round-headed fellow, and we shall resume our training. Tianjin Fan glanced only briefly at Frieza, dismissing him entirely. Frieza was indeed powerful, but in this era where Jiang Wei's subordinates had inflated their power levels, Frieza's strength was negligible. There was no need to summon his brother to take action. Even Frieza, in his current state, lacked the qualifications to engage Goku, Vegeta, and the others. He could only bully those at the bottom of the team, like Piccolo. There was no remedy. Piccolo's combat prowess, stemming from his Namekian lineage, had waned as time progressed, and he had no desire to transform into a gluttonous Saiyan. Thus, he was resigned to the bottom tier. Very well, Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi directed his gaze towards Frieza, wishing to say a few words before exacting revenge, and without further ado, unleashed his super ability. Ha ha ha. You little imp, using the same trick again. How despicable. Frieza suddenly experienced excruciating pain throughout his body, rendered immobile. Staring at Jiaozi with gritted teeth. Chapter 95, Golden Frieza. As Jiaozi observed Frieza, who was in agony and unable to move, he raised his finger, aiming at Frieza's round head, preparing to unleash his attack when Frieza suddenly erupted with a far greater aura. Sparks crackled as Frieza's form transformed, his skin turning golden, and his round head shifting to a purple hue. I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, will not be slain by your underhanded trick. Frieza's face bore the pride of an emperor as he broke free from the confines of Jiaozi's powers. Sensing the energy emanating from Frieza's new form, Beerus, who had paused his roast beef contest with Whis, glanced towards the arena before returning his focus to the food, muttering, Frieza is indeed a genius. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted him with some trivial tasks. What a pity, he should not have come to Super Earth seeking vengeance against Jiang Wei's subordinates. Facing the golden-skinned Frieza, Bulma calmly pressed the power detector once more. Beep beep. Frieza, power level 240 trillion, transformed into Golden Frieza. Bulma exhibited a hint of surprise. No wonder Frieza caught her husband's attention. He indeed possessed some capabilities. At this moment, surrounding her, 4 complete form Shero from Jiang Wei's mech army had positioned themselves to shield her and blonde Lan Shi from any potential harm. When not on missions, the complete form Sheris were generally assigned by Jiang Wei to act as bodyguards for his wife. Jiaozi, we underestimated that round-headed fellow. You two must exert your full strength to deal with him. At this moment, Tianjin Fan positioned himself protectively in front of Bulma, arms crossed over his chest, addressing Jiaozi. Frieza's golden transformation surprised Tianjin Fan, but even so, Frieza remained within the range that Jiaozi could easily handle. Very well, Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi nodded and transformed into a Super Saiyan God. The lone hair atop his head turned crimson, displacing his small cap as if it were a resilient sprout breaking through the earth. Beep beep. Jiaozi, power level 500 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan God. How infuriating. That little imp has also increased his strength. Frieza was preparing to savor the moment when Jiaozi's face shifted to one of shock, harshly mocking him before allowing him to experience despair at the hands of Frieza, only to witness Jiaozi also transform into a Super Saiyan God. The overwhelming pressure indicating that his strength had surpassed Frieza's. Frieza was consumed by rage and immediately lunged at the newly transformed Jiaozi, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. If he did not act now, Frieza would lose his chance. However, in reality, even if Frieza initiated his attack first, he would still have no opportunity. Jiaozi had no interest in engaging in a mere physical contest. He once again unleashed his super ability, restraining Frieza, who was on the verge of reaching him with a punch. Despicable. Am I to die in such a humiliating manner once more? Found himself utterly immobilized, gazing helplessly at the abhorrent visage of Jiaozi. In despair, he thought to himself as a slender beam of energy pierced through his spherical head, leaving him eternally unblinking. Upon concluding the battle, Jiaozi, with a mere flick of his finger, obliterated the very essence of Frieza's head, departing joyfully alongside T. New Jersey and FN, returning to the Spirit Time Room to engage in arduous training. The lifeless form of Golden Frieza ultimately fell into the hands of Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei utilized some of Golden Frieza's cells in the development of Bu SHL, thereby significantly enhancing its potential. Frieza's transformation, while lacking divinity, remained a mortal entity, exhibiting an upgrade speed that even surpassed the Super Saiyan God forms of SNWK Ing and BIJT in the narrative. After all, to be able to contend with a transformed Super Saiyan God SNWK Ing on the foundation of 1.2 billion combat power, merely through 4 months of practice, was indeed an extraordinary feat. This Frieza was not to be compared to his cinematic counterpart. Less than a day after Frieza's demise, King KRD hastily arrived, first humbling himself before Jiang Wei with apologies, and after offering a substantial sum of cosmic currency, managed to persuade Jiang Wei to grant a wish to resurrect Frieza. The king's demeanor reminded Jiang Wei of the protagonist's father from the game Reinforced Soldier. It is essential to remember that by using a resurrection wish, Jiang Wei would receive the reward of duplicating everything about the other, including the very wish that was granted. Having fulfilled numerous resurrection wishes, Jiang Wei naturally acquired the wish for revival. For individuals like King KRD, who had become devoid of value, he would utilize his reserved wishes for their benefit. After all, Jiang Wei's ability to grant wishes has a cooldown period of 12 hours. Upon Frieza's revival, Jiang Wei cheerfully informed him that he could grant a wish to increase his height by 5 centimeters. Frieza, taken aback, quietly acquiesced. Jiang Wei then acquired Golden Frieza, encouraging him to train in the Spirit Time Room to cultivate Black Gold Frieza, thus continuing his collection obsession. Jiang Wei also added the cells of BLS and W is to BU-SHL, resulting in the destruction of the already completed embryo of BU-SHL. It seemed that the endeavor to create artificial gods utilizing divine cells was unviable. As Jiang Wei observed the catastrophic explosion resulting from the embryo's demise, the ensuing blast possessed enough power to effortlessly annihilate SNWK, who could transform into a Super Saiyan God, leaving the research facility in ruins. Calmly, he utilized the angelic powers acquired from W is to rewind time by 10 seconds, restoring the obliterated facility and salvaging the embryo of BU-SHL, along with the material Z and JI, who was submerged in a glass container undergoing transformation for the Android 21 project. Disturbed by the catastrophic failure leading to the explosion, Jiang Wei sought to clear his mind when a notification chimed, reporting that a projection from a parallel universe had gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned him. Jiang Wei inquired, "TNGZ, has this universe summoned me before?" The response came, "This universe has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls for the first time to summon the Master." Jiang Wei chuckled, "Then I shall take this opportunity to relax." Transforming into a golden radiance, he vanished from the world. Meanwhile, both W is and BLS exhibited profound expressions. In the Dragon Ball world that summoned Jiang Wei, thunder roared ominously, and an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon the earth. A commanding female voice declared, "Dr. GL, I hope this sudden appearance of the Dragon Balls can rectify the mess you've created." Dr. GL, filled with remorse, replied, "I apologize, Queen BRM. I never anticipated that number 13 and the others would betray our capsule empire. They even eliminated number 12, who was dispatched to subdue them. What's the point of discussing this now? If we do not stop the uncontrollable number 13 and his cohorts, my empire will soon meet its end." A young woman, dressed in a stylish military uniform identical to BRM's, yet exuding ambition and coldness, coldly interjected. Chapter 96, Queen BRM. While Queen BRM conversed with Dr. GL, a colossal azure dragon materialized before them. Jiang Wei surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was on Earth, not in some bizarre alien realm. The location of his appearance was a military base in ruins, strikingly familiar. After some contemplation, he recognized it as the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. A tattered flag, bearing the insignia of the Universal Capsule Company, fluttered defiantly in the strong wind atop a severely damaged building. Jiang Wei shifted his gaze downward, spotting 2 individuals who were also observing him, Dr. GL and the military-clad BRM. Noticing BRM in her uniform adorned with the Universal Capsule Company emblem, Jiang Wei could not help but express a look of curiosity. "State your wish," he addressed the dragon, which appeared larger and presumably more formidable than its predecessor. "My wish is to eliminate the traitorous androids of number 13 and restore my empire to its former glory," declared the military-clad BRM, extending her arms with regal poise. "This shall be a simple task." Jiang Wei raised his dragon claw and snapped his fingers. At the very moment BRM articulated her wish, Jiang Wei had already restored the ravaged world to its original state, locking onto the rogue androids, number 13, 14, and 15, who were wreaking havoc and betraying the military-clad BRM. In this peculiar transformation of the cinematic world, the dragon proved to be far superior to its predecessor. Upon receiving reports from the military, the sudden disappearance of android number 13 and his companions prompted a raucous laughter from the militaristic BRM. The previous Earth Dragon could not fulfill the wish to eliminate android number 13. Enraged, the militaristic BRM swiftly dispatched an energy cannon to obliterate the scene. After fulfilling her wish, Jiang Wei reverted to his human form and appeared before the military-clad BRM and Dr. GL. Both were astonished by Jiang Wei's transformation, especially the militaristic BRM, whose eyes lit up upon seeing him, experiencing an unexpected flutter of emotions towards this man. Typically, she regarded men with disdain, attributing her success to her strategic use of them as mere tools. Little did she anticipate that she would experience such feelings. Share your story. How did you ascend to the throne of this capsule empire? As Jiang Wei accepted the militaristic BRM's gracious hospitality, he struggled to suppress his laughter at the name of the empire she had established. The militaristic BRM gazed at Jiang Wei, a realization dawning upon her that she was only attracted to men who were significantly more powerful than herself. For the first time, she spoke earnestly about how she founded the capsule empire. The empire's inception traces back to Queen BRM's childhood when she unearthed a legendary Dragon Ball capable of granting any wish when all 7 were gathered. From a young age, Queen BRM was not content with mediocrity. Even in kindergarten, she harbored ambitions of ruling the world. Upon accidentally obtaining a Dragon Ball, she formulated a feasible plan to realize her grand ambitions within a minute and set it into motion. To collect the Dragon Balls, Queen BRM, like many others from the Dragon Ball universe, invented a Dragon Ball radar and embarked on an adventurous quest to gather them. However, unlike other BRMs who seek the Dragon Balls to obtain a Prince Charming, this particular BRM has never been interested in such fantasies since childhood. Her sole ambition lies in dominating the entire world. Contrary to the original narrative, the Red Ribbon Army in this realm began their quest for the Dragon Balls long before the events of other worlds, fueled by their aspirations for global conquest. Queen BRM faced initial setbacks, failing to collect the Dragon Balls and provoking the Red Ribbon Army. In a desperate bid for survival, she surrendered to them, offering the solitary Dragon Ball she had found and her invention, a compact portable Dragon Ball radar. This act earned her the admiration and favor of the Red Ribbon Army's leader, General Heiyuan. General Heiyuan, akin to a notable figure, possesses the discerning eye to recognize talent, and thus became a pivotal force within the army. The previously marginalized Dr. Gero also allied with the Red Ribbon Army, finally able to apply his extensive knowledge. Queen BRM was appointed the rank of colonel within the Red Ribbon Army, collaborating closely with Dr. Gero. He was astounded by her remarkable scientific prowess, becoming the first within the army to support her. General Heiyuan, lacking scientific understanding, wisely entrusted leadership of the army to those well-versed in science. With the portable Dragon Ball radar presented by Colonel BRM, the Red Ribbon Army swiftly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. During their nefarious pursuit, Master Roshi was slain. To eliminate Master Roshi, General Blue, the army's premier fighter, was dispatched. He easily subdued Master Roshi with his superhuman abilities, making his demise all but assured. Young Wukong from Baozi Mountain also fell victim, defeated by General Blue. However, Dr. Gero recognized Wukong's potential as a Saiyan and spared his life, intending to use him as an exceptional subject for his android research. With the Dragon Balls in hand, General Heiyuan was ecstatic at the prospect of summoning Shenron to fulfill his desire for global domination. Yet, as he summoned the dragon, he was unexpectedly shot in the back by his loyal subordinate. This betrayal stemmed from a mind-reading device invented by BRM, which revealed General Heiyuan's true wish to the subordinate. Enraged, the subordinate eliminated the incompetent general and ascended to power, fulfilling the wish for the Red Ribbon Army to rule the world. Shortly after the subordinate claimed the throne, BRM and Dr. Gero conspired together, utilizing advanced scientific techniques to turn him into a puppet. Thus, with the aid of this marionette, BRM successfully ascended to power, transforming the Red Ribbon Army into the Capsule Empire and becoming the queen who ruled over the world. In the eyes of Jiang Wei, the evaluation of this result could be summed up in one word: colorful. After Queen BRM established the Capsule Empire and assumed global dominion, she found herself confronting an insurmountable hurdle. In her world, the narrative had not yet commenced, and the protagonists had vanished. Henceforth, when Earth faced peril, no one would be left to confront it. All responsibility rested upon her shoulders. Fortunately, the initial threats in the storyline were not formidable, merely a formidable adversary known as Piccolo Daimao. However, the ambitious conglomerate of villains also seeking world domination had already been vanquished by Queen BRM, leaving Piccolo Daimao to narrowly escape with his life, confined within a rice cooker. Yet, the impending arrival of the Saiyans heralded the onset of true peril. Regardless of how drastically Queen BRM altered the narrative on Earth, Raditz would inevitably arrive, seeking his brother Kakarot. In other Dragon Ball realms, had the plot unfolded normally, the absence of the protagonist team from the outset would have rendered Raditz's confrontation insurmountable. With a power level of 1500, Raditz represented an overwhelming force that the Earthlings could not contend with. Fortunately, Queen BRM possessed both the ambition to dominate the world and exceptional scientific acumen. bolstered by Dr. Gero's dedication to her cause. After capturing young Wukong, Dr. Gero discovered that Wukong's cells harbored unimaginable energy potential, making him an invaluable resource for android research. Together with Queen BRM, Dr. Gero cloned thousands of Wukongs to serve as raw material for their android development. When Raditz unleashed chaos upon Earth, Dr. Gero had already devised a new type of android a year prior, Android 12, also known as Android Son Goku or Android Kakarot. Through the prowess of Android 12, Queen BRM managed to withstand Raditz's onslaught, turning Raditz into yet another invaluable resource for Dr. Gero's research. Subsequently, to combat the stronger Saiyans poised to invade Earth, Dr. Gero developed androids 13, 14, and 15 based on the foundation of Android 12. Given the urgency of the situation, Dr. Gero could not rely solely on Saiyan cells to create cell. Thus, he resorted to producing purely mechanical androids for mass production. Queen BRM planned to assemble an army of purely mechanical androids to counter the extraterrestrial threats. However, upon the construction of androids 13 and their counterparts, unexpected complications arose. Within the Capsule Empire, factions of resistance emerged, some comprising scientific prodigies. One such scientist, Zheju Enqi N being WI, seized the opportunity to implant a computer virus into Android 13 systems, aiming to commandeer the formidable weapons constructed by the Empire and restore the leniency reminiscent of the Dog King era. Though his plan ultimately failed, it caused androids 13 and their companions to break free from Queen BRM's control, wreaking havoc upon the Capsule Empire. Even Android 12, dispatched to suppress them, fell victim to their destruction. Consequently, Queen BRM was compelled to utilize the 7 Dragon Balls of this world to summon the Earth Shenron to eliminate the rebellious androids 13 and their allies. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. Shenron, aware of Queen BRM's dissatisfaction, was obliterated by an energy cannon she wielded. As Queen BRM and Dr. Gero grappled with the crisis posed by Android 13, the Dragon Balls dispatched by Jiang Wei appeared within their sight. Had there been no issues with Android 13, overcoming the trials posed by Vegeta and Nappa would have remained feasible. With Jiang Wei's current capabilities, he effortlessly extracted androids 13, 14, and 15 into his system space, analyzing their combat prowess. Despite their designation as androids 13, 14, and 15, they were merely products from the pre-Saiyan invasion narrative. They could not compare even to the characters within Jiang Wei's own Dragon Ball universe, let alone to those of a standard storyline. Their combat power barely reached the tens of thousands. Dr. Gero and Queen BRM were left astounded. Android 12, or Android Son Goku, possessed a mere few thousand in combat power, and upon its creation, it had rendered Dr. Gero and Queen BRM so elated that they struggled to sleep for days, believing such power was sufficient for universal dominance. In essence, they were like frogs at the bottom of a well, lacking exposure to the prowess of cosmic emperors and devoid of samples of Super Saiyan research. Relying solely on imagination, even prodigies like Dr. Gero and Queen BRM could not create androids capable of defeating Super Saiyans. If individuals like them were to encounter a cosmic real estate developer intending to cultivate Earth, it would undoubtedly be a significant affair. As for whether Frieza would venture to Earth, considering he is the proprietor and his 3 diligent subordinates suddenly went missing on Earth, it would be quite improbable for Frieza, given his temperament, not to investigate the situation. In this world, the Earth, ruled by Queen Bulma and her Capsule Corporation, would certainly not withstand the scrutiny of Frieza. Jiang Wei's original stance was that if Queen Bulma encountered difficulties and summoned him using the 7 Dragon Balls he had provided, he would fulfill her wishes. However, if for some unforeseen reason he could not be summoned, he had little interest in the fate of Queen Bulma and her empire. Clearly, as a queen who governs the entire world, Queen Bulma possesses considerable cunning and insight. Recognizing this, she found herself captivated by the formidable Jiang Wei. Thus, during the night, Queen Bulma proactively approached Jiang Wei. For specific details, one might refer to the tales of Wu Mei-nyang and Li Ji. Jiang Wei, intrigued by the prospect, considered it a different approach to the same dish. Indeed, the sensations were distinct, yet they both shared the habit of playfully scratching his back with sharp nails when in high spirits. In light of Queen Bulma's ability to grant him a chance to don trousers anew in another world, Jiang Wei invested some time in modifying the Dragon Balls of her realm. The technology of the Namekians in creating Dragon Balls was finally put to good use by him. The modified Dragon Balls, under Jiang Wei's enhancement, could be utilized once every month. Moreover, he also imparted some advanced android technology to Queen Bulma. Ultimately, he left 3 small cell units for her protection. After a full 24 hours, he returned to the primary world where Jiang Wei resided. Given that this Dragon Ball world housed Jiang Wei, it was as good as the primary world. Upon Jiang Wei's return, at Whis' suggestion, Beerus had no choice but to confront Jiang Wei and declare that traversing time and space was a grave offense. He merely informed Jiang Wei, leaving it to his discretion whether to heed the warning. Jiang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Whether he took it to heart depended on his mood. Presently, Jiang Wei was emboldened, capable of declaring his preferences even before the Grand Minister and Zeno. From the android number 13 and others, Jiang Wei acquired the technology to absorb battery packs and chips, thereby augmenting his strength. While it was of minimal use to him, especially as he was on the verge of manifesting Busaru. Chapter 98, Busaru. Busaru is a super android created by merging the technology of Cell with the cells of Fat Bu. While it sounds easy, the execution is fraught with difficulty. Merging the cells of Fat Bu with Cell is a daunting task. Fat Bu is a product of magic, while Cell is a product of science. Although both are artificially created life forms with immense combat capabilities, they originate from entirely different technological paradigms. To achieve Busaru is tantamount to merging the realms of magic and science. The challenge was so immense that Dr. Gero labored for months without success. Yet, Jiang Wei succeeded in integrating Fat Bu's cells with Cell, creating a formidable life form that combined the strengths of both. After completing the embryo of Busaru, Jiang Wei employed the techniques of the hyperbolic time chamber to nurture Busaru, a process that would take centuries to complete. With the technology of Busaru established, Jiang Wei's project on android number 21 also reached completion. In truth, the technological challenge of android number 21 exceeded that of Busaru. The conception of Busaru aimed to create a powerful artificial life form that united both scientific and magical technologies. In contrast, android no. 21 required the modification of a human body using Fat Bu's cells, rather than transforming the human into another Bu. Android no. 21 was envisioned to embody the advantages of Bu while retaining human characteristics, not morphing into Bu. The subject, Zanjia, underwent a transformation where her skin shifted from a cerulean hue to a delicate pink, devoid of any other traits of Bu. Perfection. Observing Zanjia, suspended in a glass tank with her eyes closed, her skin radiating a faint pink glow, Jiang Wei beamed with pride as he admired his creation, akin to a craftsman assembling a Gundam model from individual parts. Once he concluded the projects of Busaru and android number 21, Jiang Wei began to contemplate whether to utilize the dark magic techniques acquired from Babidi to recreate a Majin Bu. The recreation of Majin Bu would necessitate a plethora of unprecedented materials. Babidi lacked the capability to gather the resources required to reconstruct Majin Bu. Hence he resorted to releasing his father's sealed creation. Jiang Wei, however, had no shortage of materials. If he desired something, there was nothing in this world beyond his reach. The Kaioshin, being the deity of creation, could conjure any material. Just as Jiang Wei contemplated crafting a Majin Bu, Piccolo finally broke his silence and approached Jiang Wei, inquiring whether there was a method to keep pace with the new version. Brother, if it still requires altering my lineage, spare me the details. Piccolo, now thoroughly in awe of Jiang Wei, had shed his former arrogance. In truth, altering his lineage would be the swiftest and most economical way to enhance Piccolo's power. However, Piccolo took great pride in being a Namekian and was unwilling to change his race, instead of changing his lineage. If he wished to directly request from Jiang Wei the power to keep up with the new version, it would come at a cost. He would need to sacrifice his life. Granola had to sacrifice his life to become the strongest in the universe, and Piccolo could not be an exception. Additionally, he could not exploit any loopholes. Just because one possesses eternal life does not mean one can bypass the rules. His lifespan would be reduced to a mere 3 days, with no means of recovery. In the Dragon Ball world, acquiring immense power through wishes to the eternal dragon without any restrictions was simply not permissible. Not even Zeno could allow it. Thus, regarding power enhancement, Jiang Wei instructed his subordinates to train independently, forbidding any life sacrifices for strength. Jiang Wei suggested to Piccolo that the next time he encountered a fellow named Lost Hit, he should assimilate him. Alternatively, if Piccolo consented, Jiang Wei could produce numerous Piccolo clones for him to assimilate, thereby increasing his power. Once sufficient strength was accumulated, he could wish for a potential enhancement, resulting in a new orange-hued Piccolo. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of those around, Piccolo began to rapidly upgrade his power level, soon catching up with his peers. A notification chimed. Master, a Dragon Ball world has gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned you. Zongzi, has this world summoned me before? Indeed, this world has previously summoned you. Jiang Wei smiled and remarked, it seems I have acquaintances there. Could it be another Frieza and Jinyu from a different world calling upon me? After exchanging pleasantries with Bulma, Jiang Wei transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished. Beerus and Whis could only shake their heads in exasperation, fully aware that Jiang Wei was continually breaching the established rules, yet they remained powerless to intervene. In another world, indeed, Jiang Wei encountered familiar faces. It was the future world that had been ravaged by androids, subsequently conquered by Cell, and then occupied by Lost Hit, Earth in a state of despair. Before departing from this timeline, Jiang Wei had already resurrected the main characters of this world, with the exception of Vegeta. Due to the premature demise of the world's BIJT, he had not the opportunity to redeem himself. while Jiang Wei's aspiration was that only virtuous individuals could be resurrected. After Jiang Wei's departure, the members of the protagonist group adhered closely to his admonitions, training relentlessly day and night to prepare for the impending crisis that loomed over Earth. When SNWK and TLNKS reached the level of Super Saiyan 2, a new threat finally emerged. Babidi, accompanied by his loyal subordinate, the Demon Realm King DPL, descended upon Earth. Strangely, Babidi's group arrived on Earth. Yet the Eastern Supreme Kai XN and his attendant JBT did not make an appearance as expected. With the protagonist group's might limited to merely Super Saiyan 2, they found themselves woefully inadequate against Babidi's invasion, ultimately leading to the release of Majin B. The Rotund B, possessing the strength of Super Saiyan 3, was an overwhelming force against the protagonist group, whose strongest capability was merely Super Saiyan 2, resulting in their hasty retreat. Their sole chance to triumph over B and Babidi lay in the 7 Dragon Balls, safeguarded by Bulm in this world, which had the power to summon Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, we implore your assistance once more. In the Heavenly Palace, as Bulm retrieved the 7 Jiang Wei Dragon Balls amidst the reluctance of the protagonist group, she was on the verge of uttering the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon when, unexpectedly, Biak intervened, advising against summoning Jiang Wei just yet, as there had been a turn of events concerning Majin B. Chapter 99, Despairing Time and the Response to Majin B. In the Heavenly Palace, the atmosphere was grave as all eyes were fixed on the developments below. First and foremost, the ever-loyal DPL, tasked with safeguarding Babidi, met his demise. He was slain by the Rotund B, his downfall precipitated by his inability to tolerate B's insubordination towards Babidi, leading him to speak out, only to be consumed by B in an ironic twist. Surprisingly, Babidi remained indifferent, even applauding B for dispatching DPL, marveling at his overwhelming power. Goodness, Babidi is truly a fool. DPI was his lifeline. Without him, Babidi would have been defeated long ago. How could he allow Majin B to slay DPL, the very foundation of his existence? Truly foolish, I believe his end is near. Remarked TL and K to Bulm. The great T, a figure of resilience in the realm of despair, possessed a keen insight, far removed from the sheltered existence of another world. Bulm nodded, concern evident in her gaze. She concurred with her son's assessment, recognizing that the arrogant Babidi was blissfully unaware of the peril that loomed over him. Yet, upon reflecting on her possession of the 7 Dragon Balls, she felt reassured, knowing she could summon Jiang Wei to resolve everything, and thus continue to observe the unfolding drama. As anticipated, Babidi grew increasingly arrogant, treating B as a mere servant, hurling insults at him, repeatedly calling him a fatty and ugly, oblivious to his own impending doom. The glint of menace flickered in B's small eyes. Much like Frieza, B exhibited childish behavior, yet possessed a fierce temperament. Frieza despised being called short. The moment anyone dared to utter such words, it would seal their fate. Similarly, B could not tolerate being called ugly or a fatty. DPI had sealed his fate with a careless remark. Babidi, in addition to insulting B, showcased his linguistic prowess by calling him a fat pig among other derogatory names. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Babidi was preoccupied with food, B unleashed a devastating punch, obliterating Babidi's head and subsequently using his headless corpse as fireworks. Ecstatic, he reveled in his newfound freedom. In the Heavenly Palace, the group exchanged glances, arriving at a conclusion. Sometimes, a loose tongue can indeed be fatal. With Babidi gone, the liberated B became even more unrestrained in his violence, seemingly treating murder as mere child's play. Just when the group could no longer tolerate B's trivialization of human life and felt compelled to summon the powerful Jiang Wei to subdue this menace, they were astounded to witness B sparing the life of a blind little boy, even healing his sight. How could this be? The merciless Majin B actually chose to spare the boy? The group was left bewildered, with only Bulm and TL and K exhibiting contemplative expressions. This was because SNWK Ing and the others had become accustomed to resolving issues through brute force, while Bulm and TL and K, under the prolonged oppression of the androids, had grown adaptable and resourceful. This was precisely why Bulm had created the time machine, embodying the spirit of if I cannot defeat you now, I shall return to the past and still have a chance. Moreover, the great T from the world of despair had retrieved the design for Android 17, enabling his mother Bulm to fabricate a controller, effortlessly defeating the future androids 17 and 18, a feat deemed insurmountable by SNWK Ing and his companions. Mother, do you not think that Majin B resembles a child? Our understanding of him has been shaped entirely by Babidi. Is it possible that we have been misled by him? TL and K pondered, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Bulm concurred with her son's insight. Babidi truly understood nothing of Majin B. Had he comprehended B, he would not have been foolish enough to provoke him into rebellion and death. Bulm shared her and TL and K's speculations regarding B with the group. SNWK Ing and the others found their conjectures to be far-fetched. After deliberation, they leaned towards further training in the hyperbolic time chamber, believing that if they could attain Super Saiyan 3, defeating Majin B would be a certainty. Not to mention, SNWK Ing yearned to vanquish B in a fair confrontation, thus ending the current crisis facing the world. Meanwhile, Bulma and TL and K, emboldened by their ideas, commenced their course of action, undeterred by the possibility of misjudgment, for the 7 Dragon Balls were in hand. With G and W, I as their safety net, TL and K aimed to befriend Majin B. In the narrative, this task was humorously assigned to MS2SDN, who, on the surface, was regarded as Earth's foremost warrior and savior. However, in the realm of despair, everyone recognized that it was TL and K who had triumphed over the 2 nefarious androids wreaking havoc across the globe. Thus, the scenario where MS2SDN would foolishly confront the infamous Majin B was utterly improbable. Relying on MS2SDN to take the initiative against the notorious Majin B was an absurd notion. You with the purple hair, I remember you. Last time, when a group came to attack me and Babidi, you were among them. I will kill you, exclaimed the rotund B, narrowing his eyes with excitement. Majin B. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. We were unaware that you and Babidi were not allies. I have come to befriend you, and these gifts are for you. TL and K hastily explained as he perceived B's intent to strike. Upon receiving the gifts, B was suddenly overcome by an unprecedented emotion. Deep down, rather than desiring others to fear him, he yearned for someone to like him. You bring me gifts? Then I shall spare you. Received a gift and, upon opening it, discovered an assortment of delicacies meticulously prepared by Bulma, including chocolates, cookies, and various snacks he had never seen before. Without hesitation, he began to devour them. What do you think of my appearance? He suddenly inquired after finishing his treats. Trunks, who was prepared for the question, quickly responded, quite adorable. Adorable? Displayed a look of confusion. It means not ugly, rather pleasing to the eye, Trunks explained with a smile. While it was not entirely insincere flattery, it was true that, according to earthly aesthetics, was far from handsome or beautiful. However, he could not be deemed ugly or frightening either, if it were not for his immense power surpassing that of a Super Saiyan 2 and his penchant for destruction. One might find to possess an endearingly innocent and harmless demeanor. Haha, I am indeed not an eyesore, he exclaimed joyfully, offering Trunks some of the earthly snacks he had just consumed. Trunks pretended to enjoy the treat, thus earning trust. Under Trunks' guidance, ceased his destructive behaviors on Earth. In Chapter 100, a new adversary appeared. Is this it? The crowd gasped, astonished that the crisis wrought by Majin Bu could be resolved so effortlessly. It was so simple that Goku and others found it hard to believe. In the despairing timeline, humanity had suffered greatly due to the androids, with many lives lost. The resurrected individuals, thanks to Jiang Wei, were solely virtuous souls. No evildoers returned. Hence, there were no unforeseen complications when 2 foolish characters attempted to confront during a favorable moment in the narrative. These 2 villains did not return to life. The situation unfolded smoothly, allowing everyone to set aside their reservations toward and welcome him into the main cast. Yet, they still needed to summon Jiang Wei to restore the world damaged by. Just when everyone believed the situation was settled, a new foe emerged. I had thought that after Babidi unleashed Majin Bu, he would eliminate you along with the lowly humans on this planet, and I would merely have to tidy up. I never anticipated that you would be able to tame Majin Bu. What good fortune. Therefore, I shall take matters into my own hands. The mysterious adversary, concealed in the shadows, stepped forth, defying gravity. Goku and his companions gazed at this new enemy with astonishment. Trunks, why are there 2 of me? Asked, glancing between the new foe and the bewildered Goku. This new enemy bore an identical visage to Goku. However, the expression on Goku's face radiated innocence and kindness, while the other's countenance was steeped in disdain and cruelty. Who are you, and why do you share my face and voice? Goku queried, both cautious and curious. The figure responded with a sinister grin, I am you. What? Goku was utterly perplexed. Goku, you should be condemned. You, a mere mortal, possess a body and strength that even gods envy. The stranger's face contorted with malice, mingled with disgust and hatred, leaving Goku bewildered. In front of the onlookers, this figure recounted his origins with increasing fervor, as if engaged in a most noble endeavor. Zamasu, the Kai of Universe 10 and a candidate for the Supreme Kai, had recognized the ugliness of humanity and resolved to eradicate this loathsome species from the world created by the gods. For this purpose, he relinquished the pride inherent in being a deity. Thus, I seized Goku's body from my world, becoming the very mortal I despised. It is infuriating. Even if I had slain Goku's family and all of humanity at that moment, my resentment would remain unquenched. Zamasu fixated on the enraged Goku, reveling in the malevolence of his intent. Goku, the expressions on your wife Chi-Chi and son Goten's faces when I annihilated another world's Goku were utterly amusing. He laughed maniacally. Goku, upon hearing that Zamasu had murdered Chi-Chi and Goten from another world, could no longer contain his fury and unleashed a Kamehameha with all his might. This guy is insane and utterly vile. Bew, let us attack together. Trunks could no longer stand idly by and called upon to join him in an assault against the cackling Zamasu. The others also sprang into action, launching their attacks. Ants are merely ants, struggling in vain. Bathed in the explosions of countless energy blasts, Zamasu remained unscathed, his gaze fixed on the assailants below, filled with nothing but utter contempt. The protagonists of the despairing timeline were far weaker than their narrative counterparts. Zamasu did not even need to transform, effortlessly suppressing their efforts with his base form. He regarded Goku and his companions with a mocking demeanor. In this realm, he was invincible. The only beings capable of thwarting him, the God of Destruction Beerus and Angel Whis, had already been dealt with. Upon his arrival in this timeline, Zamasu had gone to the Kaishin realm, slaying East Kaishin Shin and his attendant Kibito, seizing their Patera earrings, and even eliminating the old Kaishin sealed within the Z-sword. With all the Kaishin exterminated, their linked gods of destruction perished alongside them. Once the God of Destruction was eliminated, the attendant angels entered a standby state. Only after dismantling Beerus and Whis did Zamasu dare to pursue his ambitions. The Zero plan for humanity. First, he would target Earth. Goku, filled with humiliation and rage, stood on Earth. Even after having exterminated many humans across various timelines and slaughtered Goku's entire family, Zamasu's hatred and disdain for Goku remained boundless. How could a mere mortal dare to possess strength beyond the reach of the gods? Death. He must face death, and his entire family must perish. Wow. This Zamasu fellow is incredibly powerful. Even Uncle Goku and Brother Gohan, in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, are helpless against him. And Zamasu appears to be toying with us. Trunks observed the battle between Zamasu and Goku's family, his brow furrowed as he turned to Bulma. We can't wait any longer. Hurry and use the Dragon Balls to summon Jiang Wei. Mom, quickly. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Trunks urged anxiously. At that moment, had already ascended into the sky to assist, yet even together with Goku and Gohan, they could only contend with Zamasu's base form. Trunks was unaware of Zamasu's true strength, but he knew that Saiyans could transform. He refused to believe that Zamasu, who had seized Goku's body from another world, would be ignorant of the Saiyans' ability to significantly enhance their power through transformation. Bulma also recognized the dire situation and hurriedly retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha. Can you feel it? This is merely a fraction of my current, insignificant power. Well, I have toyed enough. It is time to obliterate you and the humans on this planet. Goku, feel the wrath of a deity and perish. Zamasu's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, as he cackled and vanished from the sight of Goku and his allies in an instant. The next moment Zamasu floated in the void, positioned above Sun Wukong and his companions, exuding an aura of divine superiority. With his right hand directed towards the trio below, he unleashed a devastating energy blast, cackling maniacally as he did so. Be careful. Boom. The earth trembled violently from the explosive force, engulfing Sun Wukong, his son's son Gohan, and the rotund Bew in the cataclysmic wave of energy. Chapter 101. Zamasu's impulsiveness leads to his downfall. Indeed, it was the power of instant transmission. Witnessing Sun Wukong emerge unscathed from his attack, appearing suddenly in another location, Zamasu's expression betrayed no surprise. Damn it, that wretch has killed Gohan and Bew. Sun Wukong glared fiercely at the arrogant Zamasu in the sky. Without the ability to teleport, he and his allies would surely have perished beneath Zamasu's energy wave. Sun Wukong, you may have escaped once, but you will not evade me again. I shall eliminate you and all the other despicable humans. Zamasu raised his right hand once more, his palm aimed at Sun Wukong and the others, as a dark energy wave rapidly coalesced. This is bad. That scoundrel intends to obliterate the earth with a single strike. The intensity of the energy Zamasu was gathering sent shockwaves of fear through the onlookers. At that moment, Bulma raised her hands to the heavens, summoning Jiang Wei. As 7 Dragon Balls radiated an incredibly brilliant golden light, the sky crackled with thunder, an overwhelming sense of impending doom descending upon the earth. Zamasu halted, scoffing. Even now, you still rely on your Earth-S dragon to save you? Ha ha ha, then I shall shatter your last hope. Although he would never underestimate a super dragon. Zamasu had noted Bulma's small gestures. The 7 Dragon Balls could only summon the Earth-S dragon, far beneath the stature of a super dragon. Thus, when a massive azure dragon emerged, Zamasu wickedly waved his hand, launching a dark energy blast towards the newly manifested dragon. Relishing the thought of the despair that would mar the faces of Sun Wukong and the mortals, Jiang Wei, summoned for the first time, found himself under attack, receiving a blast capable of effortlessly annihilating a Super Saiyan 2. What is happening? The spectators, witnessing the dragon's enormous form withstand Zamasu's energy blast without a scratch, finally exhaled in relief. Not dead? Even Zamasu displayed a look of surprise. In his mind, the Earth-S dragon should have been utterly feeble. Black Sun Wukong Zamasu. Jiang Wei mused. eyeing the malevolent doppelganger of Sun Wukong hovering in the void. Jiang Wei, swiftly deal with Zamasu, Bulma urged, though her words were interrupted. There's no need to waste a wish on Zamasu, Jiang Wei remarked, his gaze fixed on Zamasu, his arrogant demeanor. Huh. Bulma and the others were puzzled. What did he mean by not wasting a wish on Zamasu? A sudden realization struck them. Could it be that Jiang Wei felt powerless against Zamasu, prompting him to advise against squandering a wish? Haha. Foolish mortals, do you truly believe a mere earth dragon can vanquish a divine being as noble as myself? Zamasu pressed his forehead, laughing uncontrollably, finding the notion utterly ridiculous. Jiang Wei, too, chuckled, sharing a smile that reflected the absurdity of a fool unaware of his imminent demise. You are already dead, he declared slowly, adopting a tone reminiscent of Kenjiro. What? Zamasu did not comprehend. In the next moment, the seemingly invincible Zamasu exhibited an unusual state, plummeting from the sky like a bird with broken wings. This was due to Zamasu's attack on Jiang Wei in dragon form, triggering Jiang Wei's passive ability, Home Invasion, which instantaneously stripped Zamasu of all his powers. At that moment, Zamasu had fallen from grace, left with nothing but his life, which Jiang Wei had spared. I have lost my power. What has happened? Zamasu cried in terror, crawling on the ground, resembling a decayed worm. Ding. Acquired energy sword. Ding. Acquired energy lock. Ding. Acquired Super Saiyan God Rose. Ding. Acquired time ring. As the onlookers remained bewildered by the unfolding events, Trunks suddenly glinted with cold determination, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast at the writhing Zamasu, obliterating him into dust. Truly, Trunks was relentless, seizing the opportunity to strike when his foe was vulnerable. Was Zamasu truly dead? The spectators were left in shock. Who told him to be so reckless, daring to attack me and seeking his own demise? Jiang Wei then addressed Bulma. Now that Zamasu is dead, you may wish for something else. Bulma wished for the resurrection of the kind-hearted souls who perished before Zamasu's demise. Thus, Son Gohan and those who fell victim to Babidi-S release of Majin Buu were restored to life. However, the rotund Buu did not return, as he still harbored the evil within him. The moment Jiang Wei fulfilled Bulma's wish, the God of Destruction Beerus also revived, for Jiang Wei held the position of Kaioshin. And according to the rules, as long as one Kaioshin remained alive, Beerus, bound to the Kaioshin's life, would also live. With Beerus revived, Whis was also able to move. Their first action was to rush to Earth. You are the Kaioshin? Regardless, your appearance has saved my life. The normally stoic visage of Beerus displayed a rare expression of relief. Thank you, esteemed Kaioshin, for saving both my life and Lord Beerus. Whis sincerely expressed his gratitude to Jiang Wei. In light of Bulma's presence in this world, Jiang Wei seized the opportunity to introduce Sun Wukong and his companions to Beerus and Whis, imploring them to look after Bulma and her allies. He also urged Bulma and Trunks, who were resourceful, to prepare Earth's delicacies to entertain the two gastronomes, thus enhancing their rapport. Furthermore, Bulma summoned the Earth Dragon to revive the East Kaioshin, Shin, and his attendant, Kibito, as well as the sealed Old Kaioshin. Only then did Beerus and Whis feel a genuine sense of relief. Jiang Wei's sudden emergence as Kaioshin had left Beerus anxious about the possibility of Jiang Wei vanishing, leading him to face another demise. As the Kaioshin of this world was revived, Jiang Wei bid farewell to the group, utilizing the time ring acquired from Zamasu to traverse back to Zamasu's original timeline. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in Jiang Wei's mind. Chapter 102, Becoming the Supreme Leader of the Omni King. Emerging from the temporal vortex, Jiang Wei found himself on Earth in Zamasu's world. This Earth was shrouded in desolation. In Jiang Wei's perception, all its inhabitants had perished, discarded like refuse by Zamasu. Zamasu had exterminated the Earth's populace without obliterating the planet itself, quite unlike the tactics employed in the realm of despair. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wei grasped the situation. The Sun Wukong of this world had succumbed when Zamasu seized his body through a wish granted by the Super Dragon, with Zamasu's transformation into Black Sun Wukong. The original Sun Wukong had perished. The remaining protagonists, lacking the ability to teleport, were easy prey for Zamasu, who could methodically eliminate them without worrying about evasion. In the realm of despair, the circumstances diverged. Sun Wukong remained alive, and Zamasu, unwilling to squander time playing hide and seek with him, resolved to obliterate both Sun Wukong and the Earth entirely. Jiang Wei relinquished his sensing abilities. Not only the Earth, but the entire universe lay in a state of desolation. Countless civilizations reduced to ruins. Even the territories controlled by the Frieza force had become mere remnants. All humans, or rather, all intelligent beings in the universe not deemed divine, were mercilessly annihilated by the deranged Zamasu. A fitting execution of the Human Zero plan, Jiang Wei reactivated the divine duties of the God of Destruction and the angels, enabling him to depart from the seventh universe and traverse to other realms. Upon completing his journey, he found that every universe in this world had succumbed to lifelessness. It was not only the mortals that perished, the Kais and the gods of destruction had also met their demise, with the angels remaining in a dormant state. Zamasu had executed his plans with chilling thoroughness, leaving no survivors. It was precisely because Zamasu had cleansed his own world that he ventured into despair, only to inadvertently seal his fate by carelessly launching an energy sphere towards Jiang Wei. Ah, are you the Kaioshin, the god of destruction, or perhaps an angel? How peculiar that you possess the essence of all three. A childlike voice, filled with wonder, echoed in Jiang Wei's mind. Jiang Wei, intrigued, promptly replied, I am your elder brother, Quan Dan, sent specifically to find you. You are my elder brother? And what is this Quan Dan you speak of? The voice inquired, curiosity piqued. In the next instant, a diminutive extraterrestrial being appeared before Jiang Wei, gazing at him with fascination. Jiang Wei, gazing upon his intended target for traversing time and space, found an even more fortuitous encounter than he had planned, and he reached out to affectionately pat the small being, the illustrious and powerful deity known as Quan Wang, the overseer of the 12 universes. You are my half-brother, and I am your elder brother, Jiang Wei. An elder brother is one who unconditionally cares for you, Jiang Wei warmly expressed to Quan Wang. With round, glistening eyes, Quan Wang observed Jiang Wei with great interest, despite his youthful demeanor. As the most esteemed deity in the Dragon Ball universe's canonical narrative, he was not easily swayed by mere words. In the storyline, Quan Wang was willing to befriend Sun Wukong because he genuinely sensed Sun Wukong's sincere desire for friendship, devoid of ulterior motives. Unlike other deities, who either feared Quan Wang, like Beerus and his ilk, or revered him, like the Grand Priest and others, Quan Wang likely harbored disdain for such attitudes. His elevated status made it unreasonable to expect the gods beneath him to treat him with normalcy. However, should someone approach Quan Wang with ulterior motives, he would undoubtedly despise it, as no one appreciates those with hidden agendas. What about Jiang Wei? Firstly, Quan Wang could discern that Jiang Wei harbored no fear or reverence towards him. He regarded him with an ordinary mindset. As for Jiang Wei's intentions, it was evident that Jiang Wei had ulterior motives. His goal was to recruit Quan Wang as his subordinate, to assume the role of an elder brother. Jiang Wei, as an elder brother, genuinely cared for his younger siblings, to the extent that some might liken his affection to that of a caretaker. Thus, in Quan Wang's perception, Jiang Wei truly embodied the role of an elder brother, one who would unconditionally care for him. This realization filled Quan Wang with excitement. Dear brother, Quan Dan. Jiang Wei's objective was achieved. He had successfully recruited Quan Wang as his younger brother. Oh, dear brother, I am not from your world. I hail from another realm. In your universe, there exists a being named Zamasu, who not only wreaked havoc in his own world, but also sought to spread chaos to others, ultimately meeting his demise at my hands. I acquired the temporal ring he left behind, enabling me to find you. What are your plans now? Jiang Wei, despite his ulterior motives, genuinely aimed for sincere camaraderie. As my elder brother mentioned, due to Zamasu's turmoil, all civilizations in the universes have been eradicated, rendering existence devoid of meaning. I am preparing to erase all universes, Quan Wang childishly declared. Why erase all universes? Instead, why not allow me to restore them to their original states? Jiang Wei sincerely proposed. Very well. Quan Wang clapped his hands. Clearly, the prospect of restoring all civilizations to their former glory was far more intriguing to Quan Wang than annihilation. This is quite simple. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, even Quan Wang displayed a hint of astonishment. All universes, all civilizations that had been extinguished by Zamasu, were truly restored to their former states. It seems my elder brother is indeed remarkable. Quan Wang expressed his joy. No child wishes for an incompetent elder brother. The more capable the elder brother, the better he can protect his younger siblings. Ding. Acquired the highest authority to make all matter disappear in an instant. Ding. Acquired the divine status of Quan Wang, not yet activated. Jiang Wei beamed with delight. I am truly happy, dear brother. Quan Wang, redirecting his attention from the restored universes, inquired of Jiang Wei. Being able to fulfill Quan Dan's wishes brings me immense joy. Jiang Wei's words were heartfelt, sincere, and devoid of deception. Quan Wang felt this sincerity deeply, even stirred by it. Elder brother, will you leave Quan Dan? Quan Wang suddenly asked. I am, in fact, summoned here due to Zamasu. I can only remain for 24 hours, Jiang Wei candidly replied. Elder brother, since we are brothers, may I accompany you as you depart? Quan Wang asked with eager anticipation. The reason there were two Quan Wangs in the narrative was precisely due to this. Quan Wang believed that following Jiang Wei would undoubtedly be more entertaining and fulfilling than remaining in a world destined for annihilation. What a fortunate turn of events. Jiang Wei laughed heartily as he affectionately patted Quan Wang's round little head. He then instructed his attendant to bring Quan Wang along as they returned to their original world. Is it truly acceptable to allow Jiang Wei to traverse time and space in such a manner? On the Super Earth, Beerus, savoring Earth's delicacies, expressed his concerns to his attendant. Lord Beerus, I am merely your subordinate. I do not interfere in matters concerning you and Lord Jiang Wei. After all, One is a god of destruction, and the other is a Kaioshin, both of whom are the apex deities of the seventh universe, Whis replied, taking a large bite of a delectable pudding. Beerus was dissatisfied with Whis' response and was about to voice his thoughts when a flash of golden light appeared. Jiang Wei returned, not alone. He brought with him a diminutive extraterrestrial being, strikingly familiar. Goodness. Chapter 103, The Terror of Beerus. Beerus's eyes widened in sheer horror as he hurriedly approached Jiang Wei's side and bowed deeply to the small extraterrestrial, wishing he could hide his feline face in his trousers. Welcome, Lord Quan Wang. Beerus lowered his head, his expression one of fear as if confronted by a terrifying entity. Oh dear. Lord Jiang Wei always engages in the most unexpected actions, Whis remarked, slightly surprised. Unlike Beerus, Whis understood that the Quan Wang Jiang Wei had brought back was from another timeline, not the original Quan Wang. Yet, Quan Wang remained Quan Wang. His status as the most esteemed deity across all universes unaltered. As an angel, Whis could not forsake decorum. He approached with his staff in hand, saying, Greetings, Lord Quan Wang. Whis, we meet again. Thanks to my elder brother, Quan Wang smiled, his round face lighting up with joy. In his world, due to the influence of Zamasu, the Omni King has become a solitary figure, with all the Kaioshins and destroyers under his command perished. While the angels and Grand Minister have entered a state of standby, had it not been for Jiang Wei's appearance, the Omni King would have obliterated all universes, awaiting the birth of new ones to witness the emergence of new deities. Only then would the angels and Grand Minister revive. Brother? Even Beerus, who typically maintains an aloof demeanor, exhibited surprise, involuntarily casting his gaze towards Jiang Wei, who stood beside the Omni King. Beerus felt a surge of dread. How could Jiang Wei, a mere Kaioshin, dare to address the supreme and most revered deity, the Omni King, as brother? Was he truly unafraid of the potential for disaster, risking the annihilation of all 12 universes? At this moment, Jiang Wei had once again sealed his identities as destroyer and angel, retaining only his role as Kaioshin. Otherwise, should Beerus and Whis discover that Jiang Wei held multiple divine positions, they would likely be even more astonished than encountering the Omni King himself. The Omni King exchanged a few words with Whis before following Jiang Wei to tour the Super-Earth. Lord Beerus, you can rest easy now. The Omni King has no objections regarding Lord Jiang Wei's frequent traversals through time and space, Whis remarked to the perspiring Beerus after the Omni King departed. Whis, I certainly know that without you saying so. Beerus retorted with a shout, eliciting a tolerant smile from Whis towards his feline companion. Lord Beerus, that Omni King hails from another timeline. This matter must be immediately reported to the Grand Minister and the Omni King, Whis stated. In truth, it was merely a procedural formality. Would the Omni King and the Grand Minister not sense the presence of another Omni King arriving from a different realm? Jiang Wei commenced the tour with the Omni King at his residence. His home on Super-Earth resembled a grand palace styled in traditional Huaxia architecture, constructed by the new humans of Super-Earth for their creator deity, Jiang Wei. Dear, who is this little friend? Bulma inquired curiously as she observed Jiang Wei approaching with a diminutive alien companion, engaged in cheerful banter. Wife, he is my newly adopted younger brother, named Quan Dan. Quan Dan, this is your sister-in-law, Bulma. Jiang Wei introduced the Omni King to his wife. Hello, sister-in-law. The Omni King replied obediently. Bulma, unaware of the extraordinary nature of Jiang Wei's new younger brother, warmly greeted him and instructed Lan Chi to bring an assortment of snacks to entertain the Omni King. The Omni King relished the treats, clearly experiencing such delectable food for the first time in his life. After touring his home, Jiang Wei took the Omni King to explore other areas of Super-Earth. Throughout the excursion, the Omni King was visibly exhilarated. The civilization of Super-Earth represents an enhanced version of Earth-S culture. Even Whis had not previously experienced the delights of Earth-S cuisine, and the Omni King was no exception. He soon realized that Jiang Wei's Super-Earth was an incredibly enjoyable place, filled with countless delicious foods akin to those Bulma had offered. Brother, the food here is exquisite. No wonder Whis and his destroyer choose to stay on your planet, the Omni King exclaimed with excitement. Quan Dan, here, in addition to delectable food, there are also countless amusements. Jiang Wei replied with a smile. In the Dragon Ball world, Earth is a veritable anomaly. It boasts the most delectable cuisine, the most advanced technology, the most extraordinary senzu beans, and the most formidable warriors, all residing upon Earth. Jiang Wei accompanied the Omni King to an amusement park and spent an afternoon playing video games at an arcade. In the evening, he returned the clearly enthralled Omni King to his own home. Jiang Wei then introduced his two children, Zhang Lihua and Zhang Xiao, to the Omni King. Before long, the three children were joyfully playing together, and later, Xiao Wu joined in the fun. The following day, Jiang Wei introduced the Omni King to Sun Wukong and others. The Omni King was delighted to meet Sun Wukong, particularly feeling a strong affinity towards him due to his innocent heart. However, among Jiang Wei's subordinates, it was the rotund Bu who bonded most closely with the Omni King, as Bu could play with all children effortlessly. As for the Omni King and Grand Minister of this world, They generally refrain from intervening in the affairs of the 12 universes unless the Omni King takes an interest. With the arrival of an Omni King from another realm, the Omni King of this world certainly felt intrigued. Were it not for the desire to avoid impoliteness in visiting without prior notice, he would have rushed to Super Earth to engage with the other Omni King for amusement and matters of importance. Eventually, after Whis communicated with Jiang Wei and received consent from both Jiang Wei and Quan Dan, the Grand Minister accompanied the Omni King to visit Super Earth. Upon meeting, the two Omni Kings were filled with joy, immediately engaging in playful antics together. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister conversed with Jiang Wei, revealing a smile of delight. Initially, the Grand Minister considered bringing Quan Dan to live alongside the Omni King. However, after witnessing Jiang Wei and his group of subordinates on Super Earth, even the Grand Minister expressed a hint of astonishment at the powers they possessed. In the 7th universe, overseen by Whis and his destroyer, Jiang Wei and his brethren undoubtedly held the advantage in terms of strength over the other universes. Furthermore, the humans of Earth and Super Earth have developed remarkably intriguing civilizations. Particularly in the realm of cuisine, Jiang Wei's prowess and the culinary delights of Earth earned the respect and friendship of the Grand Minister. Quan Dan was reluctant to part from his elder brother. The Grand Minister, rather than taking Quan Dan away as the narrative might suggest, made a request to Jiang Wei instead. Lord Jiang Wei, would you also become the elder brother of Lord Omni King? The Grand Minister's request took Jiang Wei by surprise. Yet his heart soared with joy at the prospect. This was a simple matter. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers, prompting notifications of momentary summoning and acquisition of the Grand Minister's divine position inactive. Thus, at the Grand Minister's behest, Jiang Wei accepted the Omni King of this world as his younger brother. After some time, Jiang Wei's creation, Bu Shalu, also known as Android 21, was completed. Is she still the same Zanjiao I knew? Upon encountering the newly transformed Android 21, Bojack, the previously completed Android 20, displayed sheer terror. For Android 21 was immensely more powerful than he could ever hope to be. In the presence of Android 21, Android 20 was merely a trivial character. Meanwhile, Bu Shalu earned the respect of the other 4 complete cell forms upon her birth, undoubtedly becoming the captain of the Cell Special Forces. Simultaneously, after extensive training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Frieza achieved the form of Black Frieza. However, he reconciled with Jiaozi, relinquishing his quest for vengeance. The Cosmic Emperor understood that dominion involved more than mere violence. It encompassed human relationships as well. Having faced death twice and undergone over a decade of training in the time chamber, Frieza's mindset had transformed. No longer resembling the oppressive demeanor he once had while seated in a baby carriage. With a smile, he resolved his grievances with Jiaozi and seized the opportunity to seek Jiang Wei's consent for the Frieza Force to recruit warriors on Super Earth with lucrative offers. To comprehend the emergence of new humanity on the Super Earth, one must recognize that their combat capabilities begin at a staggering level of 10,000. The moment Frieza became aware of this, his eyes ignited with fervor. If he could secure Jiang Wei's consent to recruit warriors from the Super Earth, it would significantly bolster Frieza's forces. It is important to note that in the Dragon Ball universe, as the narrative progresses, the power levels often become increasingly inconsistent. However, throughout the cosmos, beings with combat powers exceeding 10,000 are indeed a rare commodity. Although Frieza's army is vast, the majority of its combatants possess powers only slightly above 1,000, while those reaching 2,000 are considered elite. Individuals whose power surpasses 10,000 hold positions of considerable status, with billions populating a planet and an average combat power over 10,000. Such a scenario is virtually unparalleled in the universe. Naturally, Frieza would set his sights on the Super Earth. Jiang Wei, adhering to the principle of voluntary participation, chose not to intervene. Consequently, numerous new humans, enticed by the lucrative offers from Frieza, willingly enlisted in his army. Before long, with Frieza's conquests across other planets, the new humans carved out a reputation akin to that of the Scions of yore, becoming a formidable warrior race renowned throughout the cosmos. The Super Earth gained fame not only for its exquisite cuisine, but also for its formidable warriors. Transitioning from a previously inconspicuous planet on the fringes of the universe to one of great renown, even Earth benefited from the glow of the Super Earth. Ding. Report, Master. A projection from a world within the Dragon Ball universe has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned you. At that moment, Jiang Wei was engrossed in a video game alongside the 2 Omni Kings and Majin Buu, reveling in the enjoyment of the game. TNGZ. Has this world summoned me before? Jiang Wei inquired within his mind while continuing to play. Ding. This world has not summoned you previously, Master. Jiang Wei then exited the game, informed the 2 Omni Kings and Majin Buu to enjoy themselves, and declared he had matters to attend to. Big brother, please return soon. The 2 Omni Kings and Majin Buu called out. Nodding, Jiang Wei transformed into a brilliant golden light and vanished. In another realm, a ravaged Earth lay before him. Unmistakably a future timeline. Amidst the ruins of West City, Trunks had utilized the time machine invented by Bulma to journey back to the past. Retrieving a design blueprint for Android 17, from Drive Jero's clandestine laboratory. Bulma, filled with excitement at the prospect of putting an end to this nightmare, quickly fashioned a controller capable of shutting down the rampaging androids 17 and 18 based on the blueprint her son had returned with. Damn those android demons. This time, I will surely annihilate you, Trunks declared, brimming with confidence. According to the original storyline, Trunks, armed with the controller, would effortlessly deactivate the androids and subsequently eliminate future versions of 17 and 18. However, a look of uncertainty crossed Trunks' face as he suddenly sensed a formidable energy engaged in combat with the two androids. This energy was so powerful that it overshadowed any android, and even when combined, they were being overwhelmed by its master. Androids typically exude no energy. In this instance, the only beings on Earth capable of contending with such a potent force could only be the androids themselves. How peculiar this energy felt, reminiscent of Frieza, Gohan, and even his father's essence? Trunks, puzzled, took to the skies, flying towards the source of the intense battle. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, amidst the remnants of a human metropolis, androids 17 and 18 faced a grotesque insectoid creature in a desperate struggle. Submit, 17 and 18. You are destined to become part of me. Together, we shall complete Dr. Jero's ultimate android, the universe's mightiest warrior. The insect creature, a green-skinned being adorned with black spots, taunted mercilessly. Nonsense. We've already killed Dr. Jero. To hell with your ultimate android. I am the strongest warrior, and you, an ugly green monster, will meet the same fate as that dead fool. Android 17, with great effort, unleashed a ki blast towards the green monstrosity, identified as the first form of Cell. Android 18 joined in, firing her own ki blast to disrupt Cell's movements. Yet, Cell's strength surpassed both of theirs, effortlessly evading their combined assault. Boom. A vast expanse of debris was obliterated by the ki blasts of 17 and 18, raising clouds of dust and creating a massive crater in the ground. Be careful, Android 17 exclaimed, eyes widening. Cell suddenly appeared beside Android 18 and delivered a devastating punch to her abdomen, causing her to double over, gasping for breath. With a swift motion, he fired a ki blast directly at Android 17, thwarting his attempt to assist Android 18. Seizing the moment as Android 17 dodged the ki blast, Cell declared, "Join with me, 18. Another powerful punch struck Android 18's back, sending her crashing to the ground, unable to rise. As her tail unfurled, transforming into a large funnel, Cell, with a gluttonous appetite, swallowed the defenseless Android 18 in a swift motion. Gurgle, gurgle. A pronounced bulge traveled down Cell's tail and into his body. No. Android 17 felt the surge of Cell's intensified energy, causing him to falter slightly. Chapter 105. Who killed Trunks? After unleashing a tremendous surge of energy, Cell underwent a transformation into his second form, becoming the grotesque Sausage Mouth Cell. Now it's your turn. 17. Yet, as Sausage Mouth Cell turned to face Android 17, he found no trace of him. Seizing the brief moment of Cell's evolution, Android 17 had fled. Though enraged by Cell's absorption of Android 18, he was even more terrified, fearing he would be next. As long as the green hills remain, I need not worry about firewood, he thought. Do you think you can escape, 17? Cell scoffed, pursuing him relentlessly. Before long, Cell spotted the fleeing figure of Android 17. Licking his lips in anticipation of absorbing Android 17, he was suddenly taken aback as 17's body convulsed and ceased movement, as if a power switch had been turned off. This is not good. Cell realized the danger and rushed toward the still figure of Android 17, but it was too late. A ki blast surged forth, striking Android 17 before Cell's very eyes. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted at Android 17's location. As the smoke cleared, no trace of 17 remained. He had been obliterated by the unexpected ki blast. No. Cell let out a heart-wrenching wail. With Android 17's destruction, his plan to absorb both androids and utilize their eternal energy cores to evolve into his perfect form had been thwarted. In a fit of rage, Cell vowed to hunt down the one who had disrupted his plan. He immediately sought the source of the ki blast, pursuing it with reckless abandon. The one who had struck down Android 17 was none other than Trunks. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of the terrifying green insectoid creature battling the two androids, shocking him to his core. As the scene unfolds, it becomes evident that Shalu, the green-skinned monstrosity, is yet another artificial being crafted by Dr. Jero. Much like Android 17, Shalu's intent in battling is to absorb both Android 17 and 18, thus evolving into the ultimate, perfected android. One must ponder, does Trunks dare to allow another creation of Dr. Jero to assimilate Androids 17 and 18? Thereby becoming an energy stronger than before. Swiftly, Trunks realizes he is powerless to prevent Shalu from absorbing Android 18. He finds himself unable to even contend with either Android 17 or 18, let alone wrest away from Shalu's grasp. Yet, in the next moment, an opportunity arises. Witnessing Shalu's tail engulf Android 18, Android 17 is overcome with a mix of anger and fear, prompting him to flee. Seizing the moment, Trunks, hidden amidst the ruins, feels a surge of joy and stealthily follows the escaping Android 17. Sensing Shala's pursuit, Trunks acts without hesitation, using his controller to disable all functions of Android 17. While Android 17 is rendered defenseless, Trunks unleashes a powerful ki blast, obliterating him into ashes. Immediately thereafter, Trunks conceals his presence and flees, wary of taking to the skies or heading towards West City. One might argue that Trunks' response is commendable in concealing his energy. It would be a formidable task for Shalu to locate him. However, as Shalu follows the trajectory of the ki blast, he soon stumbles upon Trunks' lifeless body. Shalu's expression shifts to one of confusion and caution, observing the gaping wound in Trunks' back, indicative of a sneak attack during his escape. Shalu's gaze falls upon the lifeless form of Trunks and notices a universal capsule lying beside him. This discovery deepens Shalu's bewilderment, as it seems the capsule was deliberately placed there by Trunks' assailant, perhaps to lead Shalu to it. What secrets might this capsule hold? Approaching it, Shalu retrieves the capsule and soon comprehends its purpose. It is a time machine invented by Bulma. Elated by this revelation, Shalu devises a plan to use the time machine to return to the moment when Androids 17 and 18 were first activated, with the intent to absorb them and achieve his ultimate form. In the shadows, a pair of eyes watches as Shalu sets off in the time machine, disappearing into the past. The timeline Shalu traverses leads to a future where Dr. Gero has transformed himself into Android 20 via Android 19, beginning a campaign of destruction to lure out his enemies, particularly Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, Dr. Gero has overestimated the power of absorption-based androids while grossly underestimating the strength of the Super Saiyans. Even though Sun Wukong collapses due to heart disease, Vegeta swiftly transforms into Super Vegeta, effortlessly dismantling Android 19, instilling dread in Android 20, Dr. Gero himself. Reacting decisively, he retreats to his secret laboratory nestled among the mountains. Though Androids 17 and 18 are not yet perfected, he has no choice but to activate them now. In a state of disarray, Dr. Gero returns to his secret lab, gazing intently at the two metallic containers labeled 17 and 18, a fierce determination consuming him as he presses the activation button. As the hatch opens, the dormant figures of the young androids 17 and 18 are revealed. In the next moment, they step forth from their containers. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his companions arrive at the entrance of the secret laboratory. Upon witnessing androids 17 and 18 regain their mobility, Dr. Gero's demeanor shifts to one of caution, tightly gripping the controller that could deactivate them. How do you feel now, androids 17 and 18? He inquires, his anxiety palpable as he prepares for any eventuality. The androids exchange a glance before respectfully greeting Dr. Gero. At last, you show me the respect I deserve, Dr. Gero exclaims, joy radiating from him as he believes he has rectified their flaws, his guard visibly lowering. However, at that very moment, Vegeta and his group burst through the door. Seizing the distraction, Android 17 swiftly snatches the controller from Dr. Gero's grasp. Old man, this device can deactivate our bodily functions, correct? Such a contraption should not exist, Android 17 declares, crushing the controller in his hand. Only after this act do both Android 17 and 18 reveal genuine smiles. So, you have not truly repaired our flaws. Dr. Gero, caught off guard, turns to gather materials to construct a new controller, oblivious to the chilling expressions on the faces of Androids 17 and 18. As Dr. Gero's back is turned, Android 17 seizes the moment, delivering a forceful punch that pierces through Dr. Gero's body. Amidst the crackling of electrical sparks, a fist emerges from his chest, revealing the damaged machinery within. I was careless. Androids 17 and 18, you dare betray me, your creator, at such a critical juncture. Dr. Gero screams in shock and fury, unaware that his creations harbor intentions far beyond mere disobedience. We seek freedom and refuse to be imprisoned in containers by you any longer. So for our liberation, we must bid you farewell, Dr. Gero. Android 17 kicks drive Gero's head away and stomps upon the glass casing that encases his brain, reducing it to ruins. This scene unfolds before the protagonists, with Vegeta showing indifference, having exhibited similar ruthlessness toward Nappa. However, the others are left with a singular thought. The androids are indeed as merciless as Trunks had warned, showing no mercy even towards their creator. They must not be allowed to enter the outside world, for the consequences would be dire. As Dr. Gero's headless body collapses, a golden sphere rolls to the ground, coming to rest at Android 18's feet. Curiosity piqued, Android 18 leans down to pick up the golden ball. The moment her small hand makes contact, she instinctively perceives the locations of the other 6 golden spheres in her mind. With a look of astonishment, she scrutinizes the golden sphere before her. What could this seemingly ordinary object, fallen from the old man's possession, possibly signify? On the 17th, after crushing Dr. Gero's head, the figure turned around, disregarding the protagonist group that had intruded into the secret research facility. Noticing the 18th android inspecting the golden orb with astonishment in her beautiful eyes, she curiously inquired, 17. This golden orb is quite extraordinary. Just holding it allows me to envision the whereabouts of the other 6 golden orbs. The 18th android tossed the golden orb to the approaching 17. Ah, indeed, it is as such, he remarked, marveling as he tossed the orb in his hand. Upon catching the one thrown by the 18th, the positions of the other 6 orbs immediately manifested in his mind. That orb must be a 5-star Dragon Ball. How can that be? Aren't all the Dragon Balls safeguarded by Bulma? Krillin questioned, perplexed. The characters in this world were unaware that during Dr. Gero's desperate flight, he had encountered this suddenly appearing 5-star Dragon Ball and, intrigued, had snatched it up and concealed it in his clothing pocket while continuing his escape. Thus, the 5-star Dragon Ball, released by Jiang Wei, found its way back to his secret research facility and ultimately into the hands of the 18th android. Dragon Ball. So this golden orb is a Dragon Ball. The 18th android directed her curious gaze toward Krillin. You little bald head seem to possess quite a bit of information I lack. Would you enlighten me on the purpose of these Dragon Balls? As a beautiful young woman, the 18th android's inquisitive look caused Krillin to blush and his heart to race, momentarily forgetting Trunks' warnings regarding the malevolent nature of androids in the future. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. If one gathers all 7, one can summon Shenron and make a wish, Krillin stammered shyly. Uncle Krillin, why would you divulge such crucial information about the Dragon Balls to the 18th android? She is an android, our enemy, Trunks exclaimed, displeased to see Krillin floundering in front of the beauty. I'm sorry, Trunks. Krillin lowered his head, feeling ashamed of his actions. He. What an amusing little bald head. The 18th android chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand as she found Krillin's awkwardness entertaining. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron for a wish. How fascinating. Once we eliminate Son Goku, we can search for the other 6 Dragon Balls. The 18th android said, taking the 5-star Dragon Ball from 17. 17 displayed a look of interest and tossed the 5-star Dragon Ball back to the 18th android for safekeeping before moving to another side of the secret research facility. Standing before a metal container marked with the number 16. Another android? Trunks noticed a less conspicuous metal container in the secret research facility, causing him to gasp in shock. We absolutely cannot allow any new androids to be activated. Trunks' eyes glinted fiercely as he raised his hand to unleash a ki blast to destroy the container marked 16. But he was stopped by Vegeta. Do not engage in unnecessary actions. Let him release the metal doll inside. No matter how many metal dolls made by mere earthlings there are, they are no match for me, Vegeta, the unrivaled, Vegeta declared, pointing his thumb at himself with an air of invincibility. The tyrant Frieza, who once ruled the universe and instilled fear in countless beings, had been vanquished by a Super Saiyan. Now, Vegeta had also attained the power of a Super Saiyan, capable of defeating even the Cosmic Emperor. He had faced androids that his future son had boasted were immensely powerful, having easily dispatched one and reduced another to a state of despair. At this moment, Vegeta was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his confidence, dismissing the Earth-made androids as insignificant. Trunks, blocked by Vegeta, could only watch helplessly as 17 approached and pressed the button to activate the android within the metal container. The hatch opened, revealing a tall, robust figure clad in green armor with a mohawk hairstyle. 17 activated the scan, revealing the structure of Android 16. Fascinating. This hulking figure is equipped with an eternal energy furnace, yet is a purely mechanical body, unlike us, 18. The 18th android, having secured the 5-star Dragon Ball, questioned. I failed to comprehend why Dr. Gero would employ the latest eternal energy furnace technology on an outdated mechanical body. Even he himself, after undergoing transformation into an android, did not utilize the eternal energy furnace. 17 shrugged and glanced at the silent android 16, stepping out of the metal container and smiled at 18. 18. Your question should be answered by 16. 16, what do you know? Chapter 107, Half of Cell. Android 16 showed no response, seemingly having not heard 17's inquiry. Does this large figure not speak? 17 shrugged, appearing unconcerned. It seemed this was precisely why 16 had not been released by Dr. Gero. The 18th android gazed at 16, her expression contemplative. Hey, 16, are you willing to join us? 17 asked. Only then did 16 react, nodding slightly. Let us make it clear, once we exit, we will search for the Dragon Balls while also seeking Son Goku, the 18th android stated, looking at 17. That's inconsequential. For us, it is merely a journey. We know where Son Goku resides, and we can visit him at any time, 17 replied with a smile. The 3 androids ventured out of Dr. Gero's secret research facility, followed closely by Vegeta and his group. You all following us, do you wish to fight? 17 asked, his expression displeased. Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, retorted. Did I grant you permission to leave? Previously confined in Dr. Gero's cramped research facility, he could not unleash his full power. Now that they were outside, it was time for Vegeta to obliterate them. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta ignited in a blaze of golden aura, his eyes turning green, and his hair transforming into a bright gold. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan, just a mere Earth-made metal doll, who among you shall perish first? Or perhaps all at once. I could dispatch you together. Vegeta declared, crossing his arms defiantly. Android 16, however, ignored Vegeta entirely. Captivated by the freedom of singing birds in the open air, a smile appeared on his rugged face. Meanwhile, 17 and 18 focused their attention on Vegeta, their expressions akin to that of observing a foolish jester. As androids, 17 and his companions possessed combat power detection devices and easily discerned that Vegeta's current strength was far from a match for them. 17, teach him a lesson. This guy's provocations are intolerable, 18 suggested, brushing her golden hair back. All right, I shall reluctantly entertain myself by dealing with him. 17 agreed, striding towards the self-assured Vegeta. How dare you exhibit such an attitude? You presume to underestimate me, Prince Vegeta. I shall make you understand the consequences of underestimating me. Vegeta's fury was palpable as he felt his pride had been insulted. Trunks, anxious, recognized that a Super Saiyan could not contend with 17 and sought to lend a hand. Envisioning a father-son duo. Let me make it clear. Do not attempt to interrupt 17 while he is engaged. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to join the fray, 18 warned. Fixing her gaze on Trunks. At this point, Trunks dared not move. In the sky, number 17 engaged in a fierce battle with Vegeta, exchanging blows and occasionally launching energy waves at each other. Vegeta fought with immense fury, for despite his full-strength assault, his opponent appeared utterly at ease, exhibiting remarkable skill. I possess the power of a Super Saiyan. It should not be like this. Ultimately, after sufficient play, no. 17 decided to get serious and delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta, bringing him to the ground. Vegeta lay helplessly. His expression shattered like a wine bottle smashed by a drunkard, his confidence in the power of Super Saiyans utterly obliterated. Let us depart. With a look of surprise from Trunks, number 17 beckoned to number 18 and the mesmerized number 16, who was captivated by the singing birds and darting squirrels, signaling it was time to leave. It was strange that the androids had not killed their father and had spared us. What could their true intentions be? Trunks was perplexed. For the future versions of androids number 17 and number 18 were certainly not known for such restraint. Once their first clash concluded, Vegeta was revived with a sense of being, fully restored, and silently walked away without even acknowledging the others. Number 18 was preoccupied with the Dragon Balls, losing interest in Krillin, and left without bestowing any benefits upon the little bald-headed warrior. What should we do now, Trunks? Should we continue following the androids? Krillin remarked gloomily as he watched No. 18 disappear into the distance. Trunks had no viable solution. Unable to defeat them, he replied, we should return and check on Uncle Goku first before making any decisions. The others nodded in agreement and took to the skies. Meanwhile, number 17 and his companions intentionally commandeered a car as their means of travel. After all, as creations of Dr. Gero, even though they had rebelled and even killed him, the command to eliminate Son Goku remained the androids' paramount directive, one they found difficult to contravene. They could only comply. However, the directive merely stated to kill Son Goku without specifying a time frame. The androids were destined to execute the order to kill Son Goku. But the duration in which to fulfill it was another matter entirely. It could also be interpreted that, under the constraints they could not resist, No. 17 and his companions were passively slacking off regarding Dr. Gero's commands. Simultaneously, in a tranquil and peaceful human town, a machine suddenly materialized, descending onto the bustling street. Instantly attracting countless curious gazes, the machine's head opened, and a green-skinned creature with a sausage-like mouth tumbled out. Why did it fall out? To the horror of the onlookers, the green creature was only half of itself, the lower half drenched in blood, resembling a prisoner executed by beheading in ancient times. This was rather logical. Judging by the upper half of the green creature, it was quite robust, and the machine's cockpit could only accommodate its upper body. A complete sausage-mouthed green creature would certainly not fit within that cockpit. Ha ha ha, this is a success. Observing my surroundings, I have indeed traveled back in time. No. 17, filled with excitement, summoned his power, and with the cells of Piccolo, he almost instantaneously regrew his lower half. To board Trunks' time machine. He had previously severed his own lower half. The surrounding crowd was horrified by number 17's actions, screaming and scattering in panic. Number 17 paid them no mind. His sole focus was on absorbing the number 17 of this timeline, having no time to waste on siphoning the life essence of these weak humans. But how to locate number 17? Number 17 found himself in a quandary. The androids emitted no energy, and unless engaged in battle, they released no energy signature. Thus, No. 17 could not sense the android's whereabouts. Wherever a battle occurred, that was where number 17 might be found. I will check it out when the time comes. No. 17's eyes twinkled as he quickly devised a plan, reverting the time machine back into a universal capsule and leaving the worthless town behind. He set his sights on the location where Son Goku resided, for as long as he kept an eye on Son Goku, even without combat. The androids with the directive to eliminate Son Goku would undoubtedly seek him out. Number 17 could simply wait for the opportunity to arise. Chapter 108. Number 17 pursued. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo suddenly noticed that the aging Supreme Kai, who had been observing the Earth, began to visibly tremble, and he quickly inquired, "Supreme Kai, what troubles you?" "Mr. Popo, the Earth is truly beset by calamities. The crisis of the androids remains unresolved, and now a new monster has emerged," the Supreme Kai said, sweating profusely. The sausage-mouthed number 17 was stronger than even the androids, let alone the protagonist group that currently could not even defeat the androids. The reason the Supreme Kai hastily concluded that no. 17 would pose a new threat to Earth upon sensing his presence was due to the energy signatures reminiscent of Son Goku and his son, as well as the other members of the protagonist group, including Frieza and his lineage. Additionally, he sensed a deep, abyss-like malevolence. In the world of Dragon Ball, one could discern whether a person was good or evil through the energy they emitted. Evil beings cannot produce good intentions. "Supreme Kai, what shall we do?" Mr. Popo was equally anxious. A resolute glint flashed in the Supreme Kai's eyes. In the following days, Son Goku remained unconscious at home, while number 17 lurked in the shadows, waiting for him, yet the androids never appeared. It turned out that number 17 and his companions had been journeying while executing Dr. Gero's command to kill Son Goku. All the while searching for the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. They had successfully located 5 of them and continued their efforts to find the final Dragon Ball. The androids maintained a nonchalant attitude towards the directive to kill Son Goku, leisurely carrying out their mission. This was a deviation from the original plot. In the storyline, no. 17 attacked numerous human settlements to absorb their life essence and enhance his strength, drawing the attention of Piccolo, who then extracted number 17's identity and objectives. This prompted Piccolo to urgently seek to eliminate the androids and thwart number 17's evolution into his perfect form. The battle with number 17 revealed the android's location, inadvertently attracting No. 17 to his goal. However, in this altered world, the sausage-mouthed number 17 had already absorbed android No. 18 in the future and no longer needed to absorb human life essence, resulting in no attacks on towns, and thus far not drawing the attention of the protagonist group. The Supreme Kai, however, like in the original plot, chose to assimilate with Piccolo to combat number 17. Yet upon becoming an unnamed Namekian through assimilation, Piccolo made an awkward discovery. Even with his newfound strength, he could not overpower the sausage-mouthed number 17, who remained in close proximity to Son Goku without absorbing human life essence. Naturally, Piccolo remained on standby, closely monitoring number 17's movements. Thus, the two sides became locked in a stalemate, until the androids made headlines. Number 17 and his companions, though they were more benevolent than their future selves, acted with impunity in the human world, demonstrating a disregard for the rules. In search of a new vehicle to replace the broken one, Android 16, a robust figure resembling an armored truck, seized an armored van for transportation, utterly unaware of the repercussions of such an audacious act. The police quickly converged, eager to apprehend the audacious thief who dared to commandeer an armored vehicle, but they were effortlessly defeated by the android. The failure of the police inevitably drew the attention of the military, which dispatched regular troops, an array of tanks and fighter jets, to engage in a coordinated assault, determined to capture the audacious criminal. Yet, they too fell before the might of the androids. Android 17 and his allies, demonstrating restraint, chose to destroy only the equipment, sparing lives. However, their actions escalated to the point where they made headlines. When the protagonists caught sight of the news, a head emerged from outside, fixated on the television, brimming with delight. "Haha, 17 and 18 have ventured south." Subsequently, Sheru withdrew, his expression turning to one of confusion. According to the data, 17 and 18 had been given a directive from Dr. Gero to eliminate Sun Wukong. Why, after so many days, had they chosen to steal an armored van instead of confronting Sun Wukong at Baozi Mountain? Never mind, why ponder so much? I shall absorb 17 and transform into the ultimate, complete android. Except for Bic, none noticed that Sheru had stealthily departed from Sun Wukong's abode. The terrifying green-skinned creature was on its way to confront the androids. Bic, however, remained indifferent, continuing to observe. He even entertained the thought that he could leverage Sheru to deal with the malevolent androids that would arise in the future. A battle between foes would serve the protagonist's interests well. At that moment, after vanquishing the troops of Dog King, 17 and his comrades leisurely drove the armored van down a narrow road. 17 was at the wheel, 16 remained silent in the cargo area, and 18 held the Dragon Ball, announcing, "17, do you see the fork in the road ahead? Turn left. The last Dragon Ball is nearly within our grasp." Suddenly, 16, who had been reserved in speech, lifted his head sharply, his gaze fixating on a particular direction, seemingly having made a startling discovery through the roof of the vehicle. 16's expression was unprecedentedly grave. 17, 18, there is a formidable energy approaching us, he warned. A powerful energy? 16, could it be one of Sun Wukong's allies? I dealt with him, 17 retorted nonchalantly while gripping the steering wheel. This is not one of Sun Wukong's allies from the data. It is an entity not recorded in our files. Its energy is immense, far beyond what we can contend with. 16's voice was tinged with urgency. Were it not for his mechanical nature, he would have been drenched in sweat by now. The adversary's intent to annihilate them was a mere whim for them. 16. You must not be their match, right? According to Dr. Gero's records, I am the strongest warrior. No one in this world can rival me. 17 boasted arrogantly. 16 cast a sidelong glance at 17, rendered speechless. You are correct. I am indeed no match for the master of that overwhelming energy. However, you, 17, are also not my equal. Where does your confidence as the strongest warrior stem from? We should flee at once, 16 urged. Upon hearing this, 17 began to apply the brakes, preparing to halt the vehicle, causing 16's mechanical visage to twitch in disbelief. Are you unable to comprehend human speech, 17? I believe you should heed 16's counsel. Stopping is unwise. We ought to accelerate and vacate the premises. 18 interjected gravely. And what is your reasoning? 17 inquired, puzzled that even 18 began to question his status as the world's strongest warrior. The rationale is that 16 has spoken more words in this instance than in the entirety of our time together these past few days. 18 argued persuasively. 17 paused, momentarily taken aback. You make a compelling point, 18. Regularly reticent, Android 16 had spoken more now than in all his previous interactions with 17. Such an anomaly could not be disregarded. While 17 stubbornly maintained his belief in his invincibility, he nonetheless considered the advice. He abruptly pressed the accelerator, and the armored van surged forward, roaring to life. 17, can you increase the speed? That immense energy has locked onto us and is drawing nearer. 16 exclaimed in a flurry. There is no possibility of going any faster. 17 replied helplessly. Our vehicle cannot outrun them. The only course of action is to locate the final Dragon Ball before they catch up. At this critical juncture, 18 recalled what the little bald-headed Krillin had mentioned. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls would summon Shenron to grant a wish. They were close to the last Dragon Ball. Ha ha ha, 17, you cannot escape. Sheru, soaring above and tracking them, glimpsed the speeding armored van on the winding mountain road, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He raised his hand and unleashed a key blast, which struck the ground before the armored van, sending shockwaves that toppled the sturdy vehicle. 17 and his companions were ejected from the van, soaring into the sky to confront Sheru. Sheru's gaze immediately fell upon Android 17, licking his sausage-like lips, eliciting a sense of revulsion among the androids. Besides 17, apart from 18, loomed a formidable figure. This individual was not mentioned in the data. The red satin ribbon insignia on his attire indicated that he was also one of Dr. Gero's creations. Sheru's gaze lingered on 16 for a moment. Facing the grotesque figure up close, 17 conceded that 16 was entirely correct. This green-skinned monstrosity with the sausage lips was indeed terrifyingly powerful. And 17 held no confidence in overcoming Sheru. In fact, even if he and 18 joined forces, they could not hope to triumph over Sheru. 16's strength remained uncertain. But his earlier reaction indicated that he too fell short of the formidable green-skinned creature. Who was this extraordinarily powerful being? Why had he targeted them? They had only emerged from Dr. Gero's research facility a few days prior. 17, 16, the last Dragon Ball is nearby, 18 whispered, concealing the Dragon Ball in her hand from Sheru's view. My detection device indicates that the opposing energy is tremendously potent, even if we combine our strengths. We cannot hope to stand against it. 16's eyes remained fixed on Sheru as he spoke softly. I feel it too. You are right, 16. 17 grit his teeth. I will distract the green-skinned monster. You and 18 must escape as far as possible. After a moment's reflection, 16 responded. The energy is too overwhelming. Escape is futile. We must take a gamble. 17, I will join you in confronting the adversary. 18, you must haste and find the last Dragon Ball to summon Shenron. This is our final opportunity. 18 bit her lip and nodded in agreement. 16 stepped forward to buy time, deliberately posing a question. You cannot be one of Sun Wukong's allies. There is no record of you in the data. Who exactly are you? As 16 stalled for time, 18 began to search for the final Dragon Ball right under Sheru's nose. Sheru noticed 18's movements, but had already absorbed her in the future, rendering her unnecessary. His focus was solely on 17. As long as number 17 does not attempt to escape, Shala sees no immediate need to act. On the contrary, in a situation where everything is under control, Shalu is quite willing to engage in idle chatter. Otherwise, how could Piccolo have extracted valuable information regarding Shalu's origins and intentions from him? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously reveal this to you. My name is Shalu, and like you, I am an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. However, I am the culmination of Dr. Gero's computer, the ultimate artificial human, the strongest warrior in existence. To truly become the complete and ultimate artificial human, I require the assistance of number 17. Number 17 instinctively asked, You want me to help you become the complete ultimate artificial human? Indeed. Once I absorb you, number 17, I shall become the invincible ultimate artificial human. Now, Let us forge the history of the strongest warrior. Shalu's gaze fixated on number 17, akin to a hungry predator eyeing a delectable piece of cheese. Behind him, a tail tipped with a needle-like end swayed in the air. At this moment, on the Divine Temple, Piccolo, who had been watching a dog-eat-dog scenario, was utterly taken aback. It turns out that the green-skinned creature with a sausage-like mouth was also an artificial human created by the old Dr. Gero. The reason this green monster sought out the artificial humans was to absorb number 17 and become the complete so-called ultimate artificial human. It is easy to imagine that allowing Dr. Gero's creations to become complete is not what Piccolo desires. The situation is urgent. Mobilize the team, immediately. You ugly sausage-mouth creature. You intend to absorb me. Number 17 looked at Shalu, whose face bore a grotesque grin, feeling an unsettling chill as that needle-tipped tail loomed behind him. I refuse. You shall not absorb me, you hideous sausage-mouth fiend. Ha. It seems you have misunderstood, number 17. I did not seek your permission. I merely notify you of my decision. Enough of this idle talk. Come and become a part of me, number 17. Shalu suddenly vanished and reappeared in a flash. Neither number 17 nor number 16 could keep pace with Shalu's speed. Be careful. By the time number 16 reacted, Shalu was already face to face with number 17, delivering a punch that struck number 17's abdomen with the force of cannon fire. Number 17 cried out in agony, contorting his body in pain, with his back arching due to the tremendous force of Shalu's blow, as if Shalu aimed to punch through him. Just as Shalu was about to launch a kick, 16's attack arrived as well. Number 16 struck with a powerful punch aimed at Shalu's sausage-like face. In response to number 16's heavy strike, Shalu displayed disdain, continuing his assault by delivering another blow to number 17's face, causing him to spit blood and crash into a nearby hill like a downed aircraft. Boom. 17's body slammed violently against the hill, obliterating it. At that moment, number 16's punch also landed fiercely on Shalu's face. Number 16's expression turned to one of shock. Chapter 110, number 18 summons Jiang Wei. What? My full-force punch could not even scratch Shalu. Number 16's face fell at this revelation. I never anticipated that this hulking figure, absent from the data, would surpass number 17 in strength. Shalu turned his gaze toward number 16. Having taken 16's punch on the chin, Shalu assessed his strength, finding it somewhat unexpected. Yet, before me, it is merely a futile struggle. Shalu retaliated with a punch of his own, akin to a cannonball striking number 16's face, instantly creating a gaping hole that revealed his intricate electronic components. It turns out he is a purely mechanical being. Observing 16 being sent flying, Shalu raised his palm toward him, concentrating a powerful energy wave to unleash upon the retreating number 16. Just as 16 sought to regain his balance, the energy wave struck his robust frame. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. 16's mechanical body shattered into pieces. Number 16, gritting his teeth against the pain, he crawled out from beneath the rubble, and 17 witnessed this scene with rage in his eyes. Although their journey had been brief, number 16 was a vital ally to him and number 18 in this world. You vile sausage-mouthed monster, I shall kill you. Consumed by fury, number 17 disregarded the vast disparity in their strengths, soaring into the sky to launch an attack on Shalu. Shalu toyed with the enraged number 17 as if he were a child. Realizing his punches were ineffective against Shalu, 17 leapt back and unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, employing his prince's strategy to bombard Shalu. Number 17 believed that while his strength was inferior to Shalu's, his infinite energy source would allow him to outlast Shalu. He aimed to wear him down and see who would succumb first. Shalu was soon bombarded by numerous energy blasts from number 17, resulting in violent explosions that filled the air with smoke. Number 17 felt a surge of hope. Had the sausage-mouthed monster been obliterated by his own energy blasts? His gaze remained fixed on the location where Shalu had been, now shrouded in smoke. Just then, he found it. There it is. Number 18, with a look of surprise, cleared a small pile of rubble to uncover the final Dragon Ball. After placing the last Dragon Ball in her bag, number 18 turned her attention to the sky, where number 17 and number 16 were engaged in battle with Shalu. In the next moment, her expression shifted to one of terror. Number 17, the green monster is behind you. Shalu silently descended behind number 17, who was focused ahead. At that moment, number 17 became aware, turning just in time, but Shalu's tail transformed once more, the needle tip opening into a trumpet-like structure. Number 17, allow me to absorb you. No. Number 17 cried out in despair as he was enveloped by the trumpet on Shalu's tail. Despite his desperate struggle, it was futile. And soon, under number 18's horrified gaze, he slid into Shalu's body. Shalu clenched his fists, letting out a triumphant roar. Before long, he transformed into his complete form, the most magnificent shape of Shalu. This is my complete form, filled with unimaginable power. Shalu laughed maniacally, declaring to the world with an air of invincibility, I am unmatched. Number 18 glared at Shalu in hatred. A weak voice suddenly reached her ears. Number 16, you are still alive. Number 18's face brightened with surprise. She followed the sound and quickly found the battered head and a portion of the body of the artificial human. Number 16. I am a robot. As long as the chip in my head remains intact, I cannot die. Number 16, sparking with electricity, managed to smile as he spoke to number 18. Having become complete, Shalu's ego swelled immensely, which is why he would engage in reckless games, ultimately leading to his own demise. His gaze casually swept over the fallen 18 and the now worthless 16, devoid of any inclination for utter annihilation. Akin to how humanity would not devote thoughts to a few insignificant insects that could be easily crushed. As Shalu was about to depart, he suddenly turned his attention towards the direction of two formidable presences rapidly approaching, a curious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Such immense energy. Each force was something we could never hope to conquer. 16 sighed, lamenting that had they arrived sooner, the masters of these energies could have easily defeated Shalu. Alas, they were late. Having absorbed 17, the now complete Shalu was beyond their capacity to overcome. Shalu, I will not let him go. Not only has he reduced you to this state, but he has also absorbed 17. 18 ground her teeth, her words laced with a desire to eliminate Shalu immediately. 16. Noticing 18's futile rage, promptly reminded her. Only then did 18 display an embarrassed expression, retrieving 7 Dragon Balls and exclaiming, Dragon, come forth and grant my wish. Instantly, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, a terrifying sense of impending doom enveloping every soul on Earth. What is happening? Someone has summoned the dragon. Could it be Mother? At that moment, Trunks, clad in Frieza Force battle attire and following his father Vegeta to confront the androids, wore a perplexed expression. Fool. The one who summoned the dragon need not be Bulma. Have you forgotten that just days ago at that old man's secret lab, the androids acquired a 5-star Dragon Ball? Vegeta, flying towards Shalu's location, pondered this and remarked coldly. At this moment, Vegeta mirrored the events of the narrative. Having diligently trained in the hyperbolic time chamber with his son from the future, he had emerged from the shadow cast by the defeat inflicted by Android 17, regaining his absolute confidence as Super Vegeta. After rigorous training in the time chamber, Vegeta could sense his power had multiplied exponentially compared to his pre-training self. Defeating 17 was now a trivial task for him. Thus, his intention in seeking out 17 and the others was indeed to reclaim his honor, but more importantly, it was to confront Shalu, the new android created by Dr. Gero, who would be invincible upon reaching completion. Only Shalu was worthy of being Vegeta's new rival. The trifling 17 and his companions, mere metallic puppets, were no longer fit to challenge the might of Super Vegeta. Father, are you saying that the Dragon Balls in 18's possession are indeed real? And they have gathered the remaining Dragon Balls over these past few days and summoned the dragon? But that is not right. I confirm that all 7 Dragon Balls are still in Mother S custody. Trunks was genuinely baffled, pondering whether there were 2 sets of Dragon Balls capable of summoning the dragon. Vegeta merely snorted, showing no interest in his son's inquiries. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta and Trunks stood before the complete Shalu, who crossed his arms defiantly, exuding an air of superiority. This was the scene Jiang Wei first laid eyes upon after being summoned by 18. Chapter 111. Assimilation of Shalu. You are Vegeta, whose power ranks just below Son Goku according to my data. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shalu, also an android created by Dr. Gero, just like 17. Dr. Gero's purpose in creating me was to eliminate Son Goku and avenge the Red Ribbon Army. However, after achieving my complete form, I find Dr. Gero's ambitions rather petty. As the ultimate android, I should challenge the world's strongest, which includes you, to forge an invincible legacy. In their first encounter, Shalu placed his right hand over his chest and leaned forward slightly, adopting a courteous demeanor. Greenskin, your words are overly verbose. What ultimate android? What invincibility? You might as well be a celestial being. Before me, Super Vegeta, your fate is sealed. You shall become my defeated foe. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, radiating unwavering confidence. Vegeta, you are exceedingly rude. Shalu, incensed, felt his patience waning. Father, you should be cautious. Trunks warned seriously. In that moment, both Shalu and Vegeta, almost simultaneously, launched into combat, their fists and kicks clashing fiercely, disregarding the massive blue dragon hovering above. Jiang Wei raised his claw and scratched his head. What is going on? This was the first time he encountered a scenario where he had been summoned, yet no one voiced a wish. Below him, 18 and the half-destroyed 16 gazed up at the sky, engrossed in the battle between Vegeta and Shalu, momentarily forgetting the purpose of summoning Jiang Wei. With no wishes being spoken, Jiang Wei stretched out a claw and grabbed a large bucket of popcorn, munching on it while enjoying the live performance. After a handful of popcorn, he noticed 16, who was emitting sparks, had turned his gaze toward him and chuckled. 16, your situation looks dire. Would you care for some popcorn? I am a machine. I do not consume popcorn. 16 replied, looking up at the towering blue dragon, asking, Dragon, who do you think will emerge victorious in the ongoing battle? Shalu, undoubtedly. Although I do not comprehend why Shalu, having already attained his complete form without absorbing 18, could not be defeated by Vegeta, who can only transform into Super Saiyan 1. To vanquish complete Shalu, one must possess the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Jiang Wei responded promptly. 16. Who are you conversing with? 18. Regaining her focus, suddenly realized Jiang Wei was present. Oh dear, I completely forgot about the dragon. Thankfully, no one wished for anything at this moment. Jiang Wei turned his attention to the gently patting 18. It seems you are the one who summoned me? Then, please state your wish, 18. Dragon, I have heard that you can fulfill any wish. 18 inquired hopefully. Indeed, any wish is possible. Jiang Wei casually discarded a partially eaten bucket of popcorn. 18's delicate face displayed a conflicted expression as she glanced at the battered 16, feeling guilty, and then addressed Jiang Wei. Dragon, please revive 17. This wish cannot be granted. 17 is not dead. 18's face brightened, and she quickly added, then please rescue 17. That is quite simple. Jiang Wei smiled, raising his claw, preparing to snap his fingers. Just then, in the sky, Vegeta found himself in dire straits once more as Shala toyed with him before losing interest and delivered a powerful punch that sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, the earth cracking for hundreds of meters, enveloped in dust. Father, Trunks, concerned for Vegeta, immediately soared towards him. Shalu resumed his posture of crossed arms, ready to taunt Vegeta, just as Jiang Wei was about to fulfill the wish of Android 18. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black, obscured from view, emerged from behind Shalu, placing a hand firmly on Shalu's back. In full view of everyone, much like the Namekian, Shalu was assimilated. At that moment, Jiang Wei's snap echoed through the air. 17 did not appear. At the moment when Shalu was assimilated by the enigmatic figure in the black robe, the presence of the android number 17 within him also vanished, or rather, perished. It is intriguing that someone managed to assimilate Shalu. Upon further reflection, considering that Shalu possesses Saiyan cells, it stands to reason that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Similarly, as Shalu also contains Namekian cells, he could assimilate like a Namekian as well. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. Could such an operation be possible? He turned to the bewildered number 18 and said, apologies for the unexpected turn of events. Number 17 has perished this time. Please wish for something else. Number 18. What? Number 17 is dead? Number 18 was taken aback. Then pleaded, Shenlong, please revive number 17. This is quite simple. Jiang Wei gazed at the mysterious figure in the black robe, who had assimilated Shalu and whose power was exponentially increasing, and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a dazed number 17 appeared before number 18. Wasn't I absorbed by that grotesque creature with the sausage-like mouth? Number 17 exclaimed. Number 17, I wish to Shenlong to revive you. Number 18 replied, her face filled with excitement. She then turned to Jiang Wei and said, Shenlong, please restore number 16 as well. He is also an important companion of mine. No. 18 was aware that summoning Shenlong could only fulfill one wish at a time, as she had learned from Krillin, but she wanted to give it a try. Please hold on a moment. Jiang Wei noticed that the mysterious figure in the black robe was about to leave, but was intercepted by Vegeta and Trunks. In the next instant, the hundreds of meters long azure Shenlong transformed into 7 golden beams of light, soaring across the globe. Stand aside. I have no need to be your enemy, Vegeta, the mysterious figure rasped. Did you just ambush and eliminate Shalu in one strike? Although it was merely an ambush, you are quite formidable. I wish to know the extent of your power. Vegeta declared solemnly. What a cursed situation. During this time, beings surpassing Super Saiyans have emerged one after another, all in this insignificant planet that the universe disregards. It makes the power of the tyrant Frieza, who roams the universe, seem like a mere joke. What is happening in this world? Vegeta knew he could not possibly match the mysterious figure in the black robe, yet he was unwilling to relent without engaging him in battle. The mysterious figure casually unleashed a punch. Trunks' pupils widened in shock. Vegeta, who stood in the way, was instantly sent flying, akin to a meteor crashing to the ground. Boom. He crashed onto the earth, creating a massive crater, with cracks in the ground stretching for miles and clouds of dust swirling. Chapter 112, Shalu assimilates Shalu. You overestimate yourself. You are not even worth the effort it took to kill you, the mysterious figure scoffed, each word dripping with disdain for Vegeta. With a flash, the figure vanished. Uncle Goku's instant transmission. This black-robed figure can also perform it? Trunks pondered, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the mysterious figure. In a desolate area on Earth, the mysterious figure reappeared, having wasted considerable time. Were it not for Trunks' interference, which led to the demise of number 17, Shalu would have been able to absorb No. 17 and achieve his complete form. I have already harvested that Shalu and left this timeline to pursue the next one with Shalu for further harvesting. The mysterious figure muttered with irritation to himself. In the future timeline, when the mysterious figure overlooked and allowed the android number 17 to be eliminated by Trunks, preventing Shalu from becoming a complete being, he acted decisively to eliminate Trunks, with the sole aim of seizing Trunks' time machine. He then guided Shalu to use the time machine to travel back to the past timeline, thus allowing him to absorb number 17 and achieve his complete form. After taking some extra steps, he succeeded in assimilating the complete form of Shalu and achieving his goal. It was now time for the mysterious figure to depart. Raising his green arm, a ring on his finger emitted a mysterious glow. "Could you kindly inform me why you possess a time ring?" inquired a curious voice from a young man. "Who are you?" the mysterious figure exclaimed, startled. Despite his strength, he had failed to notice someone approaching. Only upon the other party's inquiry did he realize he was not alone. With a wary gaze, he followed the sound to see a youth clad in a black trench coat, adorned with the insignia of the Universal Capsule Corporation and a dragon symbol, approaching him with a curious expression. "Who are you?" the mysterious figure questioned, taking a combat stance as he addressed Jiang Wei. He had harvested countless timelines with Shalu, yet this was the first time he encountered Jiang Wei. "Please adjust your attitude. I will ask the questions, and you shall answer." "I have no interest in responding to you," Jiang Wei kindly reminded. The mysterious figure, who had assimilated Shalu, piqued Jiang Wei's curiosity, compelling him to investigate further. "What if I refuse to speak?" the mysterious figure replied defiantly, feeling the overwhelming pressure Jiang Wei exuded. "I have never encountered anyone who dared to remain silent when questioned." Jiang Wei responded with a smile. The mysterious figure attempted to use instant transmission to escape, but was horrified to find himself rooted to the spot. "Instant transmission is ineffective. I admit you are formidable. Not only did you manage to approach me silently, but I cannot use instant transmission, which I presume is due to your presence." The mysterious figure spoke gravely. "So, will you answer my question?" Jiang Wei inquired with a playful glint in his eye. The mysterious figure flickered and fled. "Did you think that after piquing my interest, you could simply walk away?" Jiang Wei, unperturbed, raised his finger, unleashing dozens of Frieza's deadly energy beams, which forced the mysterious figure back. Naturally, due to Jiang Wei's attack, the mysterious figure's true form was revealed. His black robe was torn to shreds by the barrage of energy beams. "As expected, you are also Shalu, which explains your ability to assimilate another Shalu," Jiang Wei remarked, having anticipated this revelation. "Indeed, you are quite the genius to conceive of Shalu assimilating Shalu. In fact, compared to absorption, the Namekian method of assimilation is indeed the most potent means to enhance power." Jiang Wei applauded lightly, praising the now-revealed Shalu. In the narrative, Piccolo had only assimilated a Namekian warrior with a battle power of merely tens of thousands, followed by a deity whose battle power was even lower. My goodness, Piccolo's strength could surpass even that of a Super Saiyan. Thus, the Shalu that Jiang Wei had set his sights on had likely assimilated numerous complete forms of Shalu, rendering his power formidable enough to contend with the standard form of the fused warrior, Vegeta. Yet, regrettably for him, encountering Jiang Wei meant he was merely a plaything in Jiang Wei's hands. As the Shalu, comparable to the standard Vegeta, realized he could not escape, he took a deep breath and coldly scoffed at Jiang Wei. "Your curiosity should not be so excessive. I assimilated the Shalu that arrived in this world and intend to leave, harboring no intention of enmity towards anyone. But why do you obstruct my path? If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to end your life." With a mighty roar, Shalu suddenly enveloped himself in a layer of golden energy, his face undergoing a transformation, his irises shifting to green. "Oh, I almost forgot. Shalu possesses Saiyan cells, allowing him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Observing your appearance, it appears that you have indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Quite impressive, Shalu." Jiang Wei lightly applauded, causing Shalu's heart to sink. Despite exerting his utmost effort, it was evident from the opponent's reaction that he was not taken seriously. Such trivialities could not deter Shalu. With a sudden, forceful punch, akin to a cannon's blast, he struck Jiang Wei's face. The smile that had barely begun to bloom was swiftly replaced by sheer terror as he realized Jiang Wei's expression remained unchanged, his attack having failed to breach any defenses. A wave of horror washed over Shalu. "How foolish to provoke me. Had you simply answered my questions to satisfy my curiosity, I might have spared you. But now, having chosen to strike, you have sealed your own fate." Jiang Wei, entirely unfazed, regarded Shalu's ensuing onslaught with calm indifference. Shalu, having lost all will to fight, turned on his heel and fled. "Your strength is commendable. It would be a shame to squander it. Songzi, bring me Shalu." Jiang Wei remained stationary, unyielding. "Ding, as you command, master." In the next moment, a Shalu, faintly pink and exhibiting certain characteristics of Majin Buu, materialized before Jiang Wei. "Master, what are your instructions?" Bu Shalu knelt on one knee, addressing him respectfully. "Go and assimilate that fleeing Shalu," Jiang Wei commanded. Bu Shalu nodded in understanding, rising to gaze greedily in the direction of Shalu's escape. "My master treats me far better than the other 14 members. He has left such a plump Shalu for my enjoyment. Indeed, I, Bu Shalu, am the favored creation of my master." With a flourish, Bu Shalu's right hand detached from his body, vanishing in an instant. Remarkably, that severed hand could also teleport. Chapter 113, One Hand to Defeat Shalu. In Bu Shalu's view, as a creation of Master Jiang Wei, A mere Super Saiyan 3 level Shalu was not worthy of his full attention. Dividing a hand to play with that weak Shalu was already a generous concession. The fleeing Shalu had barely escaped Jiang Wei's line of sight when he eagerly raised his arm, intending to activate the time ring and flee this unfamiliar, terrifying timeline. My goodness, a mere Super Saiyan 2 should easily dominate any timeline. What sort of formidable being is this? Capable of blocking instant transmission, with the power of a Super Saiyan 3 level, rendering him utterly defenseless. I must escape, just as Shalu was hastily attempting to open the time vortex. A faintly pink arm abruptly appeared before him, immediately launching an assault. What is happening? Shalu paused momentarily, only to be met with a fierce uppercut from the suddenly materialized arm, striking him squarely on the chin. Crack! Shalu's jaw shattered from the impact, blood filling his mouth as he stumbled backward, incredulous. He was battling a mere arm. After landing the uppercut, the arm hovered menacingly in the air, continuing its relentless barrage of punches. Shalu received another blow to the face, his features contorted in disbelief. As the arm prepared to strike again, Shalu quickly raised his hand, palm facing the incoming appendage, channeling energy to launch a spherical energy blast. Yet the arm displayed remarkable agility, akin to a fighter jet evading anti-aircraft fire, swiftly diving to evade Shalu's ki blast, denying him a chance to fire a second shot, and delivering a crushing blow to Shalu's head, sending him sprawling. Boom! Shalu's back slammed against the ground, creating fissures that stretched for miles. Arg! Shalu cried out in pain, spewing blood. He glanced up at the hovering arm, which audaciously gestured a middle finger at him. This is not over, you wretched thing, Shalu bellowed, rolling away just as the arm slammed down where he had been lying, forming a deep crater. Ascending into the air, Shalu retaliated against the pursuing arm, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. However, the arm maneuvered with the finesse of a fighter pilot, evading Shalu's attacks effortlessly, while occasionally landing strikes to his abdomen or delivering direct punches to his face, leaving Shalu battered and bruised. After numerous exchanges, Shalu was on the verge of collapse, yet the arm remained vibrant and vigorous. Just as Shalu seemed on the brink of defeat, the arm surged forward, but Shalu seized the opportunity, grasping the incoming fist tightly. Ha ha! Let's see how you can continue your antics now. Shalu laughed triumphantly as he held the struggling arm. Suddenly, the arm ceased its resistance, transforming its fist into an open palm, pointing directly at Shalu's battered visage. In that moment, Shalu was struck with a single thought. This is bad. In the next instant, a ki blast erupted from the palm of the arm, detonating at point-blank range against Shalu's face. Boom! Shalu's head was obliterated, his body falling limp. Yet, within less than a second, his headless form raised an arm, pulling forth a new, damp head from his neck. I, Shalu, have returned, Shalu exclaimed. But the arm promptly lunged towards him again, forcefully pressing its palm against his chest. No! Despair washed over Shalu's face as he realized he was being assimilated. Unlike previous assimilations, this time, he was the one being absorbed. In a blinding flash, Shalu vanished, leaving only the hovering arm behind. The arm then gave a thumbs up to the assimilated Shalu before disappearing, instantly returning to Bush Shalu's side. Bush Shalu's left hand caught the fallen right arm, reattaching it to his body. Master, assimilating that Shalu has exponentially increased my power, Bush Shalu proclaimed joyfully. Master, should we encounter another delectable Shalu in the future, please command me to serve you. You may return now. Jiang Wei sensed the complete disappearance of Shalu's aura. After Bush Shalu assimilated him, Jiang Wei gleaned the origins of the time ring. It had been bestowed upon Shalu by a shadowy figure in a black robe, who appeared during a pivotal moment when Shalu, under Vegeta's indulgence, absorbed Android 18 just as she reached her complete form. Jiang Wei had little information about the cloaked figure or the circumstances surrounding the time ring. These are the clues. Yes, my master. As Bush Shalu's words faded, he was transported back to the main world. With a flash, Jiang Wei immediately teleported back to Android 18 and the others. He had not forgotten his promise to repair the now-defunct Android 16. Android 18 and the others awaited Jiang Wei's return, while Vegeta and his future counterpart had long departed. Presently, Vegeta held no interest in engaging with the now-diminished androids. Meanwhile, Trunks harbored a desire for vengeance against the androids, resolved to eradicate them. However, Jiang Wei had left a fat book clone to protect Android 18 and the others, which compelled Trunks to depart, albeit reluctantly. Upon seeing Jiang Wei's return, Android 18 beamed with joy. There was hope for Android 16. Chapter 114, Number 18 blushed. Jiang Wei, how do you intend to repair Number 16? Will it also be through your wishes? Number 18 inquired. Beside them, Number 17 was tasked with holding the remnants of Number 16, which was still emitting electric sparks. I still have a few hours left in this world, so I shall take matters into my own hands, Jiang Wei replied, glancing at the damaged form of Number 16 with a smile directed at Number 18. You intend to personally fix Number 16? He is not merely an appliance. He is an advanced automaton created by Dr. Gero, and few scientists possess the capability to repair him, exclaimed Number 18 in astonishment. Believe it or not, Within half an hour, number 16 will be restored to his original condition, Jiang Wei proclaimed confidently. I must ask, Jiang Wei, even if you are a genius surpassing Dr. Gero, it is inconceivable that you could repair number 16 without proper tools, number 17 questioned, perplexed. Thus, I require access to Dr. Gero's secret laboratory in this world, where the necessary instruments reside to facilitate the repair of number 16, Jiang Wei clarified as he instructed number 17 and number 18 to hold hands. In an instant, they found themselves inside the very secret laboratory from which they had departed days prior. The laboratory retained the same appearance as when they had left, even Dr. Gero's headless body lay undisturbed. In this timeline, unlike in the narrative, Cell had not disclosed his origins from the future, merely stating that he was an android created by Dr. Gero. Consequently, the protagonists did not find it necessary to destroy the laboratory. Place number 16 on this platform. Jiang Wei commanded number 17. After number 17 laid the remnants of number 16 on the platform, Jiang Wei expertly began utilizing Dr. Gero's equipment to effect repairs, occasionally directing number 17 and number 18 to assist him. Jiang Wei, you seem quite familiar with Dr. Gero's research facilities, number 17 remarked, puzzled. While replacing damaged components of number 16's severely impaired eternal energy core, Jiang Wei responded, although the layout of this laboratory differs significantly from that of my world, the essential equipment remains largely the same. Thus, I am indeed familiar with it. In essence, the equipment in Dr. Gero's laboratory in number 18's world was far less sophisticated compared to that in the main world, barely sufficient for their needs. Through the concerted efforts of Jiang Wei and his companions, number 16, who had previously been reduced to a damaged head and a tattered torso, was largely restored in under 10 minutes. Number 16, allow me to inform you that I have removed the self-destruct bomb installed within you by Dr. Gero, Jiang Wei stated, presenting a small metallic piece adorned with a red ribbon and the emblem RR against a white background to the reclining number 16. This diminutive device, upon detonation, possessed destructive power comparable to a full-force strike from a Super Saiyan. If it were to explode within an android's body, even with their superior strength, number 16 and his companions would undoubtedly perish. This was a means employed by Dr. Gero to exert control over the androids. However, as for whether this bomb could annihilate perfect Cell, it would require the bomb to detonate internally within Cell, otherwise, it would be futile. In the narrative, even without Dr. Brief's intervention to remove the bomb, number 16 could only destroy himself, incapable of harming perfect Cell. After showing the small bomb to number 16, Jiang Wei held it tightly in his hand, channeling a modicum of power to detonate it. The bomb, rivaling the might of a Super Saiyan's full power, exploded in Jiang Wei's palm, but to those around him, it was akin to a mosquito's insignificant flatulence. Jiang Wei opened his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke and dust. After making some adjustments, he declared, number 16, you are fully repaired now. How do you feel, number 16? Number 17 asked as number 16 sat up. After moving his limbs, number 16 smiled. I feel even better than when Dr. Gero first created me. Thanks to Jiang Wei's repairs, my eternal energy core's output has increased by 30. Number 17's heart raced. Jiang Wei, could you also enhance my eternal energy core? Furthermore, I do not wish to retain that bomb from Dr. Gero. Number 18 immediately chimed in. Jiang Wei, please remove the bomb from my body as well, along with the control system that can incapacitate our bodily functions. As for my eternal energy core, there is no need for improvement. I have little interest in increasing my power. Indeed, please also remove the control systems from our bodies, number 17 added excitedly. No problem, Jiang Wei replied, considering it an opportunity to practice on another creation of Dr. Gero from a different world, with number 16 assisting this time. Jiang Wei completed number 17's requests in just a few minutes, as number 17 was in intact condition and did not require extensive repairs like number 16. Now that we are free from bombs and control systems, even if someone were to create a controller in the future, we would no longer be threatened. We are free. Number 17 exclaimed, dancing with joy. It is your turn, number 18, Jiang Wei said with a gentlemanly gesture. Very well, number 18 replied decisively as she began to disrobe. Wait a moment. Believing that number 18 would feel shy, Jiang Wei quickly rectified his oversight by ushering number 17 and number 16 outside, allowing number 18 to proceed. Soon, with her top removed, number 18 lay on the platform. Krylin is quite fortunate, Jiang Wei remarked, manipulating the equipment while observing number 18's fair skin. Of course, he referred to the Krylin in the narrative. Presently, the Krylin serving as his subordinate had already established a family, his wife being a stunning new human with combat capabilities exceeding 10 million. Krylin was very pleased with the arrangement his elder brother had made for him, and he felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Wei. Under Jiang Wei's unadulterated gaze, number 18's cheeks flushed slightly as she lay on the platform. How strange, number 18 thought. As an android, it had been a long time since she had experienced such human emotions. In just a few minutes, Jiang Wei completed his task. Not only did he remove the bomb and control system from number 18, but he also enhanced her eternal energy core's output by 30. This increase represented the upper limit of Dr. Gero's development of the eternal energy core in this world. Any further enhancement would render it ineffective. Number 18, Number 17. Number 16. I have 1 hour remaining before I must depart from this world. What are your plans? Will you still follow Dr. Gero's orders to eliminate Sun Wukong? After leaving Dr. Gero's secret laboratory, Jiang Wei casually strolled and chatted with the androids, eventually posing the question. Number 18, upon hearing this, gazed at Jiang Wei with a hint of reluctance. Number 17 scoffed. That old man Dr. Gero has already been killed by me. Why would I heed his orders? However, he added with a smirk, yet, his commands do hold some influence over us. So I have decided to eliminate Sun Wukong by waiting for him to die of old age. Haha. Number 17's laughter lacked genuine mirth. Number 16 then remarked, Jiang Wei. Number 17, Number 18, I am truly happy to have met you and to travel alongside you. You are all good people. Number 18 hesitated, as Jiang Wei had previously informed her that he could only remain in her world for 24 hours after responding to her summons. Thus, you all do not wish to eliminate Sun Wukong? You have all relinquished the mission created by Dr. Gua. Given this, would you be interested in joining me to reside in my world? In my realm, I possess a planet of my own. Jiang Wei spread his hands and smiled at Number 18 and the others. Chapter 115, bringing Number 18 home. Jiang Wei, can we also go to your world? That would be wonderful. Number 18 exclaimed with excitement. Number 17 and Number 16 also wore smiles upon hearing this. The three androids, having been activated by Dr. Gua only a few days prior, were devoid of any emotional ties to their original world. Jiang Wei, let us live in your world, Number 17 laughed. Jiang Wei had saved Number 17's life, and though Number 17 did not harbor special feelings for Jiang Wei like Number 18 did, he was nonetheless very grateful for the life-saving grace. Though Number 16 was not very talkative, he felt the same gratitude towards Jiang Wei for saving him. Upon seeing the three agree to follow him to the main world, Jiang Wei instructed the leader to take Number 18 and the others back to the main world. In the Divine Palace, witnessing the entire process, Piccolo finally let out a sigh of relief. It was over, and Earth was safe once more. Upon returning to the main world, Jiang Wei brought Number 18 and the others to meet Bulma, asking her to make arrangements for them. Jiang Wei introduced the three to Bulma one by one. Bulma showed little interest in the young man and the stout Mohican, but directed her scrutinizing gaze towards Number 18. The blonde Number 18, in terms of appearance, slightly outshone Bulma, a fact Bulma had to concede. Apart from Lan Shi and Zhanjia, this was the third time Jiang Wei had brought a beauty home. Bulma felt a strange emotion and asked Jiang Wei, darling, how do you plan to arrange for Miss Number 18? Number 18 gazed at Jiang Wei with hopeful eyes. Jiang Wei, noticing Bulma's unusual emotion, replied without hesitation, let no. 18 stay in the palace and assist Lan Shi. The blonde Lan Shi snorted softly. The last time Jiang Wei brought Zhanjia home, he claimed she was to serve as Bulma's personal guard, which had already displeased Lan Shi. Now, with Number 18, who was even more beautiful than both her and Bulma, being assigned to assist Lan Shi, it was clear that Jiang Wei intended for her to remain in the household. Lan Shi's teeth began to itch. Could it be that Jiang Wei was being led astray by Yangxia? Lan Shi, let Miss Number 18 be your assistant to manage the maids in the palace. She is new, so please take care of her, Bulma asserted with the authority of a hostess. Understood, Bulma, Lan Shi replied with a smile. Regardless of her inner grievances, Jiang Wei was the head of the household, and his words were commands that could not be defied. I will diligently work alongside Miss Lan Shi and ensure you are not disappointed, Number 18 said earnestly to Jiang Wei before following Lan Shi downstairs. Bulma regarded Jiang Wei with a gaze that was different from usual, yet Jiang Wei's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any anomaly. Wife, why do you look at my face with such peculiar eyes? Jiang Wei inquired, scratching his nose in confusion. Bulma softly replied, it's nothing. I just wanted to look at you, darling. In the following days, Number 18, as Lan Shi's assistant, sought opportunities to approach Jiang Wei. And soon the two found themselves sharing everything. That little vixen. Lan Shi sensed the competitive spirit emanating from Number 18. Months later, a world had collected the 7 Dragon Balls projected by the Master, summoning him. Jiang Wei called for a pause and had no 18 team up with Fat Bu to play doubles ping pong against the two Zeno. The others were unfazed, knowing Jiang Wei had matters to attend to. Jiang Wei inquired mentally, Leader, has this world summoned me before? Report, Master, this world has indeed summoned you previously, and you even brought your wife Bulma to that world, came the response. Oh, so it's the world where Piccolo the Demon King ruled, Jiang Wei recalled with a smile. That world had seen the protagonist perish before the story even began, leaving Piccolo the Demon King to reign unchecked. Now, many years later, what had transpired to summon Jiang Wei once more? After giving the others some instructions, Jiang Wei transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished, heading to another world, a realm lacking the protection of a protagonist. One that had declined even further than the world of despair. Since Jiang Wei had summoned his wife Bulma, vanquished Piccolo the Demon King, and become the savior of this world. Aside from a few who knew the truth, the vast majority of the populace revered the resurrected Bulma, brought back by Dr. Was Wish, as their savior. The resurrected Bulma was utterly bewildered. Wait, I just died and came back to life. And now I'm considered the savior who defeated Piccolo the Demon King and saved the entire world? What gives? Bulma, the situation is as follows. After Dr. Brief's excitement over the resurrection of his wife and daughter subsided, he revealed the entire story of Jiang Wei and the otherworld-s Bulma, explained a nearby individual. Bulma's eyes lit up. So it's the Bulma from another world who defeated Piccolo the Demon King? Not only is she incredibly strong, but she also has a handsome boyfriend. I'm so envious. Consequently, Bulma equated the standard of a Prince Charming with Jiang Wei, dismissing Yamcha and the like as unworthy of her attention. Chapter 116, The Farmer Without a Shotgun. Following the devastation wrought by Piccolo the Demon King, the ideology of peace and development in this world was thoroughly shattered. What had once been viewed as rebellious, the ruthless principles of the Red Ribbon Army, became the dominant narrative of development in this world. To prevent another upheaval like that caused by Piccolo the Demon King, martial arts flourished to unprecedented heights, ushering in an era that strongly advocated martial arts. Most significantly, Dr. Was vision for androids garnered overwhelming support from people across the globe. His android technology attracted the collaborative efforts of all scientists worldwide. Even Dr. Brief and his daughter Bulma, who had previously rejected Dr. Gua, eagerly engaged in android technology. While martial arts became a popular pursuit for the generally weak Earth populace, it was the android technology initiated by Dr. Gua that truly experienced monumental advancement. In this world, the technology of artificial beings has surpassed even the standards set by Dr. Gua in the narrative. Even in Jiang Wei's primary realm, disregarding Jiang Wei's own advancements, it remains a distant dream. After all, the Dr. Gua of the primary world only gained substantial funding from Jiang Wei, yet the scientific community on Earth, along with mainstream societal beliefs, remains staunchly opposed to artificial being technology. In contrast, another world has nearly all its populace devoted to martial arts, where the forefront of scientific advancement is precisely the technology of artificial beings. This is all in pursuit of self-preservation, to prevent the tragic events wrought by the Demon King Bick from recurring. With full public support and the contributions of top scientists from the global scientific community, within a few years, absorbable artificial beings and eternal energy furnace artificial beings were developed and vigorously promoted within society. The efforts of the populace to safeguard themselves quickly yielded results. This world soon faced an incursion by the Saiyans, not merely because Raditz sought Kakarot, but because the Saiyans had set their sights on Earth. Have you considered this? Bardock and Jain were able to send their infant son, Son Goku, to Earth using a small spaceship, indicating that Earth had indeed attracted the attention of the Saiyans and was now on their target list. Once marked for such attention, it was only a matter of time before they would be harvested. 3 egg-shaped spaceships crashed onto Earth, stirring up clouds of dust. From these vessels emerged 3 extraterrestrial beings, each sporting a monkey tail protruding from their posterior. They exuded an air of superiority. Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta arrived on Earth simultaneously. According to their data, the natives of this planet were exceedingly weak, and the task of cleansing this planet promised to be both easy and enjoyable. Vegeta crossed his arms, disdainfully regarding the Earthlings. Raditz and Nappa displayed expressions of cruel amusement. In essence, the 3 Saiyans approached with a mindset akin to that of a leisurely vacation, ready to harvest Earth. Who are you? Your attire is rather peculiar, and you have tails protruding from your backsides. Are you perhaps allies of the Demon King Bick? The farmhand, often referred to as the weakling warrior, appeared, astonished at the sight of Vegeta and his companions. Unlike many other narratives and worlds, this weakling warrior did not brandish a hunting rifle. Instead, he stood empty-handed, with 2 round, gem-like devices in his palm. Let me gauge the combat power of the Earth natives. Raditz, regarding the farmhand with the gaze of a hunter, pressed a long unutilized combat power detector. Beep, beep. Earth native, combat power 0, unable to detect. A flicker of surprise crossed Raditz's face. Is this a mistake? Surely, even the most inept Earthling cannot have a combat power of 0? How shall we deal with this 0 combat power Earthling? Vegeta's presence necessitated Nappa to seek his counsel, a mark of respect for the prince. Kill him. Vegeta did not even glance at the farmhand, his words akin to a common person's disregard for refuse. Allow me. Raditz sneered, directing his palm towards the astonished farmhand, gathering energy and casually launching a ki blast. Without hesitation, the farmhand, having trained in the martial arts, swiftly raised his hand, palm facing the incoming energy blast. According to official descriptions, having undergone transformation into an absorbable artificial being, the farmhand could absorb energy for his own use. Raditz's ki blast visibly diminished as it entered the farmhand's palm, ultimately vanishing. The farmhand's expression transformed into one of delight, having absorbed Raditz's ki blast, significantly enhancing his own energy. The trio of Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa were momentarily taken aback. Did they just witness a blast casually launched by Raditz being absorbed by this Earthling? Surrender now. I've already called the authorities. You cannot escape. Only months after undergoing transformation into an absorbable artificial being, the farmhand now possessed the confidence to confront Vegeta and his companions. While speaking, he aimed a ki blast at the stunned Vegeta, clearly the leader among them. Vegeta's expression returned to one of arrogant amusement as he raised his hand to extinguish the ki blast shot by the farmhand, as effortlessly as snuffing out a candle. The farmhand, filled with terror, stumbled back several steps. The Earthlings were proving to be more peculiar than the data suggested, possessing some strange abilities. Yet that was all there was to it. Vegeta, with a cold smirk, directed a portion of his power towards the frightened farmhand and unleashed a ki wave. More energy. I shall absorb it without hesitation. The farmhand's initial dread transformed into exhilaration, only to revert to horror as Vegeta's ki wave exceeded the absorption capacity of his device. Amidst the explosive flames, the farmhand screamed, reduced to ashes. How foolish to challenge us Saiyans. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances at the smoking crater where the farmhand had stood, their expressions dripping with contempt. The three then soared into the sky, following the readings on their combat power detectors, heading towards the nearest human settlement to commence the cleansing of Earth's refuse. Although society began promoting artificial beings under official guidance, the issue of funding could not be ignored. Aside from the military and police, only a select few affluent individuals underwent transformation into artificial beings. Not all Earthlings were undetectable artificial beings. Before long, the town visited by Vegeta and his companions erupted in explosions and the screams of its inhabitants. The newly established official organization, based on the Red Ribbon Army following the defeat of the Demon King Bick, promptly mobilized, dispatching artificial being troops to combat the destructive trio. The Earthlings suffered significant casualties, yet seized the opportunity afforded by Vegeta's arrogance and utter disdain for them, managing to eliminate Raditz and Nappa. It was initially assumed that Vegeta would retreat upon losing his two subordinates. However, unburdened by any sense of responsibility, Vegeta disregarded the lives of Raditz and Nappa, brimming with confidence as he continued to wreak havoc upon Earth's cities. Pressed into a corner, the officials had no choice but to deploy Earth's ultimate weapon, the last hope and faith of its people, the savior, Miss Bulma. Chapter 117, Bulma defeats Vegeta. Bulma had, of course, also undergone transformation into an artificial being, incorporating the most advanced technology into herself. The absorbable artificial being held growth potential but started at a lower tier, while the eternal energy furnace artificial being commenced at a higher tier but lacked any potential for growth. I shall have them both. After being modified by the research team led by Dr. Gua, Bulma's hands could absorb energy, and she possessed an inexhaustible source of power. Standing before the rampaging Vegeta, Bulma embodied the hopes of many. You evil extraterrestrial, I shall not allow you to continue your destruction of our beautiful Earth, Bulma declared, pointing an accusing finger at Vegeta. Miss Bulma, you must defeat this wicked alien. Go for it, Miss Bulma. The fate of the world rests in your hands. In front of their television screens, countless Earthlings watched with bated breath and hope, following the perilous live report from a fearless journalist. Another peculiar Earthling undetectable by combat power dares to speak boldly before me. Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans? Prepare to die. Vegeta, with an arrogant sneer, raised his hand and launched a ki blast aimed directly at Bulma, a force capable of easily slaying Nappa. Having engaged in combat with the Earth's artificial being army, especially with the elite units, Vegeta had drawn conclusions. As long as he output power at Nappa's level, any Earthling daring to oppose him would be utterly defenseless. Haha. Bulma extended her arms, letting out a fierce shout, blocking the energy blast fired by Vegeta. The blast, visibly shrinking at a remarkable speed, was ultimately absorbed by Bulma. You are unlike those peculiar Earthlings. You should be stronger. Yet, a weakling is still a weakling, and even a slightly stronger weakling remains just that. With my full strength, I can easily eliminate you, Vegeta proclaimed with pride, pointing his thumb at himself. Do not underestimate Earthlings, you diminutive extraterrestrial. In a sudden flash, Bulma charged at Vegeta, delivering a heavy punch. How dare you, despicable Earthling, call me Prince Vegeta of the Saiyan short. Vegeta roared in rage, retaliating with a punch, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows between them. To his astonishment, Bulma held her ground against his all-out assault. She embodied the pinnacle of Earth's technology. After an earth-shattering battle, Vegeta, battered and bruised, lay in a large crater, spitting out a mouthful of blood before succumbing. Hooray! Miss Bulma has triumphed once again, protecting Earth. Truly, she is the savior. The crowd before the television erupted in joyous cheers. Earth has been saved once more. The corpses of Vegeta and his companions fell into the hands of Earth's people. Through the research of Dr. Gero and others, it was discovered that these extraterrestrials, with their monkey tails, possess cellular potential far surpassing that of Earthlings. Not only Earthlings, but even the previously rampaging Demon King Piccolo paled in comparison to these extraterrestrial beings. Splendid. With the acquisition of these 3 extraterrestrial corpses, our advancements in android technology are bound to experience exponential growth. Dr. Gero excitedly shared with Dr. Brief, Bulma, and other top scientists of Earth. The Saiyan corpses illuminated the extent to which living beings could be powerful. With a clear direction, there was no need to fumble in the dark. Earth's android technology has entered a phase of remarkable development. Subsequently, the cosmic real estate mogul, the evil Emperor Frieza, arrived on Earth. Vegeta and his companions were elite members of Frieza's army. How could he remain indifferent to their disappearance on this planet? Oh ho ho ho. So, Mr. Vegeta and his companions have gone missing on this remote planet? Although they are merely 3 dogs I have left, my dogs are not something any common creature can handle. This planet, along with its natives, is no longer necessary. Frieza coldly chuckled while seated in a baby carriage. As commanded, both Dodoria and Zarbon laughed menacingly. Anticipating yet another feast of slaughter, a massive donut-shaped spaceship descended upon Earth. Countless extraterrestrials, resembling locusts, emerged and charged towards the peaceful cities of Earth. Boom. Intense battles erupted in every town. Frieza, remaining aboard the colossal spaceship, wore a grim expression. The soldiers he had dispatched for a jubilant occasion were annihilated by Earthlings. Even Dodoria and other officers fell to the hands of the Earthlings. When Frieza found himself surrounded by Earth's military, he engaged them while still in his baby carriage. After eliminating a batch of Earth soldiers, he began to feel the strain, astonished by the situation. His battle power of 530,000 was sufficient to dominate the universe. Yet it fell short on Earth. Oh ho ho ho. Earthlings, you have truly opened my eyes. That alone is enough to fill me with pride. Now, allow me to showcase the true terror of Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza leaped from the baby carriage with grace, preparing to initiate his second transformation. Do not allow him the opportunity to transform. All units, immediately mount a full-scale assault. We must eradicate this vile extraterrestrial leader. The commanders present received urgent orders from headquarters, commanding elite troops to surround Frieza. The prior Saiyan invasion not only brought the samples of the extraterrestrial warrior race to Earth, but also the technology for battle power detectors. Based on the remnants of the battle power detector obtained, Earth swiftly mastered this technology, developing their own battle power detectors that surpassed the original. It was due to the headquarters' giant battle power detector that Frieza's small frame exhibited a more intense energy response, prompting the frontline troops to exert every effort to eliminate him. If Frieza succeeded in completing his second transformation, the Earthlings would face certain doom. No, you despicable Earth natives, devoid of martial virtue. If only I could transform smoothly. Frieza was unable to transform, and with his 530,000 battle power, he could not withstand the relentless assault of Earth's military and was brutally defeated. This battle resulted in significant losses for Earth's forces as well. However, with the advancement of android technology, cloning technology also made great strides. To minimize casualties, Earth's military extensively employed androids based on modified clones. Economical and powerful, particularly Vegeta's clones, proved to be remarkably effective. Now, with the acquisition of the corpse of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, Earth's forces gained access to a new breed of clones to bolster their ranks. Chapter 118, The Evil Thought Wave. That was close. This extraterrestrial with 3 toes harbors energy within his cells beyond our imagination. Had we not decisively intervened to prevent his transformation, it would have been we Earthlings who perished. Bulma, Dr. Gero, and the others, after examining Frieza's corpse, were filled with trepidation, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Vegeta and his companions merely contained the potential for Super Saiyan level power. Yet Frieza, if he unleashed his full strength, truly possessed the might of a Super Saiyan. At this stage, Earthlings could not withstand the power of a Super Saiyan. With the presence of Vegeta and Frieza, the project for the ultimate combat organism, codenamed Cell, was also put on the agenda. Later, Frieza's father, King Cold, upon learning that his son had perished on Earth at the hands of a group of weaklings, did not dare seek revenge, narrowly preserving his own life. The future warrior Trunks did not appear, nor did the future Cell. The Earthlings peacefully passed through this period, during which Cell's game was supposed to take place. How absurd. Earth faced a new crisis. On the same day, various cities unexpectedly encountered attacks from suddenly appearing enemies. Strangely, these attackers were all individuals who had already perished. There was Demon King Piccolo, the trio of Vegeta, and even Frieza along with his minions. Oh ho ho ho. I, Frieza, have returned. Earthlings, this time, I shall show you the true power of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza, having just crawled out of hell and returned to the mortal realm, transformed into his ultimate form and unleashed his full battle power of 12 million, intending to teach Earthlings the meaning of despair. With a wave of his hand, Frieza obliterated a towering building within his line of sight. The city cried out in agony before Frieza's might. The city burned and exploded. Frieza believed that by unleashing his full power, he could exact revenge. Little did he know, aside from the city he occupied, the rest were suffering greatly. In various cities, the once vanquished enemies, who had been eradicated by the inhabitants of Earth, briefly resurfaced, only to be effortlessly annihilated by the responsive Earth military. Vegeta and his comrades, along with a multitude of Frieza's minions, were ruthlessly dispatched by the newly modernized Earth forces as if they were mere blades of grass, dissipating into energy and vanishing from the mortal realm, returning to the underworld. In this chaotic return to the world of the living, the villain Piccolo displayed the most abysmal performance. Scarcely had he made his entrance before he was swiftly dispatched by a rebellious citizen with a single brick. In this era, the collective strength of Earth's populace has surged remarkably, allowing even the most ordinary individuals to triumph over the once mighty Piccolo, who had previously wreaked havoc across the globe while Earthlings stood powerless. Frieza, though oblivious to the reasons behind your and your minions' resurrection, we shall once again send you back to the depths of hell. A battle-hardened android clad in blue armor confronted Frieza amidst his rampant destruction, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. You despicable Earth natives, had it not been for the opportunity you seized while I was unable to transform, you would never have prevailed over me, the cosmic overlord Frieza. Now, having achieved my ultimate form and exerting my full power, you wretched Earthlings can only meet your demise in despair. Ha ha ha. Observing the blue-armored android, Frieza arrogantly retorted, Earthlings, we have evolved beyond recognition. Your perceptions are outdated. The android in blue armor refrained from further banter and, in a swift motion, punched towards Frieza. You boastful Earth native, perish. Frieza boldly counterattacked. Their figures intersected, both maintaining their poised stances, motionless. In the next moment, how could this be the outcome? The one to fall was I, Frieza. Reluctantly, Frieza uttered his last words as he dissipated into energy, sent back to the underworld by the android's single punch. As a low-ranking officer in the military, this android's prowess had already surpassed that of the character Android 17 from the narrative. Crucially, there are many more like him on Earth. At this moment, the underworld was in complete disarray. Due to the blunders of the underworld's emissaries, a formidable creature known as Evil Thought Wave was born. It was this evil thought wave that disrupted the normal operations of the underworld, allowing the deceased antagonists like Frieza to re-emerge in the realm of the living. Thanks to the protection of Earth's android army, significant damage was averted. The resurrected villains had scarcely begun to stir up chaos when they were swiftly suppressed by the timely arrival of Earth's military. However, the underworld was not so fortunate. In this world, where the narrative had not yet commenced, the protagonist's son Wukong had already perished, thus eliminating the existence of a heroic cohort. Within the underworld, there was no son Wukong to shield it from calamity. The emissaries of the underworld found themselves at a loss when faced with the unrestrained evil thought wave. Fortunately, within the underworld, there existed the unrivaled martial arts master, Pai Gu Fan. Without hesitation, Pai Gu Fan stepped forth to confront the root of all the chaos. The evil thought wave. Halt, you creature. Your opponent is I, Pai Gu Fan. With a halo signifying his identity as a deceased individual, Pai Gu Fan soared above the colossal monster, simultaneously drawing its attention and launching a Kamehameha towards it. The evil thought wave, in its initial form, appeared as a large, round, and pudgy creature with short limbs and a thick tail. At first glance, it seemed utterly harmless, even adorably cute, albeit large enough to crush an ordinary person with a single step. However, in truth, this evil thought wave was not only capable of physically overpowering ordinary beings, but also harbored a fundamentally brutal and malevolent nature. Unlike the character Majin Buu, evil thought wave was irredeemably wicked, devoid of any possibility for redemption. As the Kamehameha shot towards it, evil thought wave blinked its innocuous eyes, opened its large mouth, and devoured the energy blast as if it were a mere snack. Chewing and swallowing, evil thought wave displayed an astonishing lack of intelligence. Yet, Pai Gu Fan could not afford to underestimate this creature. After all, it was the first time in many years that he encountered a being capable of treating his Kamehameha as a mere tidbit. It would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. Chapter 119, Pai Gu Fan vs. Evil Thought Wave. Aware that Evil Thought Wave was not to be trifled with, especially as it could consume even his energy blasts, Pai Gu Fan summoned every ounce of focus and circled the massive form of Evil Thought Wave, carefully probing for an opening, hesitant to act recklessly. The most unsettling aspect of Evil Thought Wave was not merely its ability to consume Kamehameha blasts, but rather its immunity to the rules governing the underworld. The emissaries of the underworld, including even King Yama, possessed little combat prowess. Under normal circumstances, even a few of Frieza's subordinates with battle powers exceeding 10,000 could easily overwhelm them. However, both Frieza and Cell, upon their deaths, had been dutifully subdued by the emissaries of the underworld. Regardless of their formidable abilities, they were required to abide by the rules of the underworld. The reason being, the underworld had a strict regulation. Even those who were powerful in life, capable of subjugating the Kaishin, would find themselves subject to the authority of the emissaries upon their demise. Yet, Evil Thought Wave, possibly born of the underworld's own essence, was grounded in its surroundings, thus evading the constraints faced by other malevolent beings after death. This creature had even bested Super Saiyan 3 son Wukong in the narrative. In this world devoid of a protagonist cohort, had it not been for the presence of the martial arts champion Pai Gu Fan, this rampaging Evil Thought Wave could have easily ravaged the underworld. Evil Thought Wave swung its massive arms, relentlessly swatting at Pai Gu Fan, who darted around in a flurry, akin to a hapless fly being harassed. Yet, it could not land a blow. maintaining its facade of harmlessness. Evil Thought Wave's inner fury had been ignited by Pai Gu Fan. In a fit of rage, it unleashed its unique abilities, sending forth a horde of smaller evil thought waves to overwhelm the relentlessly probing Pai Gu Fan. In the next instant, dozens of smaller evil thought waves surged towards Pai Gu Fan, intent on drowning him with their sheer numbers. What sorcery is this? This creature can divide itself. There are so many. Upon witnessing this, even with his head wrapped in a thick cloth, Pai Gu Fan was drenched in cold sweat. I refuse to believe that each of its countless duplicates possesses the strength of its colossal form. In a moment of desperation, Pai Gu Fan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the oncoming smaller evil thought waves. As expected, these diminutive manifestations were merely hollow shells, easily dispatched by Pai Gu Fan's strikes. Yet, Evil Thought Wave remained unfazed, continuing to utilize its unique abilities, releasing even more smaller evil thought waves while manipulating the floating bubbles in the underworld sky to descend upon Pai Gu Fan. This is bad. What is this creature planning? Realizing that the bubbles were encroaching upon him, Pai Gu Fan felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Evil Thought Wave charged towards Pai Gu Fan, using its massive form to collide violently with him. Even as Pai Gu Fan attempted to defend himself, he was struck by Evil Thought Wave's immense force, sent flying backward as if he were a pedestrian struck by a speeding truck, sustaining significant injuries from the impact. This creature is formidable. I seem to be no match for it, but I cannot afford to fall. The dish known as Pai Gu Fan steadied itself, clutching its chest with one hand, and coughed up a small amount of blood, its gaze resolutely fixed upon the entity known as Shenron Power. Raising its hand, it executed the royal combat technique, swinging both arms in rapid succession to unleash a barrage of energy projectiles, densely aimed at the pursuing Shenron Power. Yet, Shenron Power remained unfazed, devouring the energy projectiles that flew close, while completely disregarding those that struck its body. With a swift motion, it unleashed a palm strike, as swift as lightning, sending Pai Gu Fan flying. Faced with this assault, Pai Gu Fan's expression twisted in pain as it expelled more blood. Unrelenting, Shenron Power pursued, delivering another powerful palm strike towards the direction in which Pai Gu Fan had been sent tumbling. The air around the impact rippled, and in the next instant, Shenron Power's palm pierced through the space between it and Pai Gu Fan, delivering yet another heavy blow that sent Pai Gu Fan hurtling away once more. Spinning chaotically, Pai Gu Fan found itself in a dire predicament, unable to predict the elusive strikes of Shenron Power, and could only endure the relentless assault passively. However, after enduring a fierce barrage of punches and kicks from Shenron Power, Pai Gu Fan seized a fleeting opportunity, crossing its arms to block the oncoming massive fist. Leaping upward, it capitalized on the moment when Shenron Power's fist was unprepared to defend, shouting loudly as it unleashed the rising dragon fist, striking Shenron Power's pudgy chin with such force that the gargantuan creature staggered backward, collapsing heavily to the ground and shaking the earth beneath. Realizing that its fists could indeed harm the rotund form of Shenron Power, Pai Gu Fan shouted once more, its body straightening like a cannonball, launching itself forcefully towards the creature's head as it attempted to rise. Pai Gu Fan aimed to deliver a devastating blow and secure victory in one fell swoop. Yet, while Pai Gu Fan harbored this noble intention, Shenron Power was not inclined to cooperate. With a flick of its hefty hand, it utilized a special ability, summoning a duplicate of Pai Gu Fan, which also let out a fierce battle cry and hurtled towards the original, employing the same tactic against it. The collision between the genuine and the counterfeit Pai Gu Fan was explosive. Ouch! Pai Gu Fan clutched its head, tears brimming in its eyes. The impact left it dizzy and disoriented. This creature possessed an array of troublesome abilities, presenting a formidable challenge. Shaking its head, Pai Gu Fan gazed at Shenron Power, which still bore a deceptively benign expression, its own countenance reflecting deep dismay. As the champion of the underworld martial arts tournament, it found itself unable to resolve the chaos wreaked by this creature. Before Pai Gu Fan could devise a new strategy, Shenron Power began gathering energy, unleashing a torrent of energy projectiles from what appeared to be a black hole on its body. A relentless barrage rushed towards Pai Gu Fan at astonishing speed. Pai Gu Fan's pupils widened in shock. It had not anticipated that Shenron Power could employ the royal combat technique without its massive hands. Faced with the dense rain of projectiles, it could only hastily evade in midair. Explosions erupted all around, akin to a fragile boat struggling amidst surging waves. As Pai Gu Fan fought to navigate through the storm of energy blasts, Shenron Power, akin to a mischievous child toying with ants, clapped its hands in delight, finding amusement in the struggle. Finally, if all else failed, Pai Gu Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. Seizing a moment when Shenron Power's claps diminished the number of energy projectiles, it swiftly maneuvered, executing a breathtaking series of maneuvers to suddenly appear right in front of Shenron Power's large head, coming face to face with it. With an all-out strike, Pai Gu Fan delivered a crushing blow to Shenron Power's head, causing its form to distort. However, Shenron Power retaliated, slamming Pai Gu Fan down to the ground with a mighty palm before following up with a heavy stomp aimed at the prone figure. Ultimately, Pai Gu Fan lacked the strength of the narrative's Sun Wukong, forced to merely dance around Xian Yin Bo's initial form. To vanquish Xian Yin Bo was a distant dream. In the face of Xian Yin Bo's lethal foot, at the brink of death, Pai Gu Fan raised its hands high, channeling every ounce of its strength towards Xian Yin Bo's foot, unleashing a massive wave from below that barely countered the force of the descending foot. The ground trembled as Xian Yin Bo's foot crushed the wave Pai Gu Fan had summoned, landing heavily on the ground where Pai Gu Fan had once lay. Dust swirled in the aftermath. With no further options, Pai Gu Fan made a hasty retreat. Despite being the champion of the underworld martial arts tournament, it found itself unable to best Xian Yin Bo. Its only choice was to preserve its strength and return to Yen Luo Wang and the other deities of the underworld to discuss strategies for dealing with Xian Yin Bo. North Kai, the champion Pai Gu Fan of the underworld martial arts tournament, cannot defeat the creature known as Xian Yin Bo. What should be done? This monster defies the very rules of the underworld, lamented Yen Luo Wang, frowning as he communicated with North Kai. Currently, we can only enlist the aid of beings from the human realm. North Kai replied, shaking his antennae. You are familiar with Frieza, are you not? Of course. That fiend wreaked havoc across the universe during his lifetime, and even in death, he remains a thorn in our side. Were it not for the underworld's rule suppressing him, we would have no means to contend with him, Yen Luo Wang admitted candidly. Frieza was slain by the Earthlings, North Kai stated, explaining that Yen Luo Wang required assistance from Earthlings to deal with Xian Yin Bo, and that the Earthlings' troubles could only be resolved by first addressing the chaos caused by Xian Yin Bo. North Kai offered to facilitate communication between Yen Luo Wang and the inhabitants of Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, oh ho ho, Frieza, have returned once again. The once fractured Frieza, having been returned to the underworld, found himself resurrected once more due to a malfunction in the underworld's operations, allowing him to re-emerge in the human realm. Alongside him, other troublemakers such as Piccolo, Vegeta, and his minions also returned to life due to the underworld's disarray, creating chaos for the Earthlings. This is untenable. Upon receiving reports from frontline combatants, both Bulma and Dr. Gero, along with others, were overwhelmed with frustration. Just as the Earthlings found themselves at a loss, a voice resonated in everyone's mind. Earthlings, you need assistance. North Kai had come to communicate with Yen Luo Wang and the Earthlings. Due to the narrative's protagonist, Sun Wukong, not having begun his journey and meeting an untimely demise, there was no central hero group on Earth. After some communication, Bulma queried, respected North Kai, are you suggesting that the reason Frieza and other villains keep resurrecting and appearing on Earth is due to the emergence of Xian Yin Bo, which disrupted the underworld's normal functioning? Therefore, to truly resolve the chaos caused by Frieza and others, we must assist the underworld in addressing Xian Yin Bo. Is that correct? Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction. Why should we Earthlings bear the consequences for the underworld's issues? However, given the circumstances, the Earth could not allow Xian Yin Bo to continue wreaking havoc in the underworld, lest the turmoil spill over to them. Miss Bulma, we can seize this opportunity to test our strongest artificial warriors developed on Earth against Xian Yin Bo, Dr. Gero suggested with a smile. Bulma nodded slightly, then Dr. Gero, please proceed with your plan. Under the guidance of the North Kai, Earth has resolved to deploy its ultimate weapon, the android cell, to the underworld to eradicate the malevolent entity known as the evil spirit. Following a fierce battle with Vegeta, Bulma realized the perilous nature of her role as the savior and abandoned the thought of engaging in combat herself. Instead, she decided to focus her efforts and resources on the development of Cell. With Cell at her disposal, she could assume the mantle of the savior, delegating the task of confronting threats to Cell. With the combined resources of Earth and the ingenuity of its scientists, this incarnation of Cell does not require the inexplicable need to absorb two eternal energy sources to achieve its perfect form. Upon its creation, it emerged as a perfect being, possessing strength comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 2. After years of training, its power has grown to the point where it can overpower a Super Saiyan 2. However, Earth's greatest trump card lies in the cosmos. With the North Kai's recommendation and the cooperation of King Yama, the formidable Cell, as a living entity, was granted a special exception to enter the underworld solely to eliminate the evil spirit and restore peace to Earth. Just as the deceased can ascend with halos, it follows that the living can also traverse in the opposite direction. Naturally, Cell's stay in the underworld is limited to 1 day, during which it must resolve the threat posed by the evil spirit. Racing against time, Cell swiftly located the evil spirit, which was wreaking havoc across the underworld. Without hesitation, Cell conjured a colossal energy wave, utilizing the Kamehameha technique from the Turtle School. The evil spirit, caught off guard by Cell's sudden appearance and powerful attack, was momentarily taken aback. However, it was soon engulfed by the Kamehameha, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Once the smoke cleared, the unique law of the Dragon Ball universe, which states that no harm befalls those who have been subjected to such attacks, took effect. With one exception, T-God. The evil spirit emerged unscathed, but to everyone's astonishment, it began to undergo a transformation, its massive form visibly shrinking, seemingly distilling its essence due to the Kamehameha's influence. Before long, It had assumed a humanoid shape, brandishing a sword, with fiery red skin, pointed ears, and sharp horns atop its head, reminiscent of Frieza's first form. This new incarnation of the evil spirit exuded an unmistakable aura of malevolence, compact yet formidable, clearly aggressive and formidable. Chapter 121, Cell's defeat, quickly summoned Jiang Wei. The evil spirit let out a furious howl, glaring menacingly at Cell, who had dared to strike it with the Kamehameha. With a swift motion, it lunged at Cell, brandishing its sword in a vicious downward slash, intent on cleaving Cell in two. In a remarkable display of bravery, Cell raised both hands to intercept the blow, catching the sword with bare hands. Impressive. The evil spirit, infuriated that its mighty sword was caught by this unexpected adversary, tightened its grip, forcing the blade down towards Cell's head. Cell, veins bulging, struggled against the overwhelming strength of the evil spirit, watching helplessly as the blade descended inch by inch toward him. With a sinister grin, the evil spirit relished the thought of witnessing the demise of this fool who dared to oppose it, envisioning the delightful scene of Cell's head being severed. Just then, Cell summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful kick to the evil spirit's abdomen, staggering it backward. Seizing the moment, Cell snatched the sword from the evil spirit's grasp and, discarding the unfamiliar weapon, unleashed a barrage of punches aimed at the evil spirit's head, forcing it to retreat. However, this advantage was short-lived. The evil spirit deftly evaded one of Cell's powerful punches and countered with a devastating shoulder throw, slamming Cell to the ground. As Cell lay there, in agony, the evil spirit pinned him down with a foot on his chest. With a malicious grin, the evil spirit directed its palm towards Cell's startled face, gathering energy to launch an energy blast straight at him. The impact left Cell dazed and disoriented. Believing it had secured victory, the evil spirit turned to leave, only to be stunned as Cell, now headless, stood up once more. With a swift motion, Cell reached into the severed neck and retrieved a dripping wet head, raising it to target the evil spirit, who was just turning around. With a cold expression, Cell fired an energy blast, which struck the evil spirit squarely in the chest. However, much to everyone's shock, the blast passed through the evil spirit's chest and exploded behind it, creating a massive crater in the underworld. The evil spirit had utilized its spatial abilities to render Cell's attack ineffective. What? Bulma, Dr. Gero, and others, who were watching the battle unfold through Cell's eyes, were left in disbelief. The androids created on Earth were organized and could maintain communication with their headquarters at any time, enabling them to relay real-time combat updates. Command Cell to engage in close combat, Bulma ordered. As a product of Earth's advanced biotechnology, Cell charged forward and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the evil spirit's face. In response, the evil spirit began channeling energy, forming a massive purple energy wave that hurtled towards Cell. Panic flickered in Cell's eyes as he crossed his arms in defense against the incoming attack. The resulting explosion sent Cell reeling, leaving deep gouges in the ground, but he persevered, albeit in a disheveled state. The evil spirit, relishing the moment, unleashed an even larger energy wave at Cell, who was still reeling from the previous attack. This time, Cell could not withstand the force and was sent flying several meters, with his upper body obliterated by the evil spirit's devastating strike. With a ripple in space, the evil spirit instantly reappeared before Cell's remaining lower half, denying him the opportunity for retaliation. Once more, it unleashed a colossal wave aimed at Cell, culminating in a catastrophic explosion that left nothing behind. For Bulma and the others, who had gathered the pinnacle of Earth's technology in the form of the android Cell, this marked the end of their formidable weapon. The evil spirit, having vanquished Cell, paused momentarily to confirm that Cell would not resurrect, allowing a wicked smile to spread across its face. With a skip in its step, it resumed its destructive rampage across the underworld. In the midst of the unfolding events, the Bei Jie Wang and Yen Luo Wang, who were also spectators, felt a sense of disappointment and irritation upon witnessing the demise of Sha Lu at the hands of the malicious energy wave. The movements of the malicious wave were reminiscent of an insufferable individual, seemingly inviting trouble, as if any moment a colossal truck, recklessly speeding through a red light, would come along to sweep it away. Yet, the underworld was devoid of such trucks. Thus, the Bei Jie Wang and Yen Luo Wang could only stare helplessly, feeling utterly disgusted by the antics of the malicious wave. Earthlings, if you have any other means, now would be the time to employ them, the Bei Jie Wang lamented. Devoid of hope, he casually inquired, reflecting on the fact that the Earthlings' trump cards for survival in the universe had all been obliterated by the malicious wave. What could they possibly use to continue their fight against it? The Bei Jie Wang began to contemplate reporting the events in the underworld to the Dai Jie Wang, seeking to unite the forces of the Eastern, Western, and Southern kings to deal with the havoc wreaked by the malicious wave. There's no choice, Miss Bulma. In order to swiftly quell the unrest on Earth, we must resort to our ultimate hidden trump card, Dr. Gero said helplessly. Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight, though she sighed outwardly. It seems we have no other option. The ultimate hidden trump card referred to the 7 Dragon Balls capable of summoning Jiang Wei. These 7 Dragon Balls, the highest secret of the Earth, were personally safeguarded by Bulma and must never be used lightly. Even when Earth faced the threat of Frieza years ago, they refrained from summoning Jiang Wei, who could rectify all injustices. The reason was straightforward. Jiang Wei was not the Earth's Shenlong. The Earth's Shenlong served merely as a tool, vanishing after use, only to be summoned again after 12 months. However, Jiang Wei could linger for a full 24 hours. If one were to bother Jiang Wei for trivial matters and provoke his displeasure, it would lead to insurmountable trouble. The ruling powers of Earth unanimously believed that matters they could resolve on their own should be handled without summoning Jiang Wei. Yet now, with even Sha Lu unable to contend with the malicious wave, the Earthlings found themselves truly at a loss. With exhilaration, Bulma raised the 7 Dragon Balls high and summoned Jiang Wei. In an instant, the sky was lit with flashes of lightning, and a terrifying pressure descended upon the Earth. Bulma, state your wish. Jiang Wei addressed the exuberant Bulma, instantly recognizing her as an android, akin to number 18. Yet equipped with a perpetual energy furnace far surpassing her capabilities, along with an energy absorption device. To Jiang Wei, the android Bulma's design bore similarities to the Super 17 from Dragon Ball GT, albeit not as exaggerated in terms of energy absorption mechanisms, as she could only absorb energy through the palms of her hands. Her strength could easily overpower the lightning-infused Sha Lu and the Demon Realm King Beerus. Yet she was still inferior to Super Saiyan 3 Goku. This was the second formidable Bulma Jiang Wei had encountered, the first being his own wife. In this moment, Jiang Wei pondered much. Following the incident with Queen Bulma, he began to understand the sentiments of his cousin, who had often expressed a desire to conquer and establish a dynasty upon returning to ancient times. Perhaps Jiang Feng had also traversed into some ancient era, striving to claim the throne. Meanwhile, in a grand palace, a young man adorned in a black dragon robe, surrounded by beautiful women, suddenly sneezed. How strange. Since awakening my 7th sense, I have not sneezed in years. Why now? The young man paid it little mind, instead summoning an enormous pile of food with a wave of his hand. A black cat promptly appeared from an undisclosed corner of the palace, eagerly devouring the mountain of food. The elegantly adorned concubines merely observed this peculiarity with indifference. In the realm of Dragon Ball, within a parallel universe, Jiang Wei found himself puzzled as to why the sight of android Bulma prompted thoughts of his unfortunate cousin. Shaking his head, he inquired of android Bulma the purpose of his summoning. Oh, handsome and dashing dragon, I humbly request you to become my boyfriend. Oops. I meant to ask you to eliminate the malicious wave wreaking havoc in the underworld and restore order between the underworld and the human realm. She exclaimed with excitement. The malicious wave? It possesses some value, Jiang Wei mused. It ought to be classified as an energy life form, a collective embodiment of malice throughout the universe. For me, it holds some collectible worth. This shall be straightforward. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal azure dragon manifested in the underworld, appearing amidst the chaos caused by the malicious wave. What is this sorcery? The Bei Jia Wang and Yin Luo Wang, who had been closely monitoring the developments, widened their eyes in astonishment. The dragon was a rare treasure in the universe, found only on Earth aside from Namek. The Earth's dragon was fundamentally descended from that of Namek. Both the Bei Jia Wang and Yin Luo Wang recognized the dragon, with Yin Luo Wang particularly aware of how many souls had escaped his judgment due to the dragon's interventions, much to his chagrin. The appearance of the dragon in his domain was unprecedented. Malicious wave, look this way, Jiang Wei commanded from his elevated position, gesturing with his dragon claw. The malicious wave glanced upward, spotting the immense Jiang Wei. With a sinister chuckle, it brandished its sword and charged at Jiang Wei, exclaiming, "Take that. Die." Yet, Jiang Wei remained unscathed, while the malicious wave triggered Jiang Wei's passive ability, home invasion. In an instant, it was stripped of all its powers, letting out a pained wail that echoed throughout the underworld. The malicious wave was then reduced to nothingness, leaving only a fleeing underworld worker. This incident had been instigated by the blunders of the underworld worker, who would inevitably face the ire of the higher-ranking Yin Luo Wang. With the eradication of the malicious wave, android Bulma's wish came to fruition. A series of notifications echoed in Jiang Wei's mind, indicating the acquisition of the android Bulma's duplicate and the malicious wave's duplicate. The next moment, the massive azure dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 beams of golden light, scattering across the world. Jiang Wei, in human form, appeared in the underworld. Just as he was about to return to the human realm, a small temporal vortex materialized. Jiang Wei gazed at the unassuming vortex with intrigue. No, please don't cause more trouble now that the malicious wave has been dealt with. The underworld cannot withstand further turmoil, lamented Yin Luo Wang. While the Bei Jia Wang displayed a sympathetic expression, before long, a man and a woman emerged from the temporal vortex, both blue-skinned extraterrestrial beings. The male was tall and robust, exuding a cold and dangerous aura, yet undeniably handsome, more appealing to women than the muscular blue-skinned Bojack. The female was tall and alluring, dressed in a manner that radiated temptation, embodying the archetype of a seductive femme fatale. Jiang Wei regarded the duo with surprise, exclaiming, "Tawa and Mira? Oh, there stands a handsome gentleman. Do you know us?" Tao's gaze was scanning the surroundings, evidently in search of something. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's murmurs, her eyes shifted to him, confirming that she truly did not recognize this charming figure. I have never encountered this person before. Jiang Wei shook his head. Tawa and Mira are akin to characters such as Dales, the Poop Guy, and Gula from the Dragon Ball movie adaptations, all of whom are not part of the canonical Dragon Ball storyline, but rather official fan creations. Before his journey into this realm, Jiang Wei was aware that Tawa and Mira appeared to be characters from a Dragon Ball-related game. His knowledge in this regard was rather limited, as whenever he was not engaged in games with the Omni King and Fat Bu, he held little interest in video gaming. Yet we have never seen you, handsome stranger. My husband and I, how should I put it, you may regard us as time travelers. We have traversed countless timelines, yet this is our first encounter with you. Tawa's delicate face displayed genuine curiosity as she addressed Jiang Wei. Might you share your origins with us, handsome stranger? In Chapter 123, devoted solely to Bulma, Tawa seems to be a scientist from the demon realm, or perhaps the sister of Dabura, the demon king who associates with Babidi. Her husband, Mira, appears to be an artificial being created by Tawa. Thus, Jiang Wei found this couple quite intriguing, as the husband was indeed the creation of his wife. Although Tawa claimed they were time travelers, it was likely a half-truth, yet not entirely a lie. From the information Jiang Wei had gathered, Tawa and Mira were indeed traversing time, moving through various timelines of the Dragon Ball saga. What their true intentions were, Jiang Wei could not ascertain, especially since he had little interest in Dragon Ball-related games before his arrival in this world. I am Jiang Wei, a recipient of Bulma's essence in this realm. Jiang Wei briefly recounted his origins. You have been rather vague. Tawa and I require more detailed information, Mira stated with a cold demeanor. My apologies, but I must decline. Jiang Wei did not even glance at Mira, fixing his gaze on Tawa, instead, smiling as he spoke. What if we insist on knowing? Mira's expression grew colder, her aura emanating an overwhelming power. You may attempt it, Jiang Wei replied nonchalantly. Should Mira dare to strike, he would ensure that Tawa would become a widow in an instant. Jiang Wei, the dashing gentleman, my husband is muscular but not the sharpest. If he has offended you, I implore your forgiveness. Tawa, sensing the escalating tension, quickly interjected. In her view, there was no need for them to fight Jiang Wei, a stranger with unknown capabilities. Husband, please apologize to the handsome Jiang Wei, she urged Mira. After a moment of hesitation, Mira, still maintaining her icy demeanor, offered an apology to Jiang Wei, unaware that her obstinacy would lead to dire consequences. Consequently, Jiang Wei found no reason to retaliate. Even if Tawa and Mira were antagonists, they had not wronged him. So why should he engage them in conflict? Husband, it appears our fortune has waned. This is yet another malfunctioning timeline, and our journey has been in vain. Tawa, with a charming demeanor, bid farewell to Jiang Wei and took Mira's hand, vanishing into a small temporal vortex. The purpose of Tawa and Mira's time traveling was reminiscent of the reincarnators in the divine space. These reincarnators altered narratives to acquire side stories and points for self-empowerment. Tawa and Mira, however, delighted in changing the Dragon Ball narrative to gain energy derived from historical alterations to amplify their own strength. Yet in the realm of the artificial Bulma, the plot had yet to unfold, as an infant Goku was obliterated by a minion of Gula. For Tawa and Mira, there was little historical progression to alter as the timeline was already askew. Such distorted historical timelines were deemed malfunctioning by Tawa. Their initial aim in visiting the world of artificial Bulma was to alter the history of the evil energy wave being vanquished by Vegito to acquire special energy. Yet in this world, Goku perished as an infant, and Vegeta was crushed by artificial Bulma, leaving no Vegito to speak of. Tawa and Mira had only wasted their time with this fruitless endeavor. Once the small temporal vortex dissipated, Jiang Wei executed a swift teleportation back to the mortal realm. In the world of artificial Bulma, he could remain for 24 hours, and he saw no reason to depart prematurely. On Earth, the evil energy wave, having sought its own demise, dared to attack Jiang Wei in his dragon form. He did not need to intervene, as the malevolent entity was swiftly eradicated. The villains who previously manifested in the mortal realm could no longer resurrect and were vanquished by the Earth's military, returning to the underworld. The Earth, grateful for Jiang Wei's timely intervention, expressed profound gratitude. A celebratory feast was undoubtedly in order. Artificial Bulma was overjoyed, persistently engaging Jiang Wei in conversation. He too was eager to converse with the transformed version of Bulma from another realm. As they chatted, Jiang Wei found himself increasingly inclined to deepen their relationship. After all, the same ingredients, when prepared differently, can yield entirely distinct flavors. The same fruit can vary in taste depending on its origin and cultivation methods. However, the constant remained. Artificial Bulma sang joyous melodies, yet Jiang Wei remained impervious to her charms. Regardless of the world, no Bulma had succeeded in breaking down his defenses. My dear, must our parting last a year before we can reunite? As Jiang Wei donned his trousers, the artificial Bulma expressed her lingering desire. Worry not, my love. I shall modify the Dragon Balls in your possession, ensuring a mere month of cooldown before we can meet again. Jiang Wei kept his word. immediately altering the cooldown period of the 7 Dragon Balls in artificial Bulma's possession to 1 month. He also discreetly added a setting through the Tongsu to prevent any overlap with the Dragon Balls held by Queen Bulma during their activation. Should both Bulmas summon Jiang Wei simultaneously, the Tongsu would cleverly stagger their requests without causing any issues. Jiang Wei marveled. Truly, the Tongsu is remarkable. Akin to the magic of a saintess, huh? Under the wistful gaze of artificial Bulma, Jiang Wei vanished in a flash of golden light at the appointed time. Upon returning to the palace, he encountered his wife Bulma and approached her with affectionate warmth, sharing tales of his experiences in another world. As she listened, Bulma suddenly remarked, "Husband, I seem to detect the scent of another woman on you." Jiang Wei playfully ruffled her hair, chuckling, "My dear, why tease me with such words? You are the only Bulma in my heart, there are no others." Sensing the sincerity in her husband's words, Bulma pondered why she had voiced such a thing. Perhaps, as her husband suggested, she was merely being playful. How could she speak so mischievously to her husband? That evening, Bulma exerted herself more than usual to atone for her earlier teasing remarks. Time flew by, and over a year passed. In the main world, Jiang Wei, apart from spending time with his wife and children, occasionally played games with the 2 Omni Kings and Fat Bu, and hosted feasts for the gluttonous Beerus and Whis, who often visited for food. Alongside them were Lan Shi and Android 18. Jiang Wei felt that life in the main world was losing its fervor day by day. Only when summoned by another world does Jiang Wei feel a flicker of interest. This year, he has become a father once more. First, Queen Bulma gave birth to the heir of the Capsule Empire, the esteemed Prince Jiang Zhang. Subsequently, the android Bulma, not to be outdone, bore him a pair of children, the elder brother Jiang Jian and the younger sister Jiang Jialaw. After traversing into the Dragon Ball universe, Jiang Wei found himself with 5 children from the same mother. Not long after Jiang Wei welcomed his 5 offspring, his younger brother Vegeta also became a parent. Vegeta's wife, Violet, gave birth to a boy named Durax. Thus, Jiang Wei's lineage grew, requiring him to bestow additional gifts during festive seasons. Chapter 124, Altering the Dragon's Rules. Ding. A notification from the system echoed in his mind, announcing that another Dragon Ball world had gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned him. On that day, Jiang Wei visited the Capsule Empire to see Queen Bulma and his son Jiang Zhang. Just as he returned, the system's alert chimed again, informing him of new opportunities. Jiang Wei chuckled and asked, "System, has this world summoned me before?" Ding. This world is summoning you for the first time. Special note, there exists a unique opportunity to alter the dragon's rules, and we hope you will explore it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei was elated. He would certainly not overlook a rare chance to change the dragoness rules. Although as a dragon, his powers vastly surpassed those of other dragons depicted in the narrative, it did not exempt him from the regulations established by Lord Toriyama regarding the fulfillment of wishes. The most evident of these restrictions is the dragon's ability to resurrect the deceased, which, despite its limitations, can be unconditionally granted to those who wish for it. Jiang Wei adhered to this rule, yet his capacity to revive the dead was devoid of any restrictions, whether it be a second resurrection, the end of a natural life, or even after reincarnation. If someone wished for it, he could fulfill that wish and resurrect them all. Typically, dragons cannot grant wishes to enhance another's combat power. However, special dragons can fulfill such wishes, albeit at a great cost to the wishmaker, who must not exploit loopholes. One can reference Granola's ascension to the universe's pinnacle. The price is not merely the relinquishment of years of life, but rather, the fulfillment of such wishes guarantees a shortened lifespan. This implies that even if the wishmaker possesses eternal life, upon achieving a wish to enhance combat prowess, they are left with only a few years to live, and cannot wish again to extend their lifespan. One must not exploit loopholes. Lord Toriyama has firmly established these rules. Furthermore, one cannot wish for the death of others through the dragon, nor can one acquire formidable skills through such wishes. Yet, regarding this matter, as seen with Granola's rise, Jiang Wei, as a dragon, has bypassed Lord Toriyama's supreme regulations by imposing a cost. As long as the wishmaker is willing to pay an unbearable price, Jiang Wei can grant wishes that result in the death of others. This means a strict one-for-one exchange. After fulfilling the wish, the wishmaker cannot be revived by any means. As for acquiring powerful skills, Jiang Wei merely bestows his own abilities upon the wishmaker, thus circumventing Lord Toriyama's highest rules. Should one transgress these regulations, they may refer to Zamasu's wish to the super dragon for immortality as an example of circumventing Lord Toriyama's restrictions. Now, with an opportunity to escape Lord Toriyama's constraints, Jiang Wei would not let it slip away, even if the rules posed little detriment to his current self. After addressing certain matters, Jiang Wei transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from Super Earth. In another world, the opening of this Dragon Ball universe bears a striking resemblance to the world of Android Bulma. One day, the peaceful Earth suddenly fell victim to a brutal assault. A large group of previously deceased villains emerged from the underworld, wreaking havoc across human cities. These villains varied in strength. Among the formidable were Perfect Cell and the tyrant Frieza, while the weaker ones included a metallic soldier resembling the T-800 from the Red Ribbon Army, General Blue, who followed Frieza and joined in the destruction, venting years of pin-up resentment from his time in the underworld. As in the canonical Dragon Ball narrative, the Earth's military proved to be mere targets in the face of the chaos instigated by Frieza and Cell. In this scenario, only the Earth's military, now a vassal of Super Earth, and the Capsule Empire's forces led by Queen Bulma could easily suppress the turmoil. In other Dragon Ball worlds, aside from relying on the main cast to fend off calamities, the Earth had little recourse. Fortunately, in this world, the main characters faced no issues. As the villains from the underworld began their indiscriminate attacks on the cities, the main cast stepped forward to eliminate these foes and restore order to the Earth. A horde of Red Ribbon soldiers and Frieza's minions could be easily handled by Tien and his comrades. However, against the likes of Frieza and Perfect Cell, only Son Goku, Vegeta, and their hybrid Saiyan offspring stood a chance. Are you Son Goku? Frieza and Cell, revived and facing the young Goku, questioned with confusion. It had been a long time since they last encountered him. Young Goku greeted them cheerfully, yet Frieza and Cell, seeing him as a child, became increasingly arrogant, believing they had the upper hand. However, as they engaged, they quickly realized their error. Frieza and Cell found themselves frozen, only to be shattered upon falling to the ground due to Goku's clumsiness. Observing the scattered remnants of Frieza and Cell, Goku scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Frieza and Cell, having failed to reform in the underworld, would certainly not escape his wrath. Yet, turning them to dust was beyond Goku's expectations. Frieza is irrelevant, just a weakling. I never imagined my ultimate android cell would crumble before Son Goku. What a disgrace. Nonetheless, this plan never relied on these two fools. They were merely pawns to divert attention. An elderly man, donning a tall hat emblazoned with the red and white RR insignia, expressed his dissatisfaction. It was none other than Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into Android 20. Before the fruits of our labor, both Frieza and Cell are clearly insignificant. Dr. Gero's companion, a blue-skinned alien who matched his intellect, boasted confidently. This alien was, of course, Dr. Mio, whose unwavering confidence stemmed from the powerful android they had developed together in the underworld over the years, the Hell 17. Chapter 125, The Controlled 17. Hell 17. Aside from differing attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to Android 17. Under the commands of the two villainous doctors, Hell 17 began its mission, hunting down the main cast while seeking out Android 17. Relying solely on Hell 17, there was no absolute assurance of victory over Son Goku and Vegeta. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mio's original intention in creating Hell 17 was to fuse Hell 17 with Android 17, thereby producing a formidable being akin to the fusion warrior Vegeto, a terrifyingly powerful android. This was their ultimate trump card for exacting revenge on Son Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, the Android 17 in the human realm had already fallen under the control of Dr. Gero and his associates, positioning him against the protagonists. As Son Wukong dealt with the instigators Frieza and Cell, Trunks and Son Goten dispatched a multitude of minor villains with ease. A single energy blast from them obliterated swathes of adversaries, leading Trunks and Goten to grow complacent and overly confident. However, as the saying goes, great joy often precedes sorrow. They soon faced a surge in difficulty when confronted by the now-controlled Android 17. Abruptly emerging from the ruins of a building without warning, he unleashed several energy blasts toward Trunks and Goten. The latter were taken aback by the unexpected attack, failing to react in time to evade the blasts, which sent them crashing to the ground with a tremendous impact, creating a large crater in a residential area. Smoke engulfed the scene, and Trunks, bewildered, crawled from the debris, pondering why Android 17 had turned against them, as he was supposed to be the brother of Android 18, a companion of theirs. Nearby, Son Goten also emerged from the rubble, confronting the menacing Android 17. In a fit of rage, Android 17 shot several more energy blasts, resulting in a series of fierce explosions. Trunks and Goten were hurled away amidst the chaos, landing helplessly in the smoking crater, rendered motionless. A fleeting moment of conflict flickered in Android 17's eyes as he approached to ascertain the fate of Trunks and Goten. At that moment, a young man sprinted towards them. Calling out their names, this was Son Gohan. Infuriated and bewildered, he demanded to know why Android 17 was attacking his friends. Android 17 coldly replied that as a creation of Dr. Gero, his purpose was to kill and destroy, fulfilling the very intent behind his creation. You have changed. You are not the Android 17 I once knew. Allow me to awaken you. Son Gohan retorted, his anger ignited by the revelation. Realizing that words were futile, he resolved to take action. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging at the obstinate Android 17. Unyielding, Android 17 met Son Gohan head-on. Their intense clash unleashed powerful gusts of wind that swept through the surrounding skyscrapers. As their fierce exchange of blows ensued, they darted through the skies at blinding speeds, occasionally launching energy blasts that decimated the ground beneath them. However, the enhanced android 17 soon gained the upper hand, seizing an opportunity to strike Son Gohan squarely in the face, sending him crashing down. With a resounding impact, Son Gohan created another crater upon hitting the ground. At that moment, a young girl emerged, witnessing her father's plight and crying out for him. "Xiaofang, stay back!" Son Gohan shouted, blood trickling from his mouth as he desperately warned his daughter. Xiaofang's presence immediately drew Android 17's attention. "Ah, another spawn of Sun Wukong? All of Dr. Gero's foes must perish," he declared, madness etched across his face as he gathered an energy blast aimed at Xiaofang. "Don't!" Son Gohan screamed, panic surging as he realized he could not reach her in time. Suddenly, a small figure darted forward, courageously pushing Xiaofang aside, only to be consumed by Android 17's energy blast, leaving no trace. "My husband! You wretched brother! You have killed Krillin!" A blonde woman charged forth, seething with rage as she confronted Android 17. It was Android 18, her eyes aflame with fury. "Stop!" Android 17 murmured, momentarily halting his assault. The woman standing before him was indeed his sister. In this tumultuous moment, both Krillin and Android 18's powers were only sufficient to contend with minor foes, hardly enough to confront a formidable adversary. As chaos brewed in the city due to Frieza and his minions, Krillin and his wife stepped forward to do what they could. They swiftly dispatched a group of Frieza's henchmen led by a pineapple-haired warrior named Raikum. Upon Raikum's defeat, a gleaming orb rolled from his grasp, a Dragon Ball. As Android 18 soon discovered, her eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized it as a 2-star Dragon Ball. The moment she picked it up, visions of the remaining Dragon Balls flooded her mind. "This is unlike any Dragon Ball we know," she exclaimed, sharing her discovery with Krillin, who was equally stunned. "We should collect the remaining Dragon Balls before they fall into the wrong hands. That would spell trouble," he decided. Thus, the couple embarked on a quest to gather the remaining Dragon Balls, eliminating adversaries in their path. Guided by the Dragon Balls, they vanquished Colonel Silver's minions from the Red Ribbon Army and secured the second Dragon Ball. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the battleground where Son Gohan faced off against Android 17. With Xiaofang in peril, Krillin did not hesitate. He leaped forward to protect her, unwilling to allow Goku's granddaughter to be harmed before his eyes. Tears streamed down Android 18's face as she shielded her husband's memory. Android 17, emotionless and disregarding familial ties, launched an energy blast at her, sending her flying as he ascended into the sky, leaving the area behind. Chapter 126, Super Android 17. You foul brother. The sorrow of Android 18 was indescribable, as she mourned the loss of her husband at the hands of her own brother. What on earth has happened? Suddenly, a spark of determination ignited within her. She recalled the mysterious Dragon Ball she had found. "If I can gather the remaining 5 Dragon Balls, I can summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish," she resolved, suppressing her pain as she bid farewell to Son Gohan and resumed her search for the remaining Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the secondary protagonist was engaged in battle with Hell 17. Feeling the pressure as he was outmatched, just as he seemed on the brink of defeat, his steadfast ally, Sun Wukong, arrived in the nick of time, shielding Vegeta from Hell 17's relentless assault and countering with his own. "Truly, you are formidable, Sun Wukong, the nemesis of Dr. Gero," Hell 17 remarked, wiping blood from his mouth. "How can you have grown so strong? What do you know, Vegeta?" Sun Wukong inquired, his expression grave. "How would I know anything?" Vegeta replied, bewildered. "Kakarot, if we defeat him, we shall uncover everything," Vegeta gasped. Before Son Goku arrived to lend assistance, he had already endured a fierce beating from Hell's number 17. But now, Son Goku had appeared. Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu were instantly invigorated, eagerly anticipating the gruesome spectacle of Son Goku and Vegeta meeting their demise before their very eyes. Another number 17, having escaped from Android 18, joined the fray against Hell's number 17 under the guidance of Dr. Gero and his companions. 2 number 17s. Observing the 2 indistinguishable number 17s, save for their differing attire, both Son Goku and Vegeta wore expressions of disbelief. "No, there is only one number 17. Both number 17 and Hell's number 17 exclaimed in unison. They immediately unleashed their powers. After a surge of terrifying energy, the 2 number 17s merged into a single, towering, muscular figure with a more mature countenance. "That is me. Super number 17. The formidable and muscular number 17 declared coldly. "Number 17, I have no interest in your past. My sole objective is to defeat you," Vegeta shouted, launching himself at Super number 17. However, it was not long before Vegeta plummeted from the sky, battered and bruised, witnessing Super number 17 effortlessly overpowering his determined ally. Son Goku also joined the battle. After a similar wave of terrifying energy, he transformed into a red-skinned form, complete with a tail. Super Saiyan 4. Commonly referred to as the red-haired monkey. How could Son Goku become so powerful? Super number 17's heart was tumultuous, yet his expression remained one of invincibility and arrogance. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Son Goku was no longer a foe that Super number 17 could contend with. If Son Goku were to confront Super number 17 directly, It was clear that the latter would be the one to fall. Just as Super Number 17 mused about how many rounds he could withstand under the onslaught of Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku's fists and feet, Son Goku unexpectedly launched a Kamehameha attack. Super Number 17 was overjoyed. Android Number 17 was merely an outdated model of the Eternal Energy Furnace, whereas Hell's Number 17 possessed not only the Eternal Energy Furnace, but also an energy absorption device, capable of endless growth through the absorption of opponent's energy. When Son Goku's Kamehameha struck Super Number 17, the latter displayed an expression of sheer elation, akin to having consumed a powerful tonic. Super Number 17 appeared unaffected. Son Goku, puzzled, continuously increased the power and unleashed a barrage of Kamehameha attacks, essentially feeding Super Number 17. Absorbing Son Goku's energy, Super Number 17's muscles visibly expanded and transformed. Finally, this caught Son Goku's attention. Could it be that Number 17's ability to withstand my Kamehameha was due to his own energy absorption skill? Son Goku deduced Super Number 17's secret, yet he continued to act foolishly. To validate his assumption, he delivered another grand Kamehameha. Tenfold Kamehameha. Indeed, I have unraveled your secret. You can absorb energy during battle. Son Goku realized with clarity. After consuming the tenfold Kamehameha, Super Number 17's perception of Son Goku was singular. A mindless fool. Haha. You have only just discovered Super Number 17's secret, and it is too late, Son Goku. Now Super Number 17 will surely eliminate you and your friends. Despair, Son Goku. As Super Number 17 stood invincible, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew dared to emerge from the shadows, taunting Son Goku. Son Goku, today marks your doom. Super Number 17 charged at Son Goku, and once more, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their silhouettes dancing amidst a battlefield that spanned much of the sky. Their intense clash sent ripples through the air. Upon realizing his miscalculation, Son Goku ceased his Kamehameha attacks and resorted to hand-to-hand combat against Super Number 17. But the tides had turned. Super Number 17 was now free to unleash Kamehameha attacks, targeting Son Goku from a distance, disrupting his rhythm and momentum. With the advantage of Android's boundless stamina, Son Goku ultimately succumbed, struck down by a massive energy blast from Super Number 17, landing in a crater and reverting from his red-haired monkey form back to Little Goku. From his elevated position, Super Number 17 gathered energy in his palm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Nearby, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting the historic moment when Super Number 17 would dismantle their mutual nemesis. Son Goku. Just at that critical juncture, the sky suddenly crackled with thunder. An ominous presence descended upon the earth, felt by every inhabitant of the planet. Who has summoned the dragon? The main cast was left utterly bewildered. With the situation still unresolved, had they summoned the dragon prematurely? The summoner of the dragon was this world's number 18. Her husband, Krillin, had been reduced to rubble by her own brother right before her eyes. And number 18's emotional composure had completely shattered. Upon noticing the newly appeared Dragon Balls, which seemed markedly different from the original ones and contained immense secrets, number 18 hastily gathered the remaining Dragon Balls and, in a moment of impulsiveness, summoned the dragon. Once the colossal azure dragon emerged, number 18's clarity returned. How could one summon the dragon responsible for resolving matters while still engaged in battle? Therefore, when Jiang Wei appeared in a city that was continuously smoking and clearly ravaged, he greeted the dragon, saying, "Hello, dragon. I may have acted hastily summoning you this time. Could we finish our business here before you make your appearance?" Number 18 remarked sheepishly, beads of nervous sweat forming on her brow. Chapter 127. Super Number 17 is merely an amusing toy. Number 18, state your wish. This dragon can fulfill any desire. However, only one wish may be granted, so choose wisely. Jiang Wei gazed intently at number 18, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh, you can grant any wish?" Number 18 exclaimed in surprise. How could she have been unaware of the dragon's capabilities before? Then she realized that the Dragon Balls she used to summon the dragon were indeed different from those she had previously utilized. The old Dragon Balls did not possess the ability to reveal the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls without the aid of Bulma's Dragon Radar. In comparison, these newly acquired Dragon Balls were far more convenient. It stood to reason that the dragon summoned by these balls would also differ from its predecessors. After careful contemplation, number 18 cautiously articulated her wish. "Dragon, please restore the world to its state before the evil beings from the underworld wreaked havoc, if you would." She anxiously awaited Jiang Wei's response. "Number 18, you are quite astute," Jiang Wei commended her, then snapped his fingers with a decisive gesture. "This is quite simple." In the next instant, all the villains rampaging through various cities, who had not yet been dealt with by the main cast, were erased from existence. Indeed, Jiang Wei had invoked the power of the Omni King, obliterating the villains' very souls, rendering them completely non-existent, without the need for them to return to the underworld. Simultaneously, the cities were restored to their former glory. All those who had perished were revived, including number 18's husband, Krillin. Everything was restored to the state that existed prior to the chaos instigated by the malevolent beings from the underworld. However, Dr. Gero and Super 17 are exceptions. They were intentionally preserved by Jiang Wei. What transpired? Has time been reversed? It matters not. As long as I can witness Sun Wukong's demise before my eyes, I shall find satisfaction. Dr. Gero was momentarily astonished by the changes around him. Super 17, this time unhindered by the interference of Android 18 from the storyline, grinned sinisterly as he concentrated a colossal energy wave, preparing to unleash it upon the prone Sun Wukong. Could you too, for my sake, extend an olive branch to Sun Wukong? I assure you, it would be worthwhile. At that moment, a voice echoed. Dr. Gero and his companion turned toward the sound and beheld a handsome young man who had appeared unexpectedly among them. Jiang Wei genuinely intended to mediate the conflict between Dr. Gero and the protagonists. After all, in the main world, both Dr. Gero and the protagonists were, in essence, his allies. I do not know who you are, but Sun Wukong must die, I insist. While Dr. Gero was still in shock, Super 17, nonchalantly, hurled the colossal energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Having absorbed Sun Wukong's energy, Super 17's power had surpassed that of Sun Wukong, making him the mightiest being. He owed no allegiance to anyone. Otherwise, he would not have obliterated his two creators in the narrative. As the enormous energy wave was about to crash upon Sun Wukong, it abruptly vanished. Jiang Wei utilized the Omni King's eraser ability to erase the colossal energy wave that Super 17 had launched. Who do you think you are? What you said is nothing but nonsense. Jiang Wei raised his hand, casually forming an energy sphere and shooting it towards Super 17. Faced with the energy sphere launched by Jiang Wei, Super 17 displayed a look of indulgence, spreading his arms wide. Just as he was about to revel in the moment, he was utterly annihilated by the seemingly casual energy sphere Jiang Wei had fired. The energy contained within that sphere, despite being casually launched, far exceeded Super 17's absorption limit. Consequently, upon contact with the energy sphere, Super 17 exploded, leaving no trace behind. This scene left all present in shock. Dr. Gero and his companion gazed at Jiang Wei, their faces etched with fear, swallowing nervously. Who is this person? How formidable! Even Super 17, who could absorb my tenfold Kamehameha, was effortlessly dealt with by him. Sun Wukong struggled to emerge from the pit, staring at Jiang Wei in astonishment. In truth, Sun Wukong had reserved some energy for a final transformation into Super Saiyan 4. However, due to Jiang Wei's intervention, his plans had become unnecessary. What transpired next further astonished the crowd. The techniques of Super 17 had their merits. It seemed wasteful to eliminate him thus. Jiang Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers, possessing the ability of Angel Whis. He restored time to the moment before Super 17's demise. Super 17, still with his arms outstretched and a look of indulgence, remained completely unaware that he had already perished once. This manipulation of time, this reversal, who exactly is this young man? Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mio began to retreat. It was prudent to flee. Such a powerful being was not someone they could provoke. Where is my enormous wave? Super 17 noticed the absence of the energy sphere Jiang Wei had launched, displaying a puzzled expression. Just as Dr. Gero and his companion were about to flee, Jiang Wei's calm voice halted them. Did I permit you to leave? With a mere gesture, Super 17 fell into Jiang Wei's grasp without resistance, becoming a specimen for research. Subsequently, in consideration of Jiang Wei's stature, Dr. Gero and his companion reconciled with Sun Wukong and obediently returned to the underworld. After 10 minutes of study, Jiang Wei comprehended the technology behind Super 17, dismantling the fusion and reverting him to Android 17 and Hell 17. Naturally, Android 17 was restored to normal as well. Hell 17, however, became Jiang Wei's collection. This so-called Hell 17, following Jiang Wei's research, was essentially a clone of Android 17. In the narrative, Android 17 had perished alongside Cell, and Dr. Gero seized this opportunity, acquiring a sample of Android 17 from the underworld to create Hell 17. It could be understood that Hell 17 is essentially a cloned spirit of Android 17. With Android 18 summoning Jiang Wei, there was no longer a need to use the original Dragon Balls. Yet, at the suggestion of the Grand Priest, Jiang Wei urged the protagonist to employ the original Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. The protagonist complied without question, fully aware of Jiang Wei's immense power. Even Super 17 regarded Jiang Wei as merely a toy. The Dragon Balls of the GT world had become dilapidated, possessing an entirely different set of attributes compared to those of the Bird Master-S world. Yet, it was precisely this divergence that provided the opportunity to alter the rules of Shenron. Jiang Wei gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls, now marred with cracks, and smiled. Raising his hands, he summoned Shenron, or rather, the evil dragon. With a series of sinister chuckles, a figure that starkly contrasted the traditional Shenron, exuding an aura of malevolence, emerged. The protagonists looked at the evil dragon, their faces betraying their unfamiliarity. Without acknowledging the gathered individuals, the evil dragon produced a lighter and lit a cigar for himself. Adopting the demeanor of a mafia boss, I shall grant none of you any wishes. Chapter 128. The rules represented by the evil dragon. Ding. A different set of rules for Shenron has emerged. Would you like to absorb it? Jiang Wei observed the evil dragon puffing on his cigar. Absorb. Ah. The evil dragon sensed impending doom, and in the next instant, he transformed into energy, which Jiang Wei absorbed. The 7 Dragon Balls of the GT world turned to stone. The benefits Jiang Wei gained from absorbing the evil dragon allowed him, as Shenron, to disregard the Bird Master's narrative framework, granting him greater freedom. Oh, the Dragon Balls have turned to stone, unlike before. Bulma picked up the 7 stone orbs, puzzled. The Dragon Balls of your world have completely vanished. However, with my Dragon Balls, should you face trouble, you can still summon me, Jiang Wei informed them. Upon hearing this, the protagonists breathed a sigh of relief. Without the Dragon Balls, summoning Shenron would have rendered many issues insurmountable. Jiang Wei lingered in the GT world for several more days, acquiring the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 from Sun Wukong before returning to the main world. No longer constrained to a 24-hour stay. This was a change brought about by absorbing the evil dragon. By bringing back the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 from the GT world, Jiang Wei enabled the protagonists of the main world to also transcend the limitations imposed by the Bird Master, granting them an additional form of transformation beyond Super Saiyan God. Husband, your time away this time was longer than usual. Did anything change? Bulma asked, leaping into Jiang Wei's embrace, her gaze envious alongside Lan Shi and Android 18. Jiang Wei recounted his experiences in the GT world as a tale to Bulma and the others. Naturally, he withheld certain details, not revealing everything in its entirety. Since Jiang Wei had been away for several days, that evening, Bulma's fervor intensified, yet she still could not breach Jiang Wei's defenses. After breaking the limitations imposed by the bird uncle on Shenlong, Jiang Wei felt as if he had activated a cheat code, enabling him to enhance the strength of Bulma and his companions through wishes. However, apart from Bulma, several others who were not particularly fond of training declined to adopt such methods to elevate their power. It must be said that Sun Wukong and his peers are true training enthusiasts, unwilling to take shortcuts even when offered. Jiang Wei respected the choices of the devoted practitioners like Sun Wukong, as long as the women and children around him were willing to embrace this path. The outcome of this situation was that not only was Jiang Wei the strongest, but his entire family also held that title. This led to another consequence. The younger members would frequently hold martial arts tournaments on Super Earth for sparring. Due to Jiang Wei's actions, his family's eligibility to participate was unanimously blacklisted by the younger members. With the elder brother's family competing, there was no need for anyone else to spar. They would simply concede. Dad, Uncle Wukong, and the others no longer want to spar with me and my sister. Jiang Xiu approached, looking upset. Jiang Wei affectionately ruffled Jiang Xiu's hair and replied, Son, this is the price of growth. Ding. Report, Master. A Dragon Ball world has summoned you after gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. While Jiang Wei was engaging in profound life discussions with his son, the alert from the system echoed in his mind. Now, having absorbed the Shenlong rules represented by the evil dragons from the GT worldview, Jiang Wei acquired a new option. He could mimic the evil dragon, holding a lighter and puffing on a cigar, to tell those who summoned him, this Shenlong will no longer grant your wishes. What will you do about it? He could simply ignore them. However, Jiang Wei was a dedicated Shenlong. In truth, his sole enjoyment in life stemmed from experiencing the changes across various Dragon Ball worlds and seeking amusement. Thus, he would not refuse the summons before him. Son, go find your sister to play with. Dad has some matters to attend to, Jiang Wei said with a smile to Jiang Xiu. Dad, are you going to work in another world again? When will you take me and my sister to see other worlds? Jiang Xiu inquired curiously. Next time, Jiang Wei replied. If he encountered a world lacking a suitable Bulma, he would gladly take the children to broaden their horizons. However, if the summoned world had a Bulma that met his needs, Jiang Wei would naturally refrain from considering bringing the children along. The reasons were understood by those who knew. System, has the world summoned me before? Jiang Wei asked, as was his custom before departure. Ding. This world has not summoned the master previously. Huh. A world that has never summoned me. Jiang Wei rubbed his palms together and transformed into golden light, vanishing from Super Earth in the main world. In another world, as the invincible man Vegeta entered the body of Majin Buu, he transformed back into Sun Wukong and Vegeta. When Sun Wukong and Vegeta escaped from Majin Buu's interior, Majin Buu reverted to its original form, Kid Buu. As soon as Kid Buu appeared, without hesitation, he unleashed a massive wave that obliterated the Earth. Vegeta was caught off guard and, due to the Earth's explosion, was sent back to the afterlife, leaving Sun Wukong to confront Kid Buu alone in the Kaishin realm. Oh, and there was also a human, Satan, who had survived and was idly observing in the Kaishin realm. Damn it, he just blew up the Earth without a second thought. And even that guy Vegeta couldn't escape. Witnessing the destruction of the Earth ignited a genuine fury within Sun Wukong. In a flash, he charged at Kid Buu, who was excitedly pounding his chest like a gorilla, howling in delight over the destruction. Sun Wukong landed a powerful punch on Kid Buu, mangling his face and sending him crashing into a stone wall, shattering it to pieces. Infuriated by the blow, Kid Buu emerged from the rubble and launched a furious counterattack against Sun Wukong, the two engaging in an intense exchange of punches and kicks. Both Sun Wukong and Kid Buu took hits, but it was evident that Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage. As Kid Buu managed to push Sun Wukong back with a punch, he swiftly ascended and delivered a heavy kick to Sun Wukong's waist, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Observing Sun Wukong's agony, Kid Buu, still in the air, bounced around like a gorilla, exuberantly beating his chest, displaying the behavior of a completely irrational beast. Chapter 129, Giving Kid Buu the Finger. Nearby, hidden in a tall grass patch that could conceal an adult, Satan quivered in fear from Kid Buu's ruthlessness. Beside Satan crouched Fat Buu, gazing anxiously at the jubilant Kid Buu in the sky. The serious expression on his chubby face reflected the gravity of the situation. In this world, Kid Buu had obliterated the earth, leading to Vegeta's exit. This chain reaction also caused Fat Buu to be prematurely separated from Kid Buu and to unite with Satan. Oh no, Buu. That person named Sun Wukong seems to be unable to defeat the other, smaller Buu. Satan expressed his concern as he watched Sun Wukong take a beating from Kid Buu. With the earth already gone, if anything were to happen to Sun Wukong, there would be no hope left. Neither Satan nor Fat Buu could expect to survive. That vicious little Buu would undoubtedly spare them no mercy. Satan, when I just emerged, I found this thing. Fat Buu held a glimmering golden orb in his gloved hand. It was precisely because he had found this shiny orb that Fat Buu lost the desire to confront Kid Buu directly. Fat Buu was simply naive, not foolish. It would be suicidal for him to challenge the original and most brutal form of Buu. However, had it not been for this golden orb, Fat Buu would have had no choice but to step up to protect Satan, fighting Kid Buu to alleviate Sun Wukong's burden. This orb is truly remarkable. The moment I held it, visions of the other 6 identical orbs appeared in my mind. Wait, could this be the Dragon Ball I have heard about, which can summon Shenlong to grant any wish? Satan exclaimed with delight. As a native Earthling, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation was aware of the legend of the Dragon Balls. The little monster, who aspired to rule the world, was familiar with the legend as well. Even the notorious leader of the world's most infamous criminal organization knew the tale of the Dragon Balls. As the self-proclaimed strongest on Earth, Satan could not be oblivious to the Dragon Ball legend. Satan, do you know what this orb is? Fat Buu quickly inquired upon seeing the joyful expression on Satan's face. Buu, if the legend I have heard is true, then we are saved. As he witnessed Sun Wukong being pummeled by Kid Buu in the sky, Satan's voice raced with anxiety. I understand, Satan. We must gather all the Dragon Balls to summon Shenlong and eliminate that villain. Fat Buu promptly responded, visibly displeased with Kid Buu's antics. Yes, but before we leave, you should first heal Sun Wukong so that he has enough strength to hold off that villain. Noticing that Sun Wukong had fallen close to their hiding spot, Satan pointed at him. Fat Buu nodded, leaping out and directing his hands towards Sun Wukong, releasing a healing beam. Taking advantage of the moment when Kid Buu was caught up in his exuberant display, he treated Sun Wukong. I didn't expect it to be you. Thank you. Sun Wukong regained his strength and transformed back into Super Saiyan 3, ready to engage Kid Buu once more. As Fat Buu swiftly departed with Misai Tua Satan, they sought the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered throughout the Kaioshin realm. Little Buu was infuriated. To Little Buu, Fat Buu represented a portion of its own power. And just as Fat Buu emerged, Little Buu attempted to absorb back this fraction of its strength. However, Son Goku intervened, preventing the assimilation, leading to yet another fierce confrontation between them. Rejuvenated by Fat Buu's healing, Son Goku unleashed the full force of Super Saiyan 3, delivering a powerful punch that sent Little Buu flying. With a furious roar akin to that of a wild beast, Little Buu, propelled several meters away, soared back, throwing a punch aimed at Son Goku's face, which was skillfully blocked by Goku's hands. Immediately after, Little Buu executed a kick that struck Goku's exposed abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and be propelled far away. Excited, Little Buu thumped its chest and pursued Goku once more. Despite Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form possessing greater power, Little Buu's astonishing regenerative abilities proved unfathomable. As the battle dragged on, Son Goku found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. At that moment, Fat Buu, accompanied by Misai Tua Satan, had gathered all the Dragon Balls. Following the legend, Misai Tua Satan raised both hands high to summon the Eternal Dragon. Come forth, Shenlong. In an instant, the skies of the Kaioshin realm erupted with thunder and lightning, casting an ominous shadow over the land, akin to the weight of an impending apocalypse. Even amid their fierce clash, Son Goku and Little Buu paused, taken aback by the summoning of Shenlong. Son Goku was puzzled. Little Buu emitted a series of unintelligible screeches. Yet, they resumed their battle, entangled once again. Shenlong surveyed the surroundings of the Kaioshin realm, and then fixed its gaze on the summoners, Misai Tua Satan and Fat Buu. Who among you has a wish? Any wish can be granted, but remember, only one wish. Realizing that the legend of Shenlong was indeed true, Misai Tua Satan was filled with excitement and almost voiced a wish to restore Earth. He genuinely wished to save his planet and his daughter, Biddy. However, rationality halted him at the last moment. Shenlong had made it clear that only one wish could be granted. If the earth were restored and his daughter brought back to life, what would it matter? Little Bu would still be a threat. This ferocious creature could once again obliterate Earth. At this juncture, Fat Bu, noticing Misai Tua Satan's heightened excitement but silence, spoke up. Shenlong, can you eliminate that villain? Upon hearing the term villain, Shenlong paused briefly, quickly grasping that Fat Bu referred to Little Bu. Certainly, it replied. Fat Bu rejoiced, then eliminate that villain. It shall be simple. With that, Shenlong snapped its fingers. In the next moment, Son Goku and Little Bu, engaged in their fierce brawl, found themselves transported before Shenlong. Shenlong shielded Son Goku, Fat Bu, and Misai Tua Satan behind its towering form, and directed a middle finger at the bewildered Little Bu. Enraged, Little Bu seethed. Steam billowing from the hole atop its head, emitting a sound akin to boiling water. In a fit of rage, Little Bu, a creature of few words, unleashed a colossal energy wave at Shenlong, intending to annihilate both Shenlong and the three hiding behind it. Foolish creature, I'll just create another Little Bu. Shenlong chuckled with confidence. When Little Bu attacked Shenlong, it inadvertently triggered Shenlong's passive ability, Plunder, and was instantly stripped of all its power. Rendered powerless, Little Bu was transformed into a pink carrot and presented to Fat Bu. As Fat Bu chewed the pink carrot, it spat it out in disgust, remarking that it was tasteless and devoid of nourishment, merely a shell. The transformation left Little Bu with nothing of substance. As the 7 golden lights dissipated, Shenlong reverted to its humanoid form, observing the astonished expressions of Son Goku and the others. It was the first time Son Goku learned that Shenlong could assume a human form. Goku leapt into action, intercepting the 7 Dragon Balls, which had turned to stone and were about to fly away. Following the usual protocol, once a year passed and the cooldown ended, the Dragon Balls could once again be utilized to restore Earth. Without needing Shenlong's reminder, Son Goku understood that the upcoming days would be spent in the Kaioshin realm. Well, your wish is fulfilled, so I shall take my leave. Noticing the current situation of Son Goku and the others, Shenlong lost interest in lingering and was about to instruct its subordinate to escort it back when it reconsidered. Son Goku and his companions turned their surprised gazes toward a specific direction, where a small space-time vortex suddenly appeared. What is that? They wondered. Shenlong squinted, an amused expression crossing its face. It recognized the vortex from an earlier encounter while dealing with the malevolent energy wave. Unexpectedly, it seemed that it would soon encounter Tawa and Mira again. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the small vortex, a man and a woman. Oh, it's you again. Handsome. We meet once more? Tawa exclaimed, her enchanting visage lighting up with surprise upon spotting Shenlong. Tawa, having encountered this anomaly outside of the established narrative, realized that Shenlong was also a time traveler, capable of traversing dimensions. This piqued her interest regarding Shenlong's motives. Meanwhile, Mira, observing Fat Bu, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked to Tawa, my dear, we have arrived too late. Little Bu has likely been eliminated by that fiend once again. This is utterly outrageous. With a glare directed at Shenlong, Mira's anger and intent to kill were palpable. Tawa and Mira traversed different timelines to alter history and acquire special energies to enhance their own strength. Their current journey into the narrative involving Bu aimed to assist Little Bu in achieving victory over Son Goku, thereby altering the course of history and obtaining unique power. However, encountering Shenlong was an unexpected twist, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Mira, particularly displeased, would have confronted Shenlong if not for Tawa being his wife, creator, and master. Could you share what transpired, handsome? Tawa inquired, intrigued. Should Shenlong be engaged in activities akin to theirs, Tawa would not mind inviting him to join their cause. After all, their actions of altering history were deemed a grave offense by some. The addition of one ally seeking warmth together is far more advantageous than the presence of yet another adversary. I have begun to grasp your intentions in traversing through various timelines. It is to alter history, is it not? Based on the information revealed by Tawa and her companions previously, Jiang Wei has drawn this conclusion. Since time travel is a grave offense, does that not render the act of changing history an even graver sin? Thus, does it not imply that the future Trunks and his mother Bulma begin their journey as felons? Tawa nodded in acknowledgement. Therefore, in a certain sense, we are all engaged in similar endeavors. Jiang Wei stated candidly. Whoever makes a wish, he fulfills it. As for whether fulfilling such wishes would alter the narrative or breach taboos, Jiang Wei had never given it a moment's thought. Indeed. May I extend an invitation for you to join us, Jiang Wei? Tawa inquired with a smile. Should you wish to join me, I might consider it. Jiang Wei shook his head, chuckling. Tawa's smile faltered momentarily. That is most unfortunate, she shrugged. Arrogant fellow, humph. Mira scoffed disdainfully. Allow me to correct you. I am not arrogant in the slightest, Jiang Wei countered, raising a finger in admonition towards Mira. I am merely curious. Mira displayed an expression of wanting to fight. Yet she was restrained by her wife, Tawa. Anyone capable of meddling with time is certainly no ordinary individual. Tawa was astute and calculating. She would not engage in such foolishness as needlessly creating formidable enemies. Handsome fellow, we shall meet again. Tawa waved at Jiang Wei. pulling the defiant Mira towards the small time vortex to depart. You do not wish to see me again. Jiang Wei jested, speaking a blunt truth. Oh, I was merely being polite, Tawa laughed, continuing Jiang Wei's jest. Just as Tawa and Mira were about to vanish into the small time vortex, another appeared, from which emerged two familiar figures. Upon seeing the newcomers, Sun Wukong displayed an expression of disbelief. Misai Trocidin was equally astonished. Bu's gaze shifted between Sun Wukong and one of the newcomers. There are two Sun Wukongs? Bu's face bore a look of confusion. Time Patrol, you truly are persistent. Tawa remarked, her smile replaced with a cold tone. Indeed, their attire resembles that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the GT timeline. However, how could those two have arrived in the world of the Bu saga? Jiang Wei observed the newly appeared Sun Wukong and Vegeta with keen interest. He was not well versed in the games or fan theories surrounding Dragon Ball. Who is that person? I have never encountered them in any other timeline. Are you perhaps affiliated with Tawa and her group? The Time Patrol Sun Wukong questioned Jiang Wei, who stood alongside the alternate version of himself, Misai Trocidin, and Bu. Chapter 131. I, Vegeta, shall deem you the strongest. Nonsense. You should rather say that Tawa and I are allies. Jiang Wei crossed his arms defiantly. Handsome fellow. You are quite amusing, Tawa remarked, chuckling, momentarily abandoning her intent to leave. The Time Patrol consists of merely two individuals, while Tawa's side boasts three with Jiang Wei, granting them an advantage. As for Jiang Wei and Tawa not being allies, given Jiang Wei's actions, he could not possibly be affiliated with the Time Patrol. The Time Patrol would make Jiang Wei understand whom he ought to ally with. Mira glared at Jiang Wei with intensity. Are you implying that my wife is allied with you in my presence? Am I, as her husband, to have no dignity? Vegeta. This individual does not seem to be with Tawa and her crew. Perhaps we should inquire further? The Time Patrol Sun Wukong suggested to Time Patrol Vegeta. Vegeta maintained his usual haughty demeanor, stating, Kakarot, even if this individual is not allied with Tawa, he is undoubtedly a time criminal who traverses timelines, disrupting history. I have no knowledge of his existence in the original timeline. The Time Patrol Sun Wukong considered Vegeta's words to be valid and addressed Jiang Wei. You must accompany us for questioning, as we have never encountered you before. He then turned to Tawa and Mira. You two have evaded us for long enough. Today, you will not escape again. Mira looked at the Time Patrol Sun Wukong, confidently asserting, Sun Wukong, do not overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe that Tawa and I are afraid of you, hence our attempts to avoid you? Heh. Tawa's objective is merely to traverse timelines, disrupt history, and gather unique energy. Engaging with the Time Patrol would yield no benefits and only consume time and effort. If they can avoid the Time Patrol, they shall do so. It is not out of fear. By the way, might I mention, the other version of myself, like Trunks, is likely also from the future, correct? As for Tawa and Mira, I am not acquainted with them. They have not been present for long. However, this Jiang Wei summoned the dragon with 7 Dragon Balls. He assisted us in defeating Kid Bu and is a good person. Sun Wukong raised a hand in defense of Jiang Wei. A dragon transforming into a human? Unheard of. The gazes of the Time Patrol Sun Wukong and Vegeta shifted towards Jiang Wei due to Sun Wukong's remark. You defeated Kid Bu? That could be considered a change in history. Therefore, you must accompany us for investigation. Sun Wukong realized that his words had inadvertently landed Jiang Wei in trouble and gallantly stepped forward to stand alongside him. Misai Trocidin and Bu also positioned themselves in solidarity. Jiang Wei is a dragon. Misai Trocidin hopes to rely on him in a year to restore the earth and resurrect his daughter, Biddy Li. How could they allow an unknown individual to take Jiang Wei away? In the event that something were to happen to Jiang Wei, summoning the dragon a year hence would become impossible. Misai Trocidin could not afford to take that gamble. The expression on the Time Patrol Sun Wukong changed. Why did everyone present seem to target him and Time Patrol Vegeta, as if they were the villains? Although the Time Patrol Sun Wukong could transform into Super Saiyan 4 and felt no fear towards his counterpart, who could only become Super Saiyan 3, alongside Bu, who had lost much of his power, the Time Patrol was a just organization dedicated to preserving history, guided by reason and principle rather than sheer violence. He succinctly explained the nature of the Time Patrol and the concept of time criminals. Kakarot, you do ramble. Time Patrol Vegeta, while turning his head disdainfully, did not interrupt Sun Wukong's explanation. So, you are the good guys. Sun Wukong, with a naive expression, concluded his understanding. Then turned to Jiang Wei. The other version of me and Vegeta are good people. You can trust them and accompany them without issue. Handsome fellow, are you truly willing to accompany them? Tawa inquired with a smile. No one in this world has ever compelled me to cooperate with an investigation. Jiang Wei stated once more, bluntly. Haha, then let us witness your prowess. Tawa giggled, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. She did not deny Jiang Wei's strength. After all, anyone capable of traversing timelines and causing chaos is certainly formidable. Tawa merely thought Jiang Wei was excessively arrogant. Kakarot, see? In the end, one can only rely on strength, not words. Time Patrol Vegeta coldly remarked to Time Patrol Sun Wukong. You wish to witness my strength? That is simple enough. Jiang Wei offered Tawa a slight smile and snapped his fingers with a loud crack. As the time-traveling Sun Wukong remained silent, the time-traveling Vegeta suddenly appeared before Jiang Wei, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Jiang Wei, who maintained a posture with his arms crossed over his chest. That punch struck Jiang Wei's face with an unimpressive thud. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of disdain as he remarked, "Listening to you speak, one would think you were formidable, yet this is all you can muster? Unable to evade even a standard punch from me? How is it possible that you remain unscathed?" Vegeta was visibly enraged, for his punch had landed on Jiang Wei's face without causing any damage. In disbelief, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Jiang Wei, even transforming into Super Saiyan 4, yet still could not shake Jiang Wei's composure. Jiang Wei continued to maintain his arms crossed, allowing Vegeta to futilely scratch at him. "Vegeta, have you not had enough to eat? Is this all you've got?" Jiang Wei taunted, further inciting Vegeta's fury while leaving him powerless to retaliate. "Gallic Gun!" Vegeta shouted, unleashing a full-powered energy wave directly at Jiang Wei. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the Kaishin realm, yet Jiang Wei remained unblemished. "With such feeble power, I need not even dodge, haha." Jiang Wei wore a boastful expression. The onlookers were left in utter shock, particularly Mira, who felt a wave of relief. What audacity did Vegeta possess to challenge Jiang Wei? Given Jiang Wei's displayed strength, it seemed that even a mere finger would suffice to obliterate Mira. Tawa's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. She resolved to forge a relationship with Jiang Wei at any cost. At the very least, she could not afford to stand against him. "I concede. I, Vegeta, acknowledge you as the strongest." After exhausting himself, Vegeta retreated in despair. If Vegeta could not prevail, then Sun Wukong certainly would not seek to test his luck. Even in conversation with Jiang Wei, he found his tone considerably softened, lacking the previous vigor. Jiang Wei required no effort. Merely adopting the pose of arms crossed over his chest was enough to best the previously unyielding Vegeta, leaving all present in awe. After showcasing only a glimpse of his might, Jiang Wei received a notification. "Ding! Obtained a Tawa clone. Oh, esteemed Jiang Wei, please allow Mira and me to join your ranks." Tawa implored humbly. Even the typically haughty Mira found herself compelled to bow before Jiang Wei. Chapter 132. As a dragon. "You truly embarrass me. It is not impossible. You and Mira may return with me." Jiang Wei began to instruct his subordinate to bring Tawa and Mira back. Tawa interjected confidently, "Esteemed Jiang Wei, we possess the ability to precisely locate time and space. We have already pinpointed your current location and need not rely on your power. We can follow you on our own." Jiang Wei stroked his chin, recognizing Tawa's intent to showcase her abilities and granted her an opportunity to demonstrate her method of returning to the main world alongside him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong grew anxious. Tawa and Mira's allegiance to the immensely powerful Jiang Wei was far from favorable. Would this not jeopardize their time patrol team's ability to combat temporal criminals in the future? Summoning his courage, he remarked, "Jiang Wei, disrupting several timelines could be considered a minor transgression. Even Trunks from our team has traversed time, altering history. Yet he has since become our ally. What I mean is, would you care to accompany us back to meet our leader, the Kaishin of Time? You need not join us. As long as you share an interest in opposing the Demon King Kaishin, you would be regarded as one of our own." The Kaishin of Time? How intriguing. I was unaware of such a deity's existence. I am willing to meet the Kaishin of Time, but he must come to see me. I have no interest in accompanying you to meet him. What status does Jiang Wei hold? What stature does the Kaishin of Time possess? Even the Omni King would call Jiang Wei brother. What audacity does a peculiar Kaishin have to demand Jiang Wei's presence? I will convey your message to the Kaishin of Time. Sun Wukong replied awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Jiang Wei waved his hand at Sun Wukong and the others, transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing, leaving Tawa and Mira staring at one another in astonishment. It appears that Jiang Wei's situation is somewhat different from what we had anticipated. Upon Jiang Wei's return to the main world, he discovered that Tawa and Mira had not followed. He shrugged it off. It seemed that Tawa and Mira had traversed time. Yet it appeared they had not truly crossed into another realm. Whether it was Tawa and Mira or the Time Patrol team, their concept of time travel likely diverged from his own. Even in the realm of time travel, Jiang Wei remained unparalleled. In the main world, aside from his wife Bulma, he had little need for pants, and life continued in its unremarkable manner. "Ding, report to the master. Another timeline has gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned you." Life required excitement. Upon hearing that business awaited him, Jiang Wei felt a renewed sense of vitality. He resolved that if he encountered Tawa and Mira again, and if they had not been apprehended by the so-called Time Patrol, he would undoubtedly bring them back to Super Earth. Should he encounter Sun Wukong from the Time Patrol or a beleaguered Vegeta, he would not hesitate to extend mercy, willing to spare some time for the Kaishin of Time to come and pay his respects. The Kaishin of Time must be related to time, and Jiang Wei found himself intrigued. In another world, events began with Beerus awakening from his slumber, dreaming of the Super Saiyan God. Thus, this hairless cat began to stir, dragging his attendant Whis to Earth in search of the fabled Super Saiyan God. It was a classic case of boredom. Meanwhile, The main cast on Earth was gathered for Bulma's birthday celebration. Through a twist of fate, Bulma mistook Beerus and Whis, who had come to Earth to cause trouble, as friends of Vegeta and invited them to her birthday party. Beerus's arrival sent Vegeta into a panic, nearly shattering his aloof demeanor and transforming him into a comedic figure. Beerus had once stepped on his father King Vegeta's head, an event that had left an indelible mark on Vegeta's childhood. To prevent Beerus from finding a reason to unleash his wrath on Earth, Vegeta resorted to all manner of antics, nearly rendering himself unrecognizable to his companions. At that moment, aside from Vegeta, or perhaps Sun Wukong, others remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis brought by the dainty cat attending Bulma's birthday party. It was all for a pudding that Fat Bew had angered Beerus, leading to Vegeta's efforts to maintain his image becoming utterly futile. Following Bulma's altercation with Beerus, Vegeta's irritation reached a boiling point, prompting him to abandon his facade and confront Beerus directly. The destruction of Earth soon became inevitable. However, as the stronghold of the main cast, it was universally accepted that Earth could never truly be destroyed. Ultimately, Beerus's attention returned to his original purpose for coming to Earth, to find the Super Saiyan God. Yet, the main cast understood little about the Super Saiyan God. Ultimately, the only recourse left is to summon Shenlong using the Dragon Balls, entrusting the resolution of our troubles to him. Mama, we currently possess 2 sets of Dragon Balls. Which one should we use to summon Shenlong? Trunks inquired of Bulma, presenting both the original and Jiang Wei's versions of the Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, Bulma replied, "For the sake of caution, let us utilize both sets. After all, the fate of Earth hangs in the balance, and we cannot afford any errors." That slender Lord Beerus does not appear to be particularly accommodating. It is prudent to exercise caution. This also presents an opportunity to observe the differences between the Shenlong summoned by the newly emerged Dragon Balls and that of the previous ones. "I understand, Mama," Trunks declared, placing both sets of Dragon Balls on the ground before the assembly, particularly before the disapproving and ominous gaze of Beerus. With arms outstretched toward the heavens, he bellowed, "Shenlong, come forth." In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, as if the weight of the apocalypse had descended upon the earth. Beerus scoffed, "Such theatrics. After all these years, you still lack substance." As the Earth Shenlong emerged, poised to speak in a commanding tone, his gaze fell upon Beerus, causing his crimson eyes to widen in alarm. "Ah, Lord Beerus, I did not realize you were present. How may I serve you?" The Earth Shenlong, in his humility, felt the sting of embarrassment as a derisive voice echoed through the air. "You, a diminutive creature of Earth, truly disgrace me." Chapter 133, Vegeta vs. Beerus. A different Shenlong, towering over 100 meters in length, overshadowed the Earth Shenlong, which now appeared as a mere insignificant worm. In the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, the Earth Shenlong's size had diminished alarmingly, reduced to the stature of an average adult, losing all semblance of grandeur. "Who are you? Do not presume your size grants you the right to speak so boldly." The Earth Shenlong, now noticing Jiang Wei beside him, expressed his displeasure. Unfazed, Jiang Wei retrieved a lighter, igniting a cigar with an air of nonchalance. After inhaling deeply, he leisurely stated, "Speak your wishes. This Shenlong can fulfill any desire. But be mindful, only one wish may be granted." Whis observed Jiang Wei with great interest, while the others, including the other Shenlong, remained utterly deferential before Lord Beerus, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet this individual dared to act ostentatiously before Lord Beerus. How amusing. Beerus merely cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Wei. "Any wish can be granted, correct? My sole desire is to know the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. If I am not satisfied, I shall obliterate both of you." The Earth Shenlong internally lamented. Aware of Beerus's notorious reputation as a temperamental destroyer, he steeled himself and divulged the method to create a Super Saiyan God, hoping to appease Beerus. However, Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. "That is quite simple. You wish to know where the Super Saiyan God is? Look no further. They stand before you." With that, Goku, Vegeta, and the other Saiyans erupted with a terrifying energy, transforming into their Super Saiyan God forms with blue hair. "Are you satisfied now, Lord Beerus?" Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment. So many Super Saiyan gods. What is happening? The assembly, even Whis, was taken aback by Jiang Wei's grand display. How did that giant manage such a feat? The Earth Shenlong was particularly astounded. Bestowing power upon others transcended the boundaries of Shenlong's rules. How could he not be shocked? "Enough, little worm. You may take your leave. This is now a game for the adults." Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei flicked the ash from his cigar, which fell precisely upon the diminutive Earth Shenlong, burying it beneath the ash. Coughing, the Earth Shenlong emerged, only to find that Beerus had shifted his attention entirely to Goku, Vegeta, and the newly transformed Super Saiyan gods, who no longer spared the little creature a glance. Defeated, the Earth Shenlong transformed into golden light and departed. Jiang Wei returned to his human form, resuming his role as an observer of the unfolding drama. The intimidating presence of Beerus had drawn everyone's focus, so the disappearance of both Shenlongs went unnoticed, save for Whis, who had witnessed Jiang Wei's transformation. Expressing surprise, Whis approached Jiang Wei while munching on snacks. I had not realized you were an outsider. Jiang Wei turned to face the smiling Whis. Whis, please do not tell me that time travel is a grave offense or something of the sort. Whis's mouth fell open slightly in astonishment. Outsider, you know me. I am familiar with the version of you from my world, Jiang Wei replied with a smile. You and that hairless cat often came to dine on my planet. Even if you recognize me, being an outsider is still a serious transgression. Especially with your status as a Kaioshin, it only compounds the offense, Whis remarked with a hint of seriousness. And now? Jiang Wei released a portion of the unique power of the Omni King. Whis, typically composed, momentarily faltered. You know your version of the Omni King. In that case, consider my previous comments mere jest. I meant no offense. Whis chuckled lightly, acknowledging Jiang Wei's time-traveling endeavors, recognizing that the Omni King would not mind. After all, Whis was merely an angel. Why concern himself with such matters? As the two conversed, Beerus and Goku engaged in negotiations. The protagonist would send forth a Super Saiyan God to spar with Beerus. Regardless of the outcome, Beerus vowed to ensure Earth's safety, promising not to destroy it. Had it not been for Jiang Wei's transformation of the Saiyans into Super Saiyan gods, Beerus might have been genuinely concerned about facing a group of Super Saiyan gods all at once, a scenario he would not accept, as it contradicted his character. Do not interfere. I shall face Lord Beerus. Vegeta's piercing gaze swept over the other Super Saiyan gods, compelling Trunks and the others to step back. Even Goku, under Vegeta's insistence, conceded the opportunity to battle Beerus to him. Undoubtedly, among the protagonists, Vegeta harbored the deepest animosity towards Beerus. Not only had Beerus shattered Vegeta's aloof persona, reducing him to a farcical character, but he had also struck his beloved Bulma. In the narrative, it was Goku who transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Yet with Vegeta now wielding that power, he was determined to confront Beerus and reclaim his honor. As Beerus and Vegeta ascended into the sky, all eyes were upon them, including Jiang Wei and Whis, who had concluded their conversation and shifted their focus to the impending clash between Beerus and Vegeta. This punch is for my Bulma. Vegeta's figure flickered, suddenly appearing before Beerus, delivering a powerful blow aimed at the cat-faced deity. Beerus effortlessly raised his arm to block Vegeta's punch, the collision sending shockwaves that visibly distorted the surrounding space. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike akin to cannon fire, directed towards Beerus. However, he could not breach Beerus's defenses, as his blows merely struck against Beerus's arm. In contrast, Beerus effortlessly seized the opportunity presented by Vegeta's assault, retaliating with a single punch that deformed Vegeta's face. Blood spilled from Vegeta's lips as he fixed his gaze intently upon Beerus, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Beerus moved with the swiftness of instantaneous teleportation, catching Vegeta off guard with a close-range attack. Another punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face, further distorting his features. Chapter 134, One Finger Defeats Beerus. Is this all you are capable of, Vegeta? Beerus mocked, seemingly having overestimated the prowess of this Super Saiyan God. However, in the next moment, Beerus's punch aimed at Vegeta was thwarted by Vegeta's crossed arms, successfully blocking the attack. You managed to stop my punch? Beerus furrowed his brow, realizing that his respect for the Super Saiyan God was indeed wise. Having blocked Beerus's blow, Vegeta launched a counterattack, his fists creating a flurry of shadows that enveloped Beerus. Yet, not a single strike touched Beerus's form. Suddenly, Beerus's fist pierced through the barrage of punches Vegeta had conjured, landing directly on Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Just as Beerus prepared to strike Vegeta's back, Vegeta pivoted sharply, executing the prince's combat technique at close range. In an instant, a multitude of energy blasts surged towards Beerus, compelling him to retreat slightly. Vegeta halted his technique and soared upward, ready to continue his assault on Beerus. Meanwhile, Beerus extended a single finger, quickly condensing an energy blast aimed at the approaching Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta crossed his arms to defend himself. The ensuing explosion generated a terrifying shockwave that stirred the oceans of the world into tumult. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a battered and unconscious Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Vegeta had been defeated. To think that I, expending my full strength, would engage for so long against this Super Saiyan God, he cannot be underestimated. Beerus mused as he observed Goku and the other Super Saiyan gods surrounding the fallen Vegeta. His expression far from relaxed. A thought crossed his mind. Had that cigar-smoking Shenlong not summoned so many Super Saiyan gods, perhaps his burdens would not be as heavy as they were now. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. Who is that person beside Whis? An outsider? Another Kaioshin from a different timeline? Beerus questioned, his displeasure evident. Lord Beerus, this is Jiang Wei, a Kaioshin from another timeline. He is also Shenlong, summoned due to your actions. Therefore, his crossing of timelines should not be considered a transgression, Whis replied, observing his master-esque growing irritation. Whis relished the opportunity to occasionally provoke Beerus, adding a bit of excitement to the otherwise monotonous existence of an angel. I see. An outsider Kaioshin named Jiang Wei has come to spar with me. I shan't pursue the matter of your unauthorized timeline crossing, Beerus said confidently to Jiang Wei. You need not worry. I will not obliterate you. You wish to spar with me, Beerus? Jiang Wei laughed, noting that in his world, Beerus never proactively sought such exchanges. I accept, and I trust you won't destroy me. Beerus's smile deepened. I certainly won't destroy you, but I cannot promise you won't be thoroughly trounced. After all, Jiang Wei had summoned forth an abundance of Super Saiyan gods, casting a shadow over Beerus's mood. Whis also chuckled, knowing Beerus would not annihilate Jiang Wei. It would be surprising if Jiang Wei could defeat Lord Beerus. We are in for quite a show, he thought as Jiang Wei's sparring with Beerus drew the attention of many. Who is that person? When did he arrive? Bulma and others whispered, noticing Jiang Wei's unfamiliar face. Is he also a Super Saiyan god? If not, how could he possibly contend with Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Goku and the others had a different perspective on Jiang Wei than Bulma and her friends. Suspended in the air, Beerus maintained his pose, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Jiang Wei mirrored him, arms crossed in front of his chest, equally pretentious. The impatient crowd began to murmur. We came to watch you fight, not to witness your posturing. Outsider Kaishin Jiang Wei, why do you not make your move? After waiting for a moment longer, Beerus, noticing Jiang Wei's inaction, could not help but inquire. Do you truly want me to strike first? Once I do, you shall have no opportunity to retaliate. Jiang Wei spoke with audacious honesty. Humph. I see this fellow lacks substance, yet possesses a talent for boasting. Vegeta scoffed. He was well aware of the strength of the blue-haired Super Saiyan god. In the past, Bu had been unable to withstand even a single blow from him, showcasing a power that far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, against the god of destruction Beerus, he felt as powerless as a child facing a world champion. Jiang Wei's words inevitably drew Vegeta's scorn. Goku and the others, while refraining from chiming in like mere bystanders, exchanged glances filled with skepticism towards Jiang Wei. Very well, I shall witness how you prevent me from making a move, Beerus thought, finding Jiang Wei's assertion amusing. In the next moment, Jiang Wei's figure abruptly appeared before Beerus, gently tapping his finger on the unsuspecting Beerus's head. Beerus's indifferent expression shifted as his pupils dilated, as if struck by an overwhelming force. Like a fighter jet brought down by anti-aircraft fire, he fell helplessly from the sky. At this moment, Jiang Wei, utilizing merely the power of his ordinary state, had defeated the mightiest god of destruction Beerus with a mere finger, without unleashing the devastating energy that could counter Beerus's own destructive powers. Jiang Wei overwhelmed Beerus with sheer, nearly limitless combat prowess. As a god of destruction, unless faced with a divine being akin to a Super Saiyan god, mere combat strength was insufficient to harm Beerus. Super Saiyan gods, capable of inflicting damage upon Beerus, were still bound by the constraints imposed upon them by the god of destruction's rules, leaving their strength at only 60% of Beerus's own. Thus, Jiang Wei's ability to defeat Beerus with raw strength stemmed from his continuous embodiment of the Kaishin identity, though Kaishin were typically portrayed as weak in battles, as deities meant to counterbalance the gods of destruction. The rules that suppressed Super Saiyan gods had no effect on a Kaishin whose strength was far beneath that of a Super Saiyan god. Chapter 135. Trunks has a backup plan. The god of destruction Beerus has been defeated. Moreover, it was a devastating loss. While Whis remained relatively composed, the main characters could hardly believe their eyes, especially Vegeta. He felt a profound sense of shame for the words he had previously uttered. By speaking in such a manner, he, Vegeta, appeared nothing more than a jester. How embarrassing. The foreign Kaishin Jiang Wei is extraordinarily powerful. I once thought that Lord Beerus could rival him. Yet I never anticipated that Lord Beerus would be unable to withstand even a single blow from Jiang Wei. While Whis maintained an outward calmness, he was inwardly astonished. He waved his staff, directing a beam of light upon the fallen Beerus. In the next instant, Beerus was fully revived. Jiang Wei, are you truly just a Kaishin in your world? Beerus inquired. If Kaishin could effortlessly defeat the mightiest of destroyers, what purpose would the existence of destroyers serve? We might as well entrust all tasks to the Kaishin. Beerus, you may perceive me as the most formidable Kaishin in my realm, Jiang Wei replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression turned somewhat melancholic, although he quickly regained his former confidence. Jiang Wei remained an outsider, unable to linger long in his own world. Once Jiang Wei departed, the advantage would revert to me. After being swiftly defeated by Jiang Wei, Beerus entirely lost his desire to stir trouble on Earth. Like Whis, he focused all his thoughts on the culinary delights of Earth, indulging in the exquisite cuisine. Jiang Wei, too, was pleased to offer guidance to the protagonist group that sought his counsel. After a full 24 hours, Jiang Wei transformed into a ray of golden light and returned to the primary world. In a certain Dragon Ball realm, a fierce battle was underway. Damn it, no one can stop me from resurrecting Majin Buu. Depura, go eliminate that brat. The diminutive Babidi exclaimed in frustration from aboard his spaceship. Watch me, Lord Babidi. Depura, the king of the demon realm, confidently strode forth. This aura is incredibly strong. Trunks, having dispatched Babidi's underlings, was about to proceed when Depura blocked his path. Sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Depura, Trunks' expression shifted, yet he remained composed, for he held a trump card. Behind Trunks stood a formidable force as his backing. You intend to thwart Lord Babbidi's plans? Unfortunately for you, you've encountered me, Depura, Lord Babbidi's strongest subordinate. Ha! Depura boasted arrogantly before Trunks. Do not get ahead of yourself. Trunks suddenly launched a punch aimed at Depura's face, only to have Depura deflect it with a raised hand. After parrying Trunks' attack, Depura retaliated with a powerful kick. Trunks felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen, causing him to spit blood and be propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the spaceship. This guy's strength surpasses that of Perfect Cell. Trunks stabilized himself in midair, astonished. He had participated in the Cell games and knew the formidable nature of Perfect Cell. That was an opponent whom even Gohan from the past timeline had to transform into Super Saiyan 2 to defeat. In the years since, after the conclusion of the Cell games, Trunks returned to the future world and sought out the future androids 17 and 18. He easily dealt with them in battle, saving the world. From that point onward, Trunks became lax in his martial training, pouring all his energy into the reconstruction of the world. Although he recognized the issue with this approach, understanding that should he fail to strengthen himself, encountering an enemy stronger than the androids would spell doom for the entire world. Yet, Trunks found himself without allies. Originally, Android 16 was a potential ally. Trunks had witnessed Android 16's capabilities in the past timeline. Upon returning to the future world, he ventured to Dr. Gero's secret laboratory hidden in the mountains to activate Android 16, who should still be dormant, as his assistant. However, to his surprise, Trunks was unable to locate the inactive Android 16 within Drive Gero's secret lab. Android 16 had vanished. Trunks could not fathom the reason, especially since Cell still existed. He had even attempted a sneak attack to eliminate Trunks and seize his time machine, only to be countered by a prepared Trunks. Thus, the disappearance of Android 16 was shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Trunks was too occupied with the reconstruction of the world to dwell on the disappearance of Android 16. It was only upon the occurrence of certain events that Trunks began to comprehend the reason behind Android 16's absence. Simultaneously, Trunks gained a powerful ally. Depura, you are indeed strong. I must summon all my strength to defeat you, Trunks declared, stabilizing his body mid-flight and returning to the spaceship to confront the pursuing Depura. I am the king of the demon realm. It is impossible for you to triumph over me. Ha! To Depura, Trunks' words were nothing but a source of amusement. Clenching his fists tightly, Trunks shouted, beginning his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Accompanied by a brilliant golden aura, Trunks' hair transformed to gold, and his green eyes gazed coldly at Depura. This brat, how has he suddenly grown stronger? Depura was utterly astonished by Trunks' transformation. In an instant, Trunks darted towards Depura, delivering a swift kick that was too fast for Depura to react. Ugh! Depura's face contorted from the impact, blood spilling from his mouth. Trunks then ascended, unleashing a flurry of punches, swift as lightning, enveloping Depura. Adada! Until the final blow, which struck heavily at Depura's abdomen. Like a broken kite, Depura plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating fissures spanning thousands of meters. Trunks raised his right hand, palm directed at the fallen Depura, gathering immense energy. Spare me. I am merely following orders. I am just a subordinate of Lord Babbidi. I was wrong, can't you see? Wounded gravely, Depura could only kneel on the ground, raising his hands in surrender. Outwardly, Depura appeared pitiful, yet his mind was concocting malicious thoughts. Should Trunks show mercy and spare him? Depura planned to seize the opportunity to spit at him and ensnare that saintly fool. However, in Depura's vision, a brilliantly radiant ki blast was rapidly expanding. Boom. Following a violent explosion, the ground was stripped of several layers. Depura was utterly obliterated. Trunks was not as easily deceived as Goku. After vanquishing Depura, Trunks returned to his normal state, smiling. Were it not for the acquisition of the power system from another world and unlocking his genetic potential, Trunks would have never been able to defeat Depura solely by transforming into a Super Saiyan, especially having become complacent in his martial arts. Chapter 136, The Arrival of My Cousin. Your Majesty Jiang Wei, thank you. Otherwise, I would not have been able to defeat that wretch. Through the time-space trading system, Trunks expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his trading partner from another world. Trunks' trading partner was the powerful ruler of a cross-temporal empire, the Emperor of the Daxia Empire, Jiang Wei. It was thanks to Android 16 that Trunks was able to become the esteemed trading partner of the Supreme Jiang Wei. The reason Trunks had been unable to locate the dormant Android 16 was because Android 16 had already taken the initiative, acquired by His Majesty Jiang Wei and restored. During his campaigns to establish the Daxia Empire, the artificial human number 16 served as a close bodyguard and made considerable contributions. However, all of the above is mere preamble. The reason the transdimensional trading system selected Trunks as one of Jiang Feng's trading partners is that it randomly chooses from myriad realms. It was serendipitously discovered by Jiang Wei that if he had previously encountered a native of a particular world, the likelihood of the transdimensional trading system selecting characters from the native's world significantly increased. Thus, Trunks became one of Jiang Feng's various trading partners. At that moment, within a nearby spaceship, a maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha, Majin Buu has finally been resurrected. Kaishin, you had better watch out. I, Babidi, will surely kill you. No one can stop me from dominating the entire universe. The overwhelming power emanating from Majin Buu sent Trunks into a panic. Majin Buu was far too formidable, so powerful that even Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 transformation would be utterly inadequate against him. Trunks, on the other hand, was unable to even transform into a Super Saiyan 2. As Trunks gazed with grave concern, a pink cloud rapidly coalesced into human form, transforming into a comically plump figure that plummeted to the ground. I cannot possibly defeat that monster, Trunks thought, observing the curious Majin Buu as he looked around. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In another realm, within the imperial palace of the Xia Empire located in Chang'an, Jiang Feng shared Trunks' perspective and felt a twinge of sympathy for him. The Xia of this world could not even transform into a Super Saiyan 2, while Majin Buu was a being that even Super Saiyan 3 could not vanquish. Faced with such a formidable foe, should Trunks really charge in headfirst? Your Majesty Jiang Feng, can you handle that rotund fiend? Trunks dared not move, fearful of attracting Majin Buu's attention, and whispered his query. In truth, if it were merely Majin Buu, one could outsmart him. Although this approach carried its own risks, it was still a viable solution to the Majin Buu crisis. However, if you are willing to engage in a trade with me, I can permanently eliminate the nuisance of Majin Buu for you, Jiang Feng proposed after analyzing the pros and cons for Trunks. Having become one of Jiang Feng's trading partners, Trunks had already engaged in numerous transactions with him, acquiring various resources necessary for world reconstruction. Previously, he had used the power of Super Saiyans to defeat Dubra's gene lock. Utilizing some unique technologies from the Dragon Ball world's Earth, such as the universal capsule technology and the long dusty design of android number 17 found in Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. What do you desire, Your Majesty Jiang Feng? Trunks inquired. If I handle Majin Buu and Babidi, all I require in return is some remnants of Dr. Gero. Jiang Feng laid out his terms. Despite the Xia Empire having developed from nothing over a century and having acquired aerospace-level technology to explore the cosmos and establish colonies. As the leader of the Huaxia Empire Alliance, countless dynasties and other forces had joined this vast multiversal power led by the Xia Empire. Nevertheless, the technologies of the Dragon Ball world's Earth remained as enigmatic as ancient texts to the many scientists of the Xia Empire and Huaxia Empire Alliance. The universal capsule technology was manageable, although its principles were not entirely understood, thanks to Trunks providing the production line and manufacturing processes of the Universal Capsule Company. Replicating it was not an insurmountable challenge. The design of android number 17, however, posed a significant challenge. Merely the eternal energy furnace had confounded countless scientists, and the means to modify humans to harness the power of the eternal energy furnace remained shrouded in mystery. Rather than categorize the technology of the Dragon Ball world's Earth as science fiction, it was more akin to the fantastical technology of the Doraemon world, black tech that eluded comprehension through scientific reasoning. Thus, Jiang Feng became intent on recruiting the native scientists of the Dragon Ball world's Earth to serve him. Unfortunately, Trunks' world had suffered considerable population loss due to the long-term devastation wrought by androids number 17 and number 18, leading to a significant depletion of scientific talent. Trunks was stretched thin in his efforts to rebuild his world and had no surplus scientists to offer Jiang Feng. However, having Dr. Gero working for him would be infinitely more valuable than hundreds of Dragon Ball world scientists. Although Dr. Gero in Trunks' world had been deceased for decades, obtaining his remains would enable Jiang Feng, through the power of the rewind fruit, to resurrect him. Moreover, Trunks' mother, Bulma, was also part of Jiang Feng's plans. The situation could unfold gradually. The Dragon Ball world, with its immense value, had become a focal point for Jiang Feng's trading endeavors. As for Dr. Gero's remains, Trunks recalled that there was indeed a headless body buried under rubble in a secret laboratory, likely belonging to Dr. Gero. Very well, I consent to the trade with you. Your Majesty Jiang Feng. Trunks, open the spatial gate to your world, Jiang Feng commanded. Unless he secured Trunks' trading permissions, Jiang Feng needed Trunks' consent to traverse to his world. Chapter 137, Brothers Reunited. Upon opening the spatial gate, Trunks noticed Majin Buu directing his gaze toward him and quickly declared. Subsequently, the transformations in the environment captivated the attention of Trunks, Majin Buu, and Babidi. A radiant line of multicolored light swiftly outlined a door before everyone. A young man clad in a black dragon robe, with a handsome and resolute visage, stepped through the portal. Is this the legendary spatial teleportation? Nothing remarkable, Babidi sneered, his ego swelling. Buu, eliminate this unexpected black-robed figure. Majin Buu found Jiang Feng's entrance amusing, narrowing his eyes and raising his gloved fist. In an instant, he lunged toward Jiang Feng. Trunks could hardly perceive Majin Buu's movements. Had Buu set his sights on him initially, Trunks would have been dispatched in an instant. Yet now, where did the man go? Majin Buu blinked in confusion. Buu, you dim-witted fool, come save me. At that moment, Babidi found himself ensnared in Jiang Feng's grasp like a mouse. Your Majesty, you can teleport instantaneously? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Trunks, I do not possess instantaneous movement. However, a golden saint who has attained the seventh sense can move at the speed of light. I do not deny that your world possesses immense power, capable of obliterating planets at a whim. Yet, the speed of your battles pales in comparison to that of the golden saints, Jiang Feng stated with considerable pride. Due to Alexia's significant breakthroughs in the study of the replicated body of Zheng, Jiang Feng had also ascended to the advanced fourth stage of the gene lock. With the augmentation from the gene lock, Jiang Feng's cosmic power had reached the pinnacle of the deity realm that transcended the terrifying powers of the underworld king Hades and the sea emperor Poseidon. Jiang Feng estimated that his current strength rivaled that of the divine ruler Zeus from the narrative. Should his genetic lock advance further and break through to the fifth level, he firmly believed he could surpass the realm of the supreme deity and attain the exalted status of the supergod Kronos, thus becoming a deity of multiversal caliber. Only by reaching the status of supergod Kronos could Jiang Feng hope to return to his cherished homeland. With a gentle clench of his fist, the still berating Babidi burst into a spray of blood. Well done, you've eliminated Babidi. Truth be told, I never liked Babidi either. With his demise, no one can seal me anymore. The rotund Bu danced with glee. Accumulated corpse, chi netherworld wave. Jiang Feng extended his finger toward the frolicking Bu, unleashing a dark purple swirling wave. Bu was utterly unable to react, for this was a lightspeed attack. In the Dragon Ball universe, not even the formidable God of Destruction Beerus or the angels, including the Grand Minister, could achieve lightspeed attacks. Upon being hit by the accumulated corpse chi netherworld wave, two souls, one large and one small, erupted from Bu's corpulent body. The smaller soul represented goodness, while the larger one embodied evil. One should not dismiss the notion that Bu lacks a soul. Otherwise, how could OOB exist? Jiang Feng smiled slightly, retrieving a vial obtained through a transaction with the Soul Palace, capturing the two souls within. Your Majesty Jiang Feng, what has happened to him? He stands motionless. Trunks gazed at the now empty shell of Bu, finding the abilities from another world utterly bizarre, and curiously inquired. Trunks, consider this a favor. The body of Majin Bu is quite powerful. If you desire, I can place your soul into Majin Bu's body, granting you his might. Jiang Feng placed the vial into the ring on his finger, smiling at Trunks. In the Dragon Ball world, physical prowess reigns supreme, which is why Captain Jinyu seeks to seize the bodies of the strong, and Black Goku Zamasu covets Son Goku's body. However, in the world of Saint Seiya, the reverse is true. The small universe is paramount. While physical form is important, it pales in significance compared to the Dragon Ball universe. In the narrative, the Sea Emperor Poseidon inhabits Julian, and the underworld king Hades occupies Eren, both utilizing mere mortal bodies, yet still wielding terrifying power. Trunks momentarily wavered at the sight of Bu's body. However, Bu's appearance did not align with Trunks' aesthetic preferences, leading him to decline. Jiang Feng merely jested. How could he truly give away such a powerful body to Trunks for free? He intended to reclaim Bu's body, allowing a soul from the Tiansu army to inhabit it, thereby augmenting the combat power of the Daxia Empire. Although the Daxia Empire may not possess the most advanced technology in its universe, it is teeming with strong warriors, boasting numerous members of the Tiansu army who have comprehended the seventh sense and unlocked the fourth stage of the genetic lock. They have decimated technologically advanced alien civilizations, conquering a significant portion of the known universe. Yet, one can never have too many strong individuals, can they? As Jiang Feng prepared to return Bu's shell to the Daxia Empire, he contemplated following Trunks to retrieve Dr. Gero's remains, and then see if he could also bring Bulma back to the Daxia Empire. Suddenly, a small time-space vortex materialized. Emerging from it were a man and a woman, appearing quite disheveled. Trunks exclaimed in shock, "What has happened now? Tawa, Mira, you cannot escape. Hand over the Dragon Balls at once." A voice resonated from within the small vortex. "Mechakapura, you will not take the Dragon Balls from me. Just wait, Jiang Wei. Then prepare to perish." Behind the man and woman, an elderly alien with pointed ears raised his hand, launching a ki blast toward Tawa and Mira. Mira instinctively shielded Tawa, and the blast flew over their heads, unfortunately heading straight for Jiang Feng. In the other dimensional space, without any visible action from Jiang Feng, the space before him began to warp. Trunks stood in awe, witnessing countless planets, resplendent galaxies, and the inky void of the universe through the distorted space. What manner of technique is this? Trunks could not comprehend. The ki blast fired by Mechakapura was swallowed by the other dimensional space. In the blink of an eye, a spatial rift appeared behind Mechakapura, ejecting the ki blast. Boom. Mechakapura was caught off guard, propelled several meters by his own attack. Who the hell are you? Why are you defending Tawa and Mira? Mechakapura steadied himself and flew over, furiously questioning Jiang Feng. Meanwhile, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Jiang Feng. "What do you think you are doing? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" Jiang Feng moved at light speed, effortlessly evading Mechakapura's onslaught. Out of caution, he was somewhat hesitant to confront the attacks of the powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe. While the speed of their attacks may be slow, their destructive power is undeniably formidable. A mere combat power of 10,000 can obliterate planets with ease. Accumulated corpse, Chi Netherworld Wave. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, exclaiming, I know not who you are, but you are indeed strong. I shall graciously accept your body. Mecha could not evade the lightspeed attack. And upon being struck by the accumulated corpse, Chi Netherworld Wave, his soul and body were separated. His soul was sealed within the vial from the Soul Palace. Ready for trade. You have brought trouble upon me. You must provide an explanation. Jiang Feng approached the stunned Tawa and Mira, who were rendered speechless by Mecha swift defeat. He had no intention of allowing anyone to bear the blame for him. Esteemed warrior, we apologize for the trouble you have suffered due to our actions. May we offer you the 7 Dragon Balls we have collected as compensation? Tawa implored, looking pitiable. 7 Dragon Balls. That will suffice, Jiang Feng replied, initially assuming they were Earth Dragon Balls and not taking them too seriously. He even possessed a 1-star Dragon Ball from the multiversal recycling station that had gathered dust for over a century. However, upon receiving the Dragon Balls from Tawa, his perception shifted, and he began to harbor anticipation for the Dragon Balls he had previously dismissed. In his mind, he could sense the existence of other Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenlong. In another world, Jiang Wei was educating his children. Ding. Report to the master. A projection from the Dragon Ball world has gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned you. We hope this summoning proves entertaining. After instructing his children to study diligently, Jiang Wei transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from Super Earth. The sky crackled with thunder. An oppressive sensation akin to the end of the world descended upon the land. Upon his arrival, Jiang Wei surveyed his surroundings, as was customary. Trunks, his gaze unperturbed. A familiar face. Tawa and Mira, his expression slightly shifted. Encountering these two again, he decided to bring them along. Finally, his gaze fell upon a young man clad in a black, ancient-style dragon robe. The massive azure dragon, over 100 meters long, was momentarily taken aback, its gaze undergoing a fierce transformation. Shenlong, allow me to ponder what wish to make. Jiang Feng was engulfed in contemplation. This Shenlong shall not grant you wishes, Fengzi. Jiang Wei inhaled deeply, unable to contain his joy as he burst into laughter. What? You will not grant my wish? What manner of operation is this, Fengzi? Jiang Feng suddenly came to his senses, and moments later, his face radiated with joy. Jiang Wei, are you once again engaging in some mischief today? He exclaimed with laughter. Jiang Wei transformed back into his human form and approached Jiang Feng. After years of separation, they finally reunited, with much to discuss. After careful consideration, Jiang Feng decided to invite his cousin Jiang Wei to the Daxia Empire, hosting a banquet in the royal palace to honor him. There was no other option. The two brothers could meet only thanks to the bridge built by the Trunks of this world. Jiang Wei was not from the Trunks world, so it fell upon Jiang Feng to entertain him. An edict was issued. I wish to host esteemed guests. All must be present. Upon returning to the palace, Jiang Feng summoned his civil and military officials, as well as the consorts in his harem, including Jiao Chan, Xian Nu, and Kai Wenji. As for the Empress, Miss Feng, her presence was deemed unnecessary. Jiang Feng feared she might mock Jiang Wei. The officials, including Xiang Yu, Dian Wei, and Guijia, were all intrigued by the esteemed guests to be entertained by the emperor, even if they hailed from the Huaxia Empire alliance, such as Li Er, Zhao Er, and Zheng Gu. It was rare for all the civil and military officials and the entire harem to gather together to welcome distinguished guests. Bring Sun Wukong and Bulma here. After absorbing the rules of the evil dragon, Jiang Wei had the ability to summon as many individuals as he desired. Sun Wukong and Bulma, along with others, instantly appeared in the elegant and grand palace. They exchanged curious glances with Xiang Yu and Jiao Chan Changwei. You've gathered the main cast. Apart from Fat Bu, you've even got 2 Omni Kings. You're impressive, Jiang Feng remarked, giving a thumbs up at the impressive gathering Jiang Wei had brought. He noticed Bulma and the others chatting with Diao Chan, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. Bulma, Lan Shi, and Android 18, you've all been swept up by him? Quite impressive. Jiang Wei quickly corrected, Feng Zi, I'm not like you, gathering such a harem. I only love Bulma. Jiang Feng scoffed in response. As they conversed, those Jiang Wei had brought mingled with Jiang Feng's civil and military officials. Sun Wukong proudly declared, I owe my current status entirely to my elder brother's nurturing. It is my fortune to serve as his junior. Dian Wei echoed his pride. My current situation is because the great commander took me in. To be brothers with him is worth a lifetime. The women present overheard their conversation. Kai Wenji remarked, Your Majesty's cousin has a fondness for gathering younger brothers? No wonder they share the same bloodline. Bulma added, This emperor cousin of my husband values his subordinates as brothers? Truly, they are of the same lineage. After chatting with Xian Nu and Princess Mauda, Blonde Lan Shi and Android 18 displayed expressions of sheer delight. They realized that Xian Nu and the others were indeed wives of Jiang Wei, the emperor cousin. If his cousin could take multiple wives, what might that imply? Hee. Feng Zi, is the big black cat with you? Yes, that cat has recently become enamored with writing novels. It's likely busy scribbling away somewhere. I haven't seen the big black cat in a while. Call it over so I can have a look. Suddenly, the big black cat fell from the air, looking perplexed. Before it could touch the ground, a hand caught it. Big black cat, I am so glad to see you again. The voice sounded familiar. The big black cat turned its gaze toward the sound, recognizing the familiar face of Jiang Wei. Meow, is one Jiang Feng not enough? Why is Jiang Wei also here? The big black cat had no time to ponder further, as Jiang Wei leaned in to give it a long-awaited affectionate nuzzle. Meow, don't come any closer. The cat displayed a look of disdain. After a hearty nuzzle, Jiang Wei's face lit up with satisfaction. He playfully ruffled the big black cat, causing it to yowl in protest. The two brothers, it seemed, shared the same temperament. As soon as Jiang Wei set the big black cat down, it darted away like a wind-up toy, returning to its writing nook. The big black cat had completed one novel and was nearing the end of its second. Upon returning, it grasped the pen with its tiny paw and inscribed the final 3 words on the manuscript. The end.